Today would have been Eric Richins' 44th birthday, but he won't be celebrating. He's been dead since 2022. 5 times the lethal dose of fentanyl slipped into a drink his wife handed him before bed. But somebody is marking the day. In about a half an hour, a Summit County judge is going to walk into a courtroom in Park City, look at Kouri Richins, Utah mom, real estate agent, author of a children's book about grief, and tell her exactly how she's going to spend the rest of her life. 25 to life or life without the possibility of parole. Her own attorneys begged to move the date, tried to get her off of Eric's birthday. The judge said, nah, Eric's family deserves their day on his day. Happy birthday, Eric. We, my friend, are here for you. Good morning and welcome to Defense Diaries. I'm your host, Bob Motta. Don't worry. My beautiful and brilliant co-host will be here imminently. She's doing all the things that she does to prepare for another live with fam. So today's the big day, the day that we've all been waiting for, the day that Kouri Richins gets sentenced. So I thought I'd start this a little bit early so that we could go through the sentencing memo that was something. it was something, to be sure. Tracy sent it to me yesterday, and I took a peek at it, and there's some stuff. It's definitely worth us taking a peek and reading it and seeing what the states bring to the table. I mean, today is going to be, like they always are, a gut-wrenching day, an absolutely gut-wrenching day. You know, there's going to be the victim impact panels. We're going to hear from the family, and that's going to be hard. You know, and I was walking Nanook last night. I always do like kind of a late night walk, and I was thinking about today's live, and I was thinking about the kids and just how this woman absolutely destroyed her children's lives seemingly without any kind of thought at all. And, you know, I'm thinking about these cases where repeatedly we have, you know, a spouse deciding to kill their other spouse instead of divorcing them. And when they have kids, it makes it so much more evil. Because to do that to your children is so unthinkable to me. I mean, they cannot put her in prison long enough. Those kids have had the arc of their life forever changed in the worst way possible. As they grow older and they're asked about it by friends, like, oh, Richins is your mom. That's going to happen throughout the course of their lives. This is never going to be something that's going to go away. It's going to be something that is constantly going to be a part of their lives. And, you know, there's going to be a day someday, a day of reckoning, when the kids, after Kouri goes through her appeals process, denying everything, trying to get out, trying to get a new trial. And someday, those boys are going to gather the courage to go and sit across from her and ask her to fess it up, to own up to what she did to them, to their father. And I just don't know if that woman has a soul to be able to give those kids what they deserve to hear, which is her taking responsibility for what she's done to their lives, to everyone's life in her orbit. Just, what an awful person. What an awful, awful person. Greed, lust. She's just awful. She really is. All right, so let's get to this memo. I'll have to read it through pretty quickly so that we don't miss any of the sentencing. All right, let me pull it up here. Okay. Where'd you go, little guy? Man, my setup's acting wonky today. Wonky. Where are you? Where are you? The document has disappeared. Jeez. All right, hold on. Sorry, y'all. I should have had it set up, but you know, what are you gonna do? All right, there it is. There it is. Okay. All righty. Let's get her gigantic so you can see it. Okay. Let's go through it. Let's read it. Because I'm going to skip through the charges just because we can. So on Valentine's Day 2022, Kouri Richins tried and failed to murder her husband and the father of her 3 young children. Eric Richins murdered her husband, the father. Oh, yeah, Eric Richins. Sorry. I completely butchered that reading. I'm going to do it again. On Valentine's Day 2022, Kouri Richins tried and failed to murder her husband and the father of her 3 children, Eric Richins. Over the next 17 days, she did not think, what have I done? Rather, she thought, how can I do better? And then she murdered Eric in the presence of their children using poison and for money. Such a person should never lurk again among the rest of us. Her children should never worry that they may one day encounter her. Accordingly, the state requests that the court impose a sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole. Oh, hello.
Hello.
Look, everybody. It's my beautiful and brilliant co-host, Ali. Hi, Ali.
Hey, babe. You on one today? What's the voice?
That was my I love you and you're late. You're late to the only this court can order it. All right, so the state sentencing requests. All right, so we've got the counts for aggravated murder. Defendant should serve life in the possibility in prison without the possibility of parole.
I just wanted to say soulless, without a soul. I heard you.
Yeah.
Soulless.
The court should order the defendant, this is on the attempt murder, to serve 5 years to life in prison. Insurance, 1 to 15.
This is
insurance fraud, 1 to 15. Yeah, this is the states. Forgery, 1 to 5. The court, this is important, should enter a continuous protective order in favor of Eric Richins' family members that prohibits the defendant from contacting them unless they first initiate contact, and prohibits her from maintaining or benefiting from insurance of the lives of CR, AR, and WR. Eric Richins' family members include CR, AR, and WR. Gene Richins, Katie Richins Benson, Clint Benson, MB and LB, and Amy Richins, and Andrew Swenson. So they're also asking that she pay restitution, the amount of $1 million and some change. The court should order the defendant to pay recoupment to Summit County, the amount of $1,391,000. Good luck. Good luck. All right. So this is the argument. Why don't you read this, babe? Can you see it? Is it big enough for you?
I can make it bigger on my end. It's fine.
All right. Let me pull up. I want to get the court ready.
When sentencing, the court is
Today.
to weigh.
Oh.
Didn't you hear I was using my podcast?
Oh boy.
I was using my reading voice.
My reading voice. Hello, kids.
I don't have a podcast voice like Bob. I'm trying though. When sentencing, the court is to weigh and consider
nicotine, what everybody vapes. You guys really think Allie's on here vaping weed?
Yes.
At 10 in the morning?
Yes. Gotta get my fix.
I mean, it's legal in Illinois, so she could if she wanted to.
But
you
I
would
can't.
know
You would know.
immediately if Allie was vaping weed. There is no, I can't really tell. Did she smoke some weed or eat an edible? It is
Undeniable.
unequivocal.
Unequivocal.
Back to
Doesn't
the
happen because I get so stupid and tired and hungry.
All the things.
All the
All the
things.
things.
Okay. But it works if I do it. But
It's
don't.
effective. It works. It works on you. It definitely works on you.
All right. So when sentencing, the court is to weigh and consider public safety, punishment, deterrence, incapacitation, restitution, and rehabilitation. Now, just to go off script a moment, I like the fact that we clearly have new people in here. So
yeah,
that's the upside of
so,
people thinking.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So listen, for all you new love bugs in here, welcome to the family. And make sure everybody to like, share, and subscribe. I did it. I remember the YouTube things.
All right. For consecutive versus concurrent sentencing decisions, the court must consider the gravity and circumstances of the offense, the number of victims, and the history, character, and rehabilitative needs of the defendant. And they quote a Utah state. I'll just say State v. Wood because I can't tell actually if that's a Supreme Court case. I don't know there's citations out there. So a sentence in a criminal case should be appropriate for defendant in light of his background and the crime committed, and also serve the interests of society which underlie the criminal justice system. Again, citing a Utah case from 1980. The court is to examine both aggravating and mitigating factors to include the nature and circumstances of the crime, the defendant's. Wait, sorry, I blew it up too high, so I didn't see the character.
Sorry.
I'm really blind. Defendant's character, background, history, mental and physical condition, the impact of the crime on the victim's family and community, and any other facts in aggravation or mitigation of the penalty. I have to say, do they even need like a sentencing memorandum? Just life, goodbye.
Take care now.
I mean, there's no question it's sentencing about whether, well, maybe she didn't do this. She did it. She's convicted, and the only sentence is life. If not,
yep. You know what though? For the benefit of the family, that's why they wrote this.
Okay. Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
Okay. So not all aggravating and mitigating factors are equally important, and one factor in mitigation or aggravation may weigh more than several factors on the opposite side. A few egregious aggravating factors may outweigh several mitigating circumstances.
Hello?
I love due process.
Oh yeah.
Wait. Okay.
Too high?
No. You were perfect. My bad.
Okay.
Several mitigating circumstances claimed by a defendant. Now, obviously, they are citing this kind of law because in this situation, she has every possible mitigating circumstance that that exists. As far as she's got zero criminal history, she was a productive member of society. She, in theory, is somehow could be rehabilitated. I do not know. Maybe. So they're focusing on that, but I don't think that the mitigating circumstances in this case, nothing can help you when you commit a crime like this. Obviously, unless there was some sort of abuse or mental mental issue, The psychological reality is that aggravating circumstances in first-degree murder cases will virtually always outweigh or be more compelling than the mitigating circumstances. So yes, that. Because the commission of a capital homicide, i.e. an intentional murder, is one of the most heinous acts known to society. The sheer emotional impact of all the evidence of an unjustified killing tends to overwhelm evidence of mitigating factors in the mind of the sentencing authority. The court is to consider the totality of the circumstances in imposing sentence that is appropriate, that is proportionate to the crime and the culpability of the defendant. The court is not limited to the circumstances of the crimes for which the defendant has been convicted, but may consider other factors as well. Now they're just citing stupid shit. They're just writing shit to write shit. I mean, in this situation, the crimes she's been charged with are bad enough. Why are we worrying about the crimes she hasn't been charged with? Moving on. Evidence that is inadmissible at the guilt stage may be admissible for the purposes of sentencing. True, but pointless. Such
Did you
information.
let the dog out and then not let him back in again?
I
That
did
thing.
because he was basking in the sun.
Okay. I
I'll
gotta go let him in. So
I'll get
hopefully
him. You're moving the thing.
Okay. All right.
Start with evidence that it is. Such
I was
information.
going to tell you not to do that. It's one of
I know, but I
it's
went
one of
out
those
there.
things that's
I went out
just
there and he was so happy, and I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna remember that you're here to keep an ear out for you."
yeah, not so much.
Okay.
Okay, so the court is limited to the circumstances of the crimes for which the defendant has been convicted, but may consider other factors as well. State v. Howell. Evidence that is inadmissible at the guilt stage may be admissible for the purposes of sentencing. Such information must be, quote, reasonably reliable and relevant. And they're citing more case law here. Here, the state took the death penalty off the table in the early days of this case. Notice of intent not to seek the death penalty. Accordingly, on count one, the court must sentence the defendant to either life without the possibility of parole or an indeterminate term of imprisonment for 25 years to life. There is no presumption in favor of either of the two sentencing options. Okay, in totality, the egregious aggravators outweigh the perfunctory mitigators and require a sentence of life without parole on count one and consecutive sentencing on the remaining counts. Remember, consecutive means after, one after another. Concurrent means they run at the same time. Stacked on top of each other and they run concurrently. All right, so Roman numeral 1, the nature and circumstances of the crimes are irrational. The defendant murdered her husband in the presence of their young children using a poison for money, and after trying and failing to murder him 17 days later. The Utah legislature recognizes that homicidal poisoning and murdering for money are each so heinous as to individually warrant the death penalty. I could not agree more. like killing somebody over money is the most absurd thing that exists in the world. It's money comes and goes. It's just, I'll never get it. I'll never understand it. And it goes right to the heart of the individual you're dealing with. Anybody who values money over human life, I got no use for them. So here the jury found the defendant guilty of both aggravators. The defendant chose poison. Jurists throughout time have recognized the particularly heinous nature of homicidal poisoning. Quote, of all species of deaths, the most detestable is that of poison, because it can, of all others, be the least prevented either by manhood or forethought. And that comes from William Blackstone commentaries. The Florida Supreme Court has called poisoning a consciousnessless, wow, spit that one out early in the morning, pitiless crime, consciousnessless. Wow, that's a mouthful. The California Supreme Court observed a murder carried out by deliberately giving the victim poison is more cruel and aggravated than other malicious or intentional killings, both because such a killing involves preparation and planning, and because the killer intentionally deprives the victim of any chance of escape or self-defense. Very true. The poisoner acts surreptitiously, thus avoiding detection, often betraying the most intimate trust. Here, the defendant betrayed the most intimate trust of her husband and children. Thank you. Thank you for putting the children in there. The defendant decided that Eric Richins' money was worth more than his life. Courts have consistently recognized that spousal murders motivated by money are especially egregious. In one such case, the Arizona Supreme Court observed, quote, "The killing in this case did not arise out of the heat of passion, fear, struggle, or attempt to escape. The killing was not just the result of momentary premeditation, but of the defendant's deliberate, carefully conceived, meticulously planned, and cold-blooded scheme to kill rather than divorce his unsuspecting wife." And that's State v. Willoughby. The New Jersey Superior Court observed, quote, "See, like, they don't need it, like Ali was saying. The judge absolutely walks into that courtroom today knowing exactly what he's sentencing her to. This is done for the benefit of the family, for the benefit of the public, to put her on blast in case they didn't know,
Right.
and for the kids.
Yeah. I mean,
Everybody,
this is 15 pages. It's
oh
crazy.
yeah,
It's
okay.
excessive.
I think it's great. The
I
New
mean,
Jersey Superior Court, like, for a woman who writes 300-page post-conviction relief act petitions, you're one to talk. The New Jersey Superior Court observed, "These killings do not stem from some powerful, visceral emotion, but rather from greed and expedience." State v. Chu. Furthermore, few crimes display a more callous disregard for human life than the premeditated decision to seek profit by way of homicide. It evidences an abandonment of all of the rules that society is constructed to maintain communal life and warrants the fullest condemnation and retribution.
and don't forget about the poor dog.
All right, can you pull this up on your end? Tracy emailed it to both of us.
Okay, I just wanted to say we could really just read like our
Yeah,
chat.
I'm gonna pull out if you're gonna start whining.
No,
and
I'm
just
not.
plowing
I'm
through.
I'm
I mean, the
not.
only thing that's stopping
Babe,
me is when
all I was saying was that, like,
Oh,
they could read our chats at sentencing, you know,
wait,
and
what?
all the people's chats. Like
What about those?
MJ Kathy's, Kouri is truly the face of evil. There is not an ounce of accountability.
I was converting this to a podcast episode, so we leave the
Oh.
chats to the end.
Oh, I didn't know this.
Yeah.
Oof.
Wow.
Well, that whole
Oof.
is Ali vaping conversation.
Oh yeah. We're definitely keeping that in.
No.
Definitely keeping that. Yo, yeah, baby.
This doesn't sound like a podcast at all.
Well, it did until you were late, and then people were asking if you were vaping weed again. Is she vaping weed?
You sound really loud, by the way. I don't know if I sound that
It's
loud.
like, I think it's probably my mic keeps going up to that crazy 140. Yeah, it's at 156.
Oh boy.
It's like every time I unconnect from the internet, like the Ethernet, it unchecks automatically. Have I been blowing your ear? Yeah, I must have been loud. That was at 156. That's a lot. All right.
Oh boy. All right. What page are we on? Because I pulled it up.
Hold on. I'm keeping a close eye on it, y'all. We've got 5:13 on the countdown. So that's where we're at
All right.
with
We're
that.
at the victim. I got you. So we're at B.
Yeah.
All right. The impact on the victim's family is irreparable. Fathers are not meant to bury sons, and losing a sibling is losing a piece of yourself. But there is no greater victims in this case than Eric's 3 young boys. The defendant took both of their parents from them. The aggravated murder was a crime of domestic violence in the presence of children, and they cite to Utah code. Eric Richins was a good husband. He cared and provided for his wife and even protected her from herself. Eric was a good father. He knew that the defendant tried to murder him on Valentine's Day, and he also knew that it was unsafe for his children if he were to leave the home. Eric died protecting his boys, and they know it. Hold on, I have to.
All right. CR was 9 years old when his mother yeah, I mean, we're short on time. I was trying to get this in before the sentencing started. His mother, or CR, was 9 years old when his mother murdered his father. He is now 13 and wears his father's clothes to school. Oh my God. Ugh, that's a little. Following Eric's death, DCFS supported a finding of emotional and physical abuse by the defendant against CRC, the state's sentencing exhibit A. He and his brothers have participated in intense therapy since the defendant was arrested 3 years ago. CR wants the court to know that, quote, my dad was a good person and very thoughtful and kind and helped whoever needed help, end quote. And that, quote, I'm afraid if she gets out, she will come after me and my brothers, my whole family. I think she would come and take us and not do good things to us, like hurt us. I miss my dad, but I do not miss how my life used to be. I don't miss Kouri. I will tell you that. Oh,
Hey,
man.
I would like to actually see.
That cuts deep. I
It
love
does.
that.
Is the
Man.
exhibit here? Because we didn't hear about that at trial. Physical abuse against the children?
I'm not sure.
Is
I mean, you
exhibit.
could scroll through while I'm
Yeah,
reading
I
this.
just realized that I
So
haven't.
AR was 3 weeks shy of his 8th birthday when his mother murdered his
No,
father.
it's
The
not.
defendant made AR her alibi, thereby condemning her child to be a material witness. If called to testify at trial, AR would have recalled being put to bed early on March 3rd of 2022 without bathing, which was unusual for the boys. The television was playing loudly inside his parents' bedroom, and when AR tried to enter, he found he was locked out. AR used a broom to try to disengage a key from above the door frame, intending to unlock the door and enter the bedroom. AR accidentally hit the wall with the broom, making a noise that attracted his mother's attention. She yelled at AR to go away. She later entered his room and asked him what he needed. AR pretended to be asleep because he was angry with her. Later during the night, his youngest brother, WR, woke and tried to enter his parents' bedroom to sleep with them, as was his habit. WR also found himself locked out and slept in AR's bed instead. AR would have testified at trial that the defendant did not sleep in his room with him the night that she murdered his father.
Wow. Well, what the fuck was going on in that bedroom for so long? She's locking the
Murder.
kids out.
Murder.
Well, but if she just supposedly put it in his.
A lot of murdering. That's what was going on.
Yes, a lot of murdering.
AR wants the court to know that, quote, my dad can't be my coach anymore, and he can't be at any of my games. He won't be at my birthdays. He can't teach me how to drive. I want to start weeping. He won't be at my graduation, and he can't take me camping or fishing. And that, quote, I don't want the defendant out of jail because I will not feel safe if she's out. With her in jail, I'll be able to continue to feel safe and live a happy and successful life without fear of her hurting me or anyone I love.
It's odd that they just decided. It seems like they took out mom, that he was actually calling her mom, and they wanted just it to be her.
WR was still in preschool when his mother murdered his father. He has now lived half of his life without his father and 3 years without his mother. His memories of both are limited. He remembers being scared the night of his father's murder and wetting his pants while held in the bedroom before his Aunt Katie arrived. WR wants the court to know that, quote, when someone talks about Kouri, it makes me feel hateful and ashamed. She took away my dad. And that, quote, if she got out, I would be so scared. I'm worried that she would take me away. Once she is gone, I will feel happy and I will feel safer and relaxed and trust people more.
This is a 60-year-old?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. If the defendant serves 25 years, she could potentially be paroled at age 57. Her sons will be 36, 35, and 30, and likely will have their own families. The boys deserve finality and should not have to revisit their father's murder at future hearings or worry about the defendant's potential parole. Given the tremendous trauma and upheaval that the defendant inflicted upon their childhood, this court should ensure that she does not harm their adulthood. Not only should the defendant serve her life in prison, but she should serve her boys' lives in prison. Whoa, that's powerful writing. That's the most powerful thing written. So this is the best closure her children can hope for. Only this court can give that to them. Katie and Clint are now raising the three boys that require extraordinary love, support, and stability. It is best for the boys, and everyone is thriving, but Katie and Clint never planned for it. Katie never planned to administer an estate and a trust or tackle vindictive litigation. Gene never planned to work the family ranch at his age without Eric. Katie and Amy both live with guilt for not doing more to protect their brother from his wife. All right, the aggravated murder impacts extends beyond Eric Richins' family. Josh Grossman bears the weight of knowing that he contributed to the defendant's motivation to murder Eric. It has gutted him. Chelsea Barney bears similar weight, knowing that the defendant murdered Eric in some measure to salvage Miss Barney's life savings. It haunts Carmen Lauber that she unknowingly provided the defendant with the fatal drugs. Cody Wright and John Casey question whether they could have done more to save their friend. I pick it up here at C. I want to get
I have it up. I'm listening to it.
What I'm going to do, I want you to keep reading, and I'm going to cue up the court.
Okay.
Because they've gone to the courtroom itself. The great state of Utah's seal is up. So you just keep reading, even though we're not seeing the documents.
I'm getting to the...
okay.
Okay. All right. So C, the defendant's character is I have the hiccups. Irredeemable. The defendant is transparent. Evidence of her character is well known from all stages of this proceeding, to include her prioritizing a facade of success over everything, her fraudulent borrowing, her stealing her best friend's life savings, her persistence in murdering Eric after failing on Valentine's Day, her self-publishing a children's book for money and attention. And the aim
You have the hiccups for real?
Yeah, I haven't eaten or drank anything this morning.
Either have I. I'll pick it up though. So that you can deal with your little hiccup issue. It's so cute when you hiccup. It's so cute.
I'll finish the sentence.
Okay.
And the aim of her walk the dog letter among a slew of other examples.
Wow. you really do have the hiccups. All right. My setup is acting very, very wonky today.
All right. When you get it up, I'll stop. The defendant cannot check her ambition or her sense of entitlement. When confronted, she lies. When she feels aggrieved, she attacks. And she certainly feels aggrieved. She always has.
Okay.
So
in the immediate aftermath of the guilty verdict, the defendant blamed a corrupt prosecution, a corrupt judge, and unfair Summit County jurors. State Sentencing Exhibit C. 6 weeks following the guilty verdict, the defendant text messaged an admirer. I will expose this county, the prosecution, the judge, the Richins, the investigation, all of it, so they can lock me away for now. That's fine. It's going to come back on them. It will come to an end, not this year or next, but I'm not going away. She's like a fucking evil stepmother from a Disney princess movie like that. Is this real? I won't be silent. I'm going to expose them all for what they've done to me, my kids, my family, this injustice. They picked the wrong one. They think this sentencing is the end, closure. It's just the beginning. They haven't seen anything yet.
And that winky face really, it pulls it all together.
I mean, she is warped. She is warped. Like, for real. Like, talking about doubling and tripling down. She needs to be shutting up.
She's probably just like, gets all these stupid admirers and gets to message people. It's like, I don't know.
All right. So, most telling of her character, the defendant attacked Eric within hours of her arrest. She, for the first time, blamed Eric for his own death. From jail, the defendant and her family engaged in, quote, open season on Eric the Dead, releasing what they believe to be damaging information about Eric to the media. All right.
Record in case number 231500139.
Okay, fix the mic.
Versus Kouri Richins. Can I have counsel for the state make their appearance?
All right, fix the screen.
Bloodworth, Lindsay Sherbanak, and Margaret Olson for the state.
Thank you. And for the defense?
Wendy Lewis, Catherine Nester, and Alex Ramos for the defendant, who is present.
Very good. This is the time set for
You guys hear it?
sentencing. The court plans to proceed as follows. First, I need to address 3 administrative matters. The setting of a restitution hearing, which the court proposes would include discussion of the state's request for recoupment of
How's it sound for you?
at that time. The state's request for a continuous protective
A little
order
weird.
and any alleged
Is it weird?
inaccuracies in the pre-sentence investigation report. Second, I'd like to hear from counsel for the state and from those who wish to present a victim impact statement. Third, I'd like to hear from defense counsel and those that defendant desires to present information regarding the appropriate sentence. And finally, the court will give Ms. Richins an opportunity to speak if she so chooses. Any objections, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor, I have one other housekeeping matter, if I may.
Please.
Your
This
Honor,
is
the
what
defendant
I-
previously waived the jury as it relates to the domestic violence finding. I cannot recall, or finding the record, whether or not the court has actually made that finding, and the state would ask the court to do that today if it hasn't.
I can't recall whether there was a stipulation about their status as cohabitants made on the record during trial.
That's the issue.
Right.
Your Honor. And
I think there was.
It doesn't impact the decisions today. It just impacts the record for any future offense that might be committed by this person.
Is it boosted?
Right.
I
Babe?
did.
Well, Your Honor, the one thing.
I think people are saying it's fine.
The analysis as it relates to a continuous protection.
Well, understood. No, I understand your position. Yeah.
Your Honor, I do believe we put that on the record during the jury instruction conference.
Okay.
We discussed specifically the cohabitant issue, and you got us to make a statement on the record.
Okay. Very good. So I think there's a stipulation among counsel that the record includes a stipulation of fact recorded for the record that Eric Richins and Kouri Richins were cohabitants under Utah law at all relevant times. Anything further, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nester, Ms. Lewis, any objection to how the court intends to proceed?
Yes.
Okay. Fair warning to everyone inside the courtroom. As with the time when the verdict was read,
What?
everybody in the courtroom
It got worse.
deserves our respect
What?
while they
Got way
are in
worse.
the courtroom.
Boost it.
There can be no outward reactions to what's said today. This is an emotionally charged situation, reasonably so. But the bottom line is no outward reactions. If you feel overcome with emotion, please look down. Keep your hands folded in your lap. Moreover, to those that might be coming to the podium to make statements today, please make sure you're addressing me, the court.
It is way
and
lower,
other
right?
people in the
Court TV sounds fine to me.
allowed to reference other people in the courtroom, but speak to me. All right.
Switch to Court TV.
Let's talk about setting a restitution
Ooh, East Idaho News. Yeah.
from the state's perspective.
Your Honor, the restitution amounts that the state is seeking are well known in the record, or the defendant are well known in the record. So we can proceed in very short order. I don't know if there can be much dispute on the amounts.
Okay. From the defense team, what makes sense, Ms. Nester?
Court
We need an
TV.
opportunity to brief these issues, and do a little bit of research. We were surprised by some of the requests that came
The
from us.
recoupment.
So we can proceed in very short order. I don't know if there can be much dispute on the amounts.
Okay. From the defense team, what makes sense, Ms. Nester?
We need an opportunity to brief these issues, and do a little bit of research. We were surprised by some of the requests that came
The
from us.
recoupment issues?
Yes,
Fair enough.
so we need to look into that. I know that I'm gonna be out of town the first 2 weeks of June. I'm gonna be out
So nothing's happening.
before, after. That would be helpful.
After would work far better for me.
Okay, same,
Wait, what do you mean?
so.
They're giving them time to respond.
They're not going to sentence her today?
What would you recommend? Is there an afternoon on which we don't have a ton of stuff set? Friday.
Just going to say again, Court TV sounded perfect.
It was crackling for me.
On
Like,
my
I kept
end,
hearing
it's
this
great.
weird crackling.
I did. If you had Court TV, then it was problematic. On my end, when I'm listening to it, it's fine.
One moment, counsel.
I did. It was the first one I had on was Court TV. And then I went to Law and Crime, and this is East Idaho. I can hear it. Can you not hear it? I had it really boosted up over there, which I think was causing the crackling.
31 works.
That work for the state.
They need to-
What time you under?
That'll work, John.
All right. We'll say 1:30 p.m. on July 31. Ms. Nester, would you like to appear in person or by web instead?
In person, Your Honor.
All right. We'll set a restitution hearing
It's my screen.
to include discussion of the state's arguments regarding recoupment as made in their sentencing memorandum on July 31, 1:30 p.m. in person. Okay, anything further on that, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nester?
No, sir.
All right. Mr. Bloodworth, the state's request for a continuous protective order. I looked hard at this. Let me relate some of my concerns and have you respond to them, and then we can go from there. I looked at this cases cited by the state and looked at the statute, considered the absurdity doctrine. It seems to me that the legislature has adopted a policy where a convicted person's First Amendment rights are reasonably restricted in domestic violence cases to prevent the survivor of domestic violence from being re-victimized by contact, either direct or indirect, by the convicted perpetrator. And it seems that the legislature has recognized that a survivor of domestic violence can be re-victimized by the perpetrator contacting their family members or other household members. The statute contemplates that. But here,
Did you put it up?
have a survivor.
Wow.
Or it has a decedent.
You got to tell me you're doing that, hon.
It sounds
seems
better.
like
I thought I
the
did.
I'm hearing an echo, though.
and other statutes involving criminal actions causing death, that the legislature has reverted to the First Amendment being the baseline, and also that there are other remedies available to the family members of that decedent, such as stalking injunctions, if they are receiving contact that constitutes a course of conduct that would cause an objectively reasonable person to suffer emotional distress. Moreover, the juvenile court has tremendous authority to determine whether and how much, if any, contact a parent in this situation should have with the children of the decedent. I'm not sure that I have the authority to enter a continuous protective order in this case. I acknowledge this may not be what the legislature intended, that maybe they didn't see around this corner when passing the statute, and I appreciate the state's position that maybe they should take a hard look at it, but the act says what it says today. Respond to that for me.
Your Honor, the state questions the court's kind of read of the act, and when the court relates members of the victims, any harm to members of the victim's family relating back to the harm to the victim, causing the victim harm. I think the plain read of the statute is, and it's 78 Bravo -7-804 3D
Right.
5.
Necessary to fully protect the victim and members of the victim's family.
Correct. The plain read of that sentence, Your Honor, does not say that the protection for the members of the victim's family does not, it does not relate back. It is a separate clause. It does not relate back to protection of the victim. And I think within the scheme of the statute, the legislature envisions protection for the victim, separately protection for the victim's family as an option of this court. And I think that's kind of consistent. This statute's odd. I think it's subsection B, which has a preamble on legislative intent.
Right.
And I think consistent with that preamble on legislative intent is the legislature's grant of this court, any court, authority to protect the victim's family under the statute as well, because of the unique nature of domestic violent crimes.
But an argument the state didn't make, maybe because it just doesn't believe in it, but it seems that a strict reading of the statute would say, I'm required to enter the continuous protective order and set a hearing, and then let defendant make the argument that.
Your Honor, procedurally, I think that's right, because of the threshold inquiry of whether or not the victim, decedent in this case, reasonably apprehends a harm.
Right.
So the judge just gave him a little softball there. Like, here's an argument you didn't make. Try this, and at least it gets us one step further.
Practically, though.
But practically, I don't know that, I mean, it seems to me as
Maybe
a
not.
state brief that is evident that a decedent cannot reasonably apprehend harm.
Okay. Let me hear from the defense counsel for a moment.
Yes.
Your Honor, we agree with the court's original statements. We think this request for a continuous protective order is outside the purview of the statute. It's outside this court's authority. We believe it violates her First Amendment right. If these communications are not threatening, this would basically mean she could never send her sons a birthday card, a Christmas card, any type of communication.
They don't want one.
We'll pause there for a minute.
Yeah.
Let's take the 3 boys out of it, because there's a whole separate set of concerns there, given that her parental rights have not been terminated.
Right.
And I don't have authority to do it.
Correct.
Juvenile court does.
Right.
But if we would talk just for the moment about the adult family members of Eric Richins,
Well,
it would mean that she could never reach out to them.
right. Well, and that could create problems if they're the guardians of her children and there's an issue if she is given any type of parental input to major life decisions, to medical care, to anything like that she would not be able to communicate would be problematic. She has no intention of communicating with them outside of matters that have to do directly with the children. I also think this, well, you said you're setting the boys aside, so my other arguments, I'll deal with them. But as far as I can see, there's another courtroom where this could happen. There's another venue under which this could happen, and this is not the appropriate place to do it.
All right, Mr. Bloodworth, any additional thoughts regarding the state's request for a continuous protective order?
No, Your Honor.
All right. transparency, I don't like the result, but
Tell.
under this court's reading of Utah Code 78B 7804, subsection 3, the court determines as a matter of law that it cannot issue a continuous protective order in this case because it is evident that the victim of the domestic violence charges, in this case for which Ms. Richins was convicted, cannot possibly have a reasonable fear of future harm or abuse. It very well may be that this is not the result the legislature intended, and I would encourage the legislature to take a hard look at 78B 7804 subsection 3 to fill this gap explicitly. But they haven't done it yet. They know how to do it, and the court is not persuaded that this result is so far outside of what they could have possibly intended, given the overlay of the First Amendment, that the absurdity doctrine requires a different result. And so while the court hopes the legislature will make a legislative change that would provide protections for the members of
Family members of
the
deceased
family
victims.
of a decedent in an aggravated murder case like this, they haven't done it yet. The court simply, in my view, does not have the authority to issue a continuous protective order in this case.
All right, so I'm assuming that everyone followed that, but just to let you know where we stand, and I pulled up the statute. So under the statute, it talks about a continuing protective order that would also encompass the family, but the underlying question is that the victim, the primary victim in this murder case, which is what he has jurisdiction over, is deceased. So he has no continuing fear of any sort of injury or anything. Obviously, he is deceased. So the judge is saying he thinks that maybe this was an oversight that the legislators didn't think of when they drafted this. But they talked about this absurdity doctrine. And it's like, if you read this statute to mean that, if you don't include that this is what they meant, it is absurd. And the judge is saying, look, like this is within the realm of things that they should have considered when passing it. This is not something like so out there that you're like, oh, well, they just didn't consider this because it's ridiculous. But obviously they meant to include this type of scenario. And he's saying he can't find that. And that's why he keeps saying it's his hope that the legislature reconsiders this and fills this gap to say that if the victim, the underlying original direct victim, is deceased, that you can still have a continuing order of protection for the family members. So, and as he said, he's unhappy, but this is what he feels is the only thing that he can do under the act, under the statute as it stands.
Thanks for that.
Okay.
In so ruling, the court expresses no opinion whatsoever, one way or the other, as to whether Eric Richins' family members might qualify for issuance of a stalking injunction in the future, and expresses no opinion one way or the other as to whether the juvenile court will put in place restrictions regarding Ms. Richins' communications with her 3 boys. Anything further on that, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nester.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Nester, let me ask you a couple of questions regarding the pre-sentence investigation report.
Yes, sir.
Have you had a chance to review it?
We have, Your Honor.
Have you had a chance to review it with Ms. Richins?
We have, Your Honor.
Okay. Are there any
Whoops, sorry. I was trying to move.
inaccuracies in the PSR that we need to address?
Well, that sounds better.
Please submit there are inaccuracies. They're all related to the factual recitations, which this court presided over the trial and is very familiar with. We have confidence the court remembers what happened at trial and remembers what was presented, and we would submit.
Okay. For the purpose of today's hearing, to the extent there are any factual inaccuracies in the pre-sentence investigation report regarding the factual background of this case, the court determines that those factual inaccuracies are not relevant to the court's sentencing decision and do not affect the court's decision regarding the appropriate sentence one way or the other. Anything further on that, Ms. Nester?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, how would you like to proceed?
Oh, they are
Your
going
Honor,
to
the
sentencing.
state's prepared to present.
Please.
Oh, I guess they only gave him, maybe they're not taking up the issue of the monies that she owes, and that's what they're going to need time on, but they're clearly proceeding at this point.
Your Honor, on Valentine's Day 2022, Kouri Richins tried and failed to murder her husband and the father of her 3 young children, Eric Richins. Over the next 17 days, she did not think, what have I done? Rather, she thought, how can I do better? And then she murdered Eric in the presence of
Just going to read the memo?
using poison and for money.
It's literally the memo.
Such a person should never again lurk among the rest of us. Her children should never worry that they may one day encounter her. For these reasons, the reasons set forth in the state's sentencing memorandum, and the boundless reasons the court has learned from presiding over this case, the pending criminal case, and the multiple associated civil cases, the state requests that the court impose a sentence of life in prison without parole on count 1, 5 years to life in prison consecutive to any other sentence on count 2, 1 to 15 years in prison consecutive to any other sentence on counts 3 and 4, and 1 to 5 years in prison consecutive to any other sentence on count 5. Furthermore, the state requests that the court order the defendant to pay restitution to Auto Owners Insurance Company in the amount of $1,017,018 and True Stage Insurance Company in the amount of $352,562. The state requests that the court order the defendant to pay recoupment to Summit County in the amount of $1,391,943. Kouri Richins earned this sentence. Her children deserve it. Only this court can order it. The court's time this morning is best spent hearing from a few of Kouri Richins' victims. Fathers are not meant to bury sons. Eugene Richins will present his victim impact statement first. Losing a sibling is losing a piece of yourself. Katie Richins Benson, Clint Benson, and Dr. Amy Richins will then present their victim impact statements. There are no greater victims in this case than Eric's 3 young boys. The defendant took both of their parents from them. Jessica Black, who is Weston's counselor, Christina Greening, who is Ashton's counselor, and Sarah Barber, who is Carter's counselor, will then present the boys' victim impact statements. Your Honor, Eugene Richins.
Get your tissues, people. It's going to be a wet one.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Please take your time.
Thank you. Your Honor, my name is Gene Richins. I'm Eric's father. No parent should ever have to bury their child. It's a loss that changes you forever. Eric was taken from us way too soon. And his loss has left a permanent hole in our family that will never be filled, ever. Eric was first and foremost an incredible father. To his 3 boys, Carter, Ashton, and Wes, his sons were his world, and he was theirs also. They didn't just see him as a dad. They saw him as their best friend, their coach, their mentor, their protector. He was present in every part of their lives. whether it was soccer, baseball, basketball, or any activity that they were involved in. Eric was there coaching, encouraging, and supporting not only his own boys, but every child on the team. Eric didn't just coach sports. He built confidence. He built character and friendships. He gave his time freely because he cared deeply about helping young people grow into strong, kind, and capable individuals. The impact Eric had on these children and families continues even now. On the soccer team that he coached, before every game, the players gathered and called out a cheer. For many teams, it might be something ordinary. But for Eric's team, even 4 years after his death, they still break the huddle with the words, 1, 2, 3, Eric. That simple cheer speaks volumes about a man he was and the lasting imprint that he left upon young lives in this community. He was a light to his sons, to the boys he coached, and to our entire community. A light that was taken far too soon. Eric was only 39 years old. As his father, I miss him every day. I miss our conversations. I miss watching him grow into a man I was so proud of. One of the greatest joys of my life was seeing the kind of father he had become. Eric was patient, loving, dedicated, and fully present in his boys' lives. Watching him raise his sons with such care and devotion was incredibly meaningful to me. Eric was also an amazing brother to 2 sisters, a loving uncle, nephew, cousin, and loyal friend. He was a trusted business partner, a valued colleague, and a respected member of our community. He was generous with his time, his energy, and kindness. He treated people with respect, showed gratitude even for the smallest acts of kindness, and gave freely of himself because that's simply who he was. He worked hard to provide a beautiful life for his family. He gave them a home many would consider a dream. He ensured their needs were met, supported them, cared for them, and treated his wife with love every day. Yet despite everything he gave, his life was taken from him, not by a stranger, but by a person he should have been able to trust the very most in his life. He was betrayed in the most imaginable way possible. His life was taken through calculated, intentional actions motivated by the greed, control, and desire for a different life with someone else. Eric's boys lost a father. I lost my son. His sisters lost their brother. Our family lost a man who represented the very best of what a person can be. The ripple effects of this loss extend far beyond our immediate family. His friends lost someone they trusted and admired. The children he coached lost a mentor, a role model. Our community lost someone who genuinely cared and gave back without expecting anything in return. Eric will never see his boys graduate, get married, or become fathers themselves. He will never, again, stand on the sidelines cheering them on. He will never offer guidance, encouragement, or love in any way that only a father can. That opportunity was stolen from him and from all of us. Because of the calculated and intentional nature of this crime, I respectfully ask the court to impose a sentence of life without the possibility of parole. This sentence is important to Eric's 3 sons never have to live with the fear that the person responsible for taking their father could ever harm them again, and to ensure she can never harm anyone else ever again. Despite our immense grief, I want to acknowledge and thank those who have worked tirelessly to bring justice for my son. Eric was always grateful for others showed kindness and dedication, and I know he would want to express sincere appreciation to those who gave their time, effort, and professionalism to seek the truth in this case. We are deeply thankful to the prosecution team, Margaret, Brad, Lindsay, Fred, Joe, Wendy, Patricia, and the entire staff who supported them for their commitment and their perseverance. We also want to recognize and thank Todd for his dedication and relentless efforts in helping us ensure justice has been served. We are also grateful to Grace Wardis for serving as a spokesperson and an advocate for our family throughout this process. We thank the Summit County Sheriff's Office, Lieutenant Hemingway, Detective O'Driscoll, Detective Hopper, Officer Woody, Officer Gibson, and all the law enforcement personnel who worked on this investigation. We thank the bailiffs who ensured the safety and the order of this courtroom. We thank you, Your Honor, for your patience, professionalism, and stewardship of this process. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to each juror, including the alternates, for their sacrifice and their time, for seriously taking the responsibility, who carried out to ensure justice was served. Nothing can bring Eric back. Nothing can restore what has been taken from his sons, from our family, and from this community. But accountability matters here. Justice matters. Eric mattered. His life, his love mattered, his example mattered. He will always be remembered as a devoted father, a loving son, a supportive brother, a loyal friend, and a man who made lives of those around him better. We miss him every day and will continue to honor his memory by living with the same kindness and dedication that he showed to everyone fortunate enough to know him. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Why does Kouri look so good? Like with the makeup and the fucking hair? I don't understand it. She should look like a rat.
Does she have makeup on?
I mean, she looks like it. Her hair looks kind of spectacular. I don't understand it.
Katie, good morning.
No, it's frizzy as all hell.
Okay. You say so. I mean, you know hair better than me.
I'm Katie, and I'm Eric's sister. To begin, there are a multitude of people who deserve credit and appreciation. Law enforcement agencies across the state of Utah, the Summit County Prosecutor's Office, the Medical Examiner's Office, expert witnesses who worked hand in hand with law enforcement, Eric's friends, Eric's coworkers, my friends, and my family, our entire team of lawyers and experts in the civil lawsuit. There are far too many people to mention by name, and I suspect if I try to, I will inadvertently leave someone out. But to all of you, please know that this would not be possible without your efforts, your support, and the strength of the community that has stood beside us. Both my family and I are forever grateful to each of you. I am also very grateful to you, Your Honor, to this court for the dignified manner in which it presided over the trial, and to the members of the jury for faithfully performing their civic duties. Today is Eric's birthday. I stand before you because he can't. He was taken away from my dad, my sister, his nieces, his friends, our community, and worst of all, from his 3 amazing sons. Sorry. He was taken away from us by a person he should have been able to trust, the person he should have trusted most in the world, his wife. It's impossible to fully describe how devastating Eric's death and Kouri's crimes have been to our family. Nearly every aspect of our lives has been permanently changed, and we have no choice but to live with those changes and with Eric's loss forever. Eric was a phenomenal brother, father, son, nephew, grandson, cousin, friend, and businessman. Eric and I were extremely close. We went through school together and navigated life side by side. Wherever Eric went, I was usually tagged along right behind. In school, Eric's nickname was Richie, and mine was Little Richie, a reflection on how inseparable we were. He wasn't just my brother. He was my constant, my protector, and one of my closest friends. Eric was the kind of father who anticipated his children's needs before they ever had to ask. He made sure they were always having fun, taught them how to be respectful and kind, and was constantly planning for their future. His mind and heart was always on his boys, always. Everything he did was for them. Eric was the very best uncle. He made his nieces, my daughters, feel truly special. He always found ways to have fun with them. He doted on them with love and attention. Eric was an incredible son, always there for my parents, stepping in without hesitation and helping in every way he could without being asked. The bond he shared with my mom was truly special. We would often joke that the umbilical cord had never really been cut, but in truth, it spoke to the deep, unbreakable love they had for each other. This is who Eric truly was, a man defined by love, integrity, and unwavering devotion to his family. He is none of the things that Kouri tried to portray him as. Those mischaracterizations were nothing more than a vile effort to deflect blame. And those mischaracterizations stand in stark contrast to the reality of the man we all knew and loved. Eric's life and his actions and the profound impact he had on those around him speak for themselves. And they tell a story of goodness, strength, and character that cannot be rewritten or diminished. The saddest part for me in all of this is that I got something with Eric that his sons never did: time. I feel cheated that I only got to spend a few decades with my brother, but I should feel lucky in comparison. As Eric's eldest son told me shortly after his dad's death, he and his brothers did not even get 10 years with their dad. It is devastating that Eric is not here to coach them, to work the family ranch with them, to teach them how to drive, to attend their high school graduation, to send them off to college, to see them get married, or to celebrate the birth of his future grandchildren. His 3 sons are going to grow up and live nearly their entire lives without their dad. They're going to get to know their dad more from the stories we tell about them than their actual experiences. In all likelihood, by the time they are each 44 years old, which is how old Eric would be today, they will have little to no actual memories of Eric. And they have to go through life without their dad because their mother planned and carried out his murder. She could not have done anything more selfish or more cruel to those boys. In the place of a stable, secure, and loving home, Kouri gave the boys permanent trauma. They were in the house the night she killed their father. They were awake. They knew that something terrible had happened to their dad. As we heard on the 911 call during trial, one of them even walked into Eric's bedroom where Eric's body lay dead, poisoned by someone who his son should have been able to unconditionally trust, love, and depend on. No child should have to bear that trauma. But Eric's 3 innocent sons will bear that burden, and they will bear it for the rest of their lives. Kouri's selfishness and cruelty did not end with Eric's murder. In the time after Eric's death, Kouri has done nothing but isolate, manipulate, deceive, and do harm to those boys. Almost immediately after Eric died, she cut them off completely from our family, from Eric's family. The isolation was calculated and strategic. Kouri used the boys as bargaining chips with my dad. She repeatedly threatened not to let him see his grandsons unless he could convince me, as Eric's trustee of his trust, to capitulate to her legal demands and give her all the trust assets. While isolating the boys, Kouri provided them with false and harmful information about me and my family. When DCFS took custody of the boys following Kouri's arrest and asked where they would like to go, they expressed fear of my family. The fear was not based on reality, but on what they had been told. For over a year, Kouri led them to believe that I hated them, that I was attempting to take Eric's money for myself, and that I intended for them to be left without support, that they would be homeless and starving. These statements were entirely false and had no basis in reality. Had they not been subjected to that influence, they would have known the truth. Prior to Eric's death, our families were very close. My daughters and his sons had strong friendships, and I had a meaningful individual relationship with each of my nephews. I spent time riding horses with one, helping another identify summer coding programs, and the youngest participated in ice skating lessons with my daughters. Our families shared holidays, worked together on our family ranch, took trips together, and I was present the day each of the boys were born in the hospital. The boys have expressed their confusion about these circumstances. They have stated that prior to their father's passing, both Eric and Kouri frequently told them if anything were to happen, they should go with me, that I would care for them and support them. Following Eric's death, however, those messages changed. After Eric passed away, Kouri prevented all contact between our family and the boys. She prohibited communication and continued to provide them of false information about us. When we were finally able to see the boys again, approximately 15 months after Eric's death, the boys hardly recognized the relationship we had. Instead, they viewed my family and me with fear and hesitation, as though we were strangers. Kouri also went to great lengths to jeopardize the boys' financial futures. I know you are very aware of this. Among other things, she drained the personal bank accounts that Eric had set up for his boys as college funds. She allowed the boys' Social Security survivor benefits to be funneled to individuals who were not taking care of the boys. And she sued me in my role as Eric's trustee and personal representative, not once, not twice, but 3 separate times. The goal of her lawsuits is singular. She wants all of Eric's assets for herself. Despite her lies and fanciful public portrayal, she knows that none of Eric's assets are going to me, my dad, or my sister. In fact, she knows exactly where Eric wanted everything to go, and that is to his boys. And yet, for 4 years, she has aggressively tried to take their inheritance from them. Even now, despite her erroneous debt, a murder conviction, and a string of pending felony financial charges, Kouri's civil lawsuits live on. Those lawsuits have been emotionally grueling, all-consuming, and unimaginably expensive. And tragically, every dollar on those suits is a dollar that Eric's boys will not get. Of course, Kouri can't have other people or the public thinking that she's trying to take away her children's inheritance. So for the past 4 years, both in court and in the media, she has demonized and vilified me. She has hurled wild accusations in my direction, including that I hacked her bank accounts, forged her bank statements, paid off witnesses, unduly pressured law enforcement into investigating her, and quietly pulled the Summit County Prosecutor strings. It is despicable that for doing nothing more than trying to honor Eric's wishes, Kouri has cast me as the evildoer here. Just as bad, honoring Eric's wishes has landed my sister and myself, and unbelievably, my 2 daughters in Kouri's crosshairs. One of Eric's sons recently told me that Kouri used to say, "I will get them one day." Apparently, she was talking about me, my sister, and my daughters. Her infamous walk the dog letter, the part the jury did not hear, confirms her desire to harm me. In it, she talks at length about her plans to get at Amy and me, including by targeting my daughters, both of whom are under the age of 10. It takes a sick mind to target children. The mere thought that someone who has so little regard for human life or decency might one day walk free is horrifying. I worry about the safety of Eric's boys, my daughters, my sister, and myself. There is nothing Kouri will not do, and no one she will not hurt to achieve her own selfish ends. I am not the only one that is afraid. There are 3 little boys who, instead of fearing those who love and adore them, as Kouri would prefer, worry constantly that Kouri might show up one day and take them away. Eric's sons deserve so much better. They are not bargaining chips. They are not cash cows. They are not props for some twisted children's book about grief and loss. And yet that is what they've been reduced to by Kouri. To my unending sadness and horror, Eric himself understood all too well the danger she posed to his children and to his family. When Eric told me he had changed his estate planning and appointed me as his trustee and personal representative, I begged him to end the marriage and go his separate way. By that point, he had already consulted with a divorce attorney and was deeply afraid that he might not be awarded sole custody of his children. He made the heartbreaking decision to stay because he could not accept the risk of what might happen to his sons if Kouri had equal custody. He told me he would live his life through hell every single day of his life until his youngest was 18, because he believed Kouri was the most evil person he had ever met. He knew that his sons did not like her. He told me as much many times. He knew that they would prefer to be far away from her, but he also knew that divorce carried significant risks. And he said he could never allow his children to spend half of their time alone with her, because he was certain they would be exposed to harm and things no child should ever experience. He made it clear that in his mind, if Kouri were given equal custody, his children would be in the care of someone he believed to be deeply dangerous. He feared the people they could be exposed to and the damage that could be done. At the same time, he spoke with deep love and admiration for his boys. He told me that they were the most amazing boys in the world, and that none of this was their choice and none of it was their fault, and that he would do everything in his power to protect them for as long as he possibly could. Kouri loves to go on and on about how this case is a media sensation. She's right. News outlets from here to Europe have covered it. There have been countless newspaper articles, podcasts, and TV specials about it. Every hearing is live streamed on numerous YouTube channels. Every filing is scrutinized by internet lawyers and true crime junkies. There is no question that this case is famous and that Kouri is now famous. But what Kouri never mentions in talking about her fame and notoriety are the reasons why this case is now famous. It is famous for how appalling and sickening it is. It is famous because a mother meticulously planned to kill her husband, killed him while their children were sleeping in the next room, and then had the audacity to hold herself out as the author of a children's book about grief and loss. It is famous because she spent time Googling luxury prisons for the rich in America. It is famous because from her jail cell, she scripted a bunch of phony testimony so that her brother could perpetrate a fraud on the court. It is famous because she victimized her own children and threatened to victimize Eric's nieces. The fame and attention are directly proportional to the evil that has gone on here. This is not a situation where the idea of rehabilitation should be entertained. In taking Eric's life for her own selfish gain, Kouri did not only harm Eric, she permanently harmed 3 kids who were under the age of 10. She took away a dad, a son, a brother, an uncle, a grandson, a nephew, a cousin, and a friend. Eric's death has caused immeasurable pain to so many. Obviously, there's nothing the court can do about that. And you cannot bring him back. But what you can do is give Kouri's victims at least some measure of closure. To that end, I ask that the court impose a sentence that ensures Kouri never has the opportunity to harm Eric's children or our family again. Please do not let my brother's life be worth nothing more than a 25-year punishment. Please do not leave those boys to wonder whether Kouri might track them or their children down in the future. Please do not create a possibility for Kouri to endanger Eric's boys, my daughters, my family, or anyone else ever again. Please sentence Kouri to a life in prison without the possibility of parole. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie.
Alex Murdaugh got a new trial.
I think he deserved one. I starred this.
He had to.
I starred this person's comment because
He had
it's not unpopular, at least not here.
He had
Hello,
to.
Your Honor. My name is Clint Benson.
A new
I'm
trial, you mean,
Katie's
right?
Husband and Eric's brother-in-law. Eric was an innocent man, a devoted father, and someone whose life revolved around his children and his family. Because of Kouri's choices, he never had the opportunity to say goodbye to his children, to reassure them, to share the final moments every family deserves. That loss cannot be measured. His children will spend the rest of their lives carrying the pain of a father taken from them far too soon. What makes this tragedy even more painful is the calculated nature of the crime. This was not a momentary mistake, a lapse in judgment, or a crime of passion. It involved planning, preparation, testing, and deliberate action. Eric's death was carried out in a way that caused fear, suffering, and helplessness. Kouri either watched or sat by as Eric succumbed to fentanyl poisoning instead of providing any kind of aid to him. She was fantasizing about a dream life funded by Eric's death. Eric was killed in his home by a traitor sleeping next to him in one of the most cowardly acts imaginable. We are profoundly grateful to every investigator, prosecutor, detective, law enforcement officer, juror, judge, forensic expert, and public servant who worked tirelessly and honestly to uncover the truth. Their dedication ensured that Eric's voice was not lost and that justice could still prevail. We are equally grateful for the incredible community surrounding us. This community has shown unwavering support and has been there for Eric's boys without judgment and through some of the most difficult times imaginable. The boys are succeeding and thriving because of the people around them who continue to provide support and look out for their safety. Going through every aspect of this murder easily led to a dark place while fighting against an individual focused on only chaos and vengeance. However, the people surrounding us, including the sheriff's officers, principals, teachers, school staff, coaches, counselors, neighbors, and church members, created an unbreakable force for what is good, just, and right. No sentence can bring Eric back. No outcome will erase the suffering caused by these actions. But accountability matters, truth matters, and justice matters. Kouri continues to shirk responsibility for her actions, for the pain she has caused, and for the resources she has squandered, both Eric's and the state's. Even after everything that has been revealed, Kouri has demonstrated zero genuine accountability or remorse for the devastation she has left behind. Instead, she has repeatedly attempted to distort the truth, create false narratives, and portray herself as the victim. She has used the legal system as part of her schemes. There has been lawsuit after lawsuit, motion after motion, delay after delay, all in an effort to shift blame away from the person responsible. The evidence, the truth, and the outcome of this case all tell a very different story. What is especially concerning is the continued hostility from Kouri and her family, as well as their desire for vengeance directed towards our family, a family already devastated by an unimaginable loss. Statements they have made about going to war and getting the Richins demonstrate an ongoing mindset rooted in blame, anger, and retaliation, rather than remorse or acceptance of responsibility. Kouri will continue to try to convince the public that she was a good mother through media outlets that choose not to research or report on the countless motions and facts presented in this case or other cases, but instead simply regurgitate the false narratives of a sick and evil person. Kouri and her family continue to plan media campaigns focused on lies, targeting anyone foolish enough to spend time listening to them. Kouri is not before this court because she was mistreated, because she's a victim, or because the Richins family manufactured a false narrative, as she and the Darden family would like to portray. She is before this court because of the choices she has made, choices that resulted in Eric's death and permanent trauma to anyone who has loved him. Kouri chose pride, seeking to project an image of success. Kouri chose adultery and lust, prioritizing her secret lover over her husband and her children. Kouri chose fraud and greed, hoping to profit from Eric's death. Kouri chose murder, and she continues to choose vengeance against the victims of her actions. The time for Kouri to make choices is at an end. Now it is time for her victims to choose. Please let Eric's children have a chance to choose lifelong peace, comfort, security, success, and happiness. I ask this court to impose a sentence of life without parole, a sentence that truly reflects the gravity of this crime, the irreversible harm caused to our family, and the calculated choices that led to Eric's death. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Her lawyers can tell her whatever they want. She's not listening to shit.
We support you, says she knows Kouri
Hey,
Richins.
crank your mic down. You're loud.
Oh.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Good morning. Honorable Judge Mrazik. My name is Atty Richins. I am Eric Richins' sister. Today, I'm here to speak as a victim and to speak for Eric because he no longer has a voice. I addressed this court in 2023 when we were living in a state of visceral shock. Now, 3 years later, we are here at sentencing on a date that carries a weight I can barely describe. Today's Eric's 44th birthday. Birthdays are supposed to be proof of life, a day to celebrate another year of growth. Instead, today is a cruel reminder of another year Eric will never see, and a reminder of the fatherhood that was stolen from his 3 sons. Before I talk about what this crime has done, I need you to know who Eric was, not as a headline, but as a person. Over the course of this trial, so many people described Eric in strikingly similar ways. They called him outgoing, confident, funny, competitive, dependable, driven, and fiercely loyal. He was a leader, a hard worker, a rancher, a businessman, a coach, a best friend, a brother, a son. But more than anything, people described him as a phenomenal father. Eric had 3 sons and he coached many of their sports teams. He was the kind of dad who showed up not just for his own children, but for everyone around them. Sometimes I think about all the children who lost him too, the kids he coached, mentored, and believed in. I cannot imagine the confusion and heartbreak they felt when someone who had become such a steady and trusted part of their lives was suddenly gone. Eric was a real person, a deeply loved person, and the loss of him echoes through every life he touched. On my 16th birthday, I was sitting in my 10th grade English class when I got a text from Eric that said, "Come outside." I walked out and there was Eric, standing with flowers and that mischievous grin we all knew. I asked what he was doing there, and he just said, "Let's go. We've got to get a little mud on your tires." I had just bought my first truck, a used Ford F-150. Eric took me up into the mountains, and we took that truck off-roading for the first time. It was exhilarating and terrifying, but I felt safe because he was there. That was Eric. He made life bigger. He made people feel brave, and he protected the people he loved. That is the brother I lost, and that is the father his boys lost. In 2023, I told this court that I was tormented by the sequence of events of that night. Today, that torment has not faded. I still wonder when Eric realized he was in mortal danger. I wonder what Kouri said to him in his last moments. I'm still haunted by the question, did his boys hear their father's final struggle? If Eric had died of an illness, we would have cared for him. If it were an accident, there would have been kindness. But there is no comfort here. In his last moments, after being intentionally poisoned, my brother was faced with the ultimate betrayal. Eric's sons were 9, 7, and 5 when their world was shattered. They are now 13, 11, and 9. These are the years when a boy learns how to be a man by watching his father. What makes this crime uniquely heinous is that their grief will never pass. It will reinvent itself at every milestone. This crime didn't just happen once. It happens every single morning when those boys wake up and realize their father is still gone. They did not just lose their father, they lost the life they knew. Eric's death didn't end the harm. It began a grinding process of re-traumatization. Early in this process, I remember being told this case would be a marathon, not a sprint. We did not understand how every hearing, filing, delay, and public narrative would reopen wounds all over again. As if losing Eric was not painful enough, our family was then forced to grieve under public scrutiny. After the publication of the grief book, our family became the subject of public narratives, attacks, and speculation. At one point, I received a message sent from a burner phone that said, "You think you're funny? Kouri will get the last laugh. Your jealousy is as disgusting as your family." Law enforcement later confirmed through warrants that the message came from Kouri. That moment stayed with me because it captured what these years have felt like. Not just grief, but intimidation and distortion. Yes, our family hired a private investigator, but when someone you love dies suddenly and deep in your gut, you believe something is terribly wrong, you do not stop searching for answers. The real question is not why would you investigate? The real question is, what wouldn't you do? What wouldn't you do for your brother, for the truth? I also feel compelled to address the emotional toll of the trial itself. As the designated victim representative, and more importantly as Eric's sister, I have a right to be present in the courtroom. Yet during the proceedings, I was essentially kept in the dark. Due to the courtroom layout, I could not see the exhibits or the evidence. When we requested simple accommodation, we were told that the trial was being broadcast on court TV and I could excuse myself and watch from home with the rest of the world. Being told that my right to be here was interchangeable with a television broadcast was a profound violation. I did not want to watch Eric's life and death as content from my couch. I didn't want to go home after a grueling day and listen and watch it all over again. I had a right to be here, to face the evidence directly. Still, to this day, I've not been able to rewatch the trial because it's so time-consuming and painful to relive. I still have not seen all the evidence that was presented. Your Honor, I need to say this clearly. Someday, those boys will grow up and look back at the records of this trial. I need the truth to be the only thing they find. The claims made against Eric's character were not just legal defenses, they were acts of secondary violence. Eric was a protector, not a predator. These lies were a desperate attempt to justify the unjustifiable, and they have added a layer of cruelty to our grief that is nearly impossible to bear. I also need to correct the record on a few misrepresentations. First, the prenup. It was provided well before the wedding, not in a last-minute way. Second, the incident between Kouri and me. I never touched her. Kouri pled guilty to assaulting me. Yet she and her circle have continued to spread false narratives. This is a pattern of distortion that has kept our family trapped in conflict. There is something that has haunted me for years. And I found out Katie was the exact same today. I begged Eric to leave too. I begged him to divorce her, but Eric was trying to protect his boys. People often struggle to recognize intimate partner violence when the victim is a man. But Eric's actions spoke for themselves. He documented conversations. He tried to protect himself. He knew after Valentine's Day that she had tried to poison him, but he also believed that if he left, he could not fully protect his children. So he stayed because he was trying to keep them safe. This trauma has seeped into every corner of my life. And also, it has also deeply affected my own family and marriage. My husband, William, watched me be consumed by the pursuit of justice. For 4 years, we have lived in a constant state of stress, grief, and emotional exhaustion. I lost my job as a professor at Montana Tech University on the very day I was subpoenaed to appear in this court. Eric was so proud of me earning my PhD, and teaching students was something I loved and that made me proud. It now seems like another thing that Kouri's actions have taken away from me. But the most devastating loss is one that isn't in any police report. Because of the unrelenting stress of this investigation and the constant attacks on our family, I suffered a traumatic miscarriage of twins. We lost our children. We lost the future we were building. Kouri's actions didn't just end one life. They reached out and stifled the lives of my unborn children as well. That loss lives inside this tragedy too. Eric's murder did not just take someone from my life. It plunged me into a darkness. It stole the light I once carried. It erased the future I had planned. Every day, I wake up and step into this same crushing emptiness, where time itself feels frozen and meaningless. The laughter of my future children, the warmth of my family, the simple joy of waking to a new morning, all of it has been devoured by this crime. This grief is limitless, resembling the ocean. Sometimes it softly touches the shore, other times it pounds against it with fierce force. Occasionally, it surges like a massive tsunami, overwhelming everything. These changes can occur suddenly, and like the ocean, it cannot be controlled. I didn't just lose my brother. I lost my sister-in-law. I lost someone I considered my friend. We had good times together. That loss is so complicated now, Your Honor, because it forces you to grieve someone who is still alive while facing the horror of what they have done. It is grief that doesn't resolve. It just sits there heavy every day. This crime has fractured our family in ways outsiders cannot understand. One of the most painful realities is that my husband and I do not get to see our nephews. This tragedy has created a wall of trauma between us, and that feels impossible to climb. Because of this crime, we are no longer present in those boys' lives the way Eric would have wanted. In 2023, I told this court I never knew evil like this existed. Everything I have witnessed since has confirmed that. Kouri did not just kill Eric. She attempted to kill the spirit of everyone who loved him. She lied to his children. She lied to the world and has shown no remorse while dancing on his grave for profit. Your Honor, a parole-eligible sentence is not a conclusion. It is a reoccurring nightmare. It guarantees that every few years, Eric's sons will be notified that their father's murderer is seeking freedom. It forces them to relive the trauma repeatedly for decades. Eric died trying to be his children's shield. He can no longer protect them, so now the responsibility falls to this court. I ask you to provide these boys with the finality and safety they deserve. I ask you to ensure that the noise of Kouri Richins never enters their lives again. For the years of suffering we have endured, for the children who will grow up without their father, and for the life she stole from Eric and the peace she stole from us, I respectfully ask that you sentence Kouri Richins to life without the possibility of parole. Happy birthday, Rico. Thank you.
Are you Jessica? Good morning.
Good morning, Judge.
Take your time.
My name is Jessica Black. I'm a licensed clinical mental health therapist and a registered therapist. Myself and my
Okay, everybody, this is going to be the therapist reading the statements of the 3 children. So I expect this will be emotional. If you need to step away, step away. Babe, we should probably have gotten
Some
tissue.
people are like, they think they're over the top. It's
Well,
interesting. It's
maybe
kind
the
of,
siblings are, but the kids only know what they've been told and what they believe. So we're moving into a different chapter here with the children.
yeah. I mean, I think it always depends on the defendant, like what people think is, you know, if you get like, who's that horrific nightmarish creep who with the FedEx driver with Athena, what's that guy's name? Tanner Horner. Like
I don't know.
nobody's worrying about what people are saying during that sentencing. You know, it's like,
All right, let it play though.
colleagues are here today to read the victim impact statements for 3 children. We are here as advocates on their behalf. After a developmentally appropriate process, the boys were able to decide individually how they wanted to share their statements, and this is what they chose. Our roles are to read their words exactly as they wrote. The boys want the court and the world to hear their side. This is from WR. I woke up to sirens,
Right.
and there were a lot of people at my house, and I was definitely scared. I felt confused. I was in a bedroom with my brothers, and I didn't know what was happening. At first, I was really scared because I didn't know what was happening, and I had no control, and I felt helpless. I felt really overwhelmed. After my dad died, Kouri would put us in the basement while she was with the neighbor. I felt scared because I thought something really bad was happening again. She would take me to places that smelled really bad. Everything she did made me feel uncomfortable. When someone talks about Kouri, it makes me feel hateful and ashamed. She took away my dad. It's made me have a hard time trusting people. I was scared that Kouri's family would come to my school and take me. I had to go to counseling with DCFS in Heber, and I did not like it. DCFS made me talk to Kouri, and I couldn't do things that I wanted to do. I felt not important to anyone. I feel a lot better about myself now than I did with Kouri. I can't ever see my dad again. I want her to go to prison forever. If she got out, I would be so scared, really mad, and I wouldn't want to go with her anywhere. I'm worried that she would take me away from Katie and Clint. Once she is gone, I will feel happy, and I will feel safer and relaxed and trust people more.
Thank you.
I can't believe she's unaffected by her children's statement,
Christina.
no matter what.
Good
Your
morning.
Honor, I
Right.
am Christina Green. I'm a licensed clinical social worker, not registered play therapist, and I will be reading for AR. You took away my dad for no reason other than greed, and you only cared about yourself and your stupid boyfriends. You were not caring and watching over me and my brothers. I had to be a parent to W. C and I would walk him to the bus stop, feed him, and watch him. You were not concerned about our health. When we got hurt, you didn't even care. When C got run over by a side-by-side, you still made him go to the soccer game that day without taking him to the doctors first. You would lock C in his room, and I would have to go to the kitchen and bring him food. You shamed us when we didn't want to eat uncooked lasagna you made. We threw it away because we couldn't eat it. Then you made us watch videos of children starving in war areas. You wanted to scare us into eating something that wasn't cooked. You wouldn't let our dog outside, and then the dog would pee inside. You created this problem, then you would smack my dog on the head as hard as you could. You wouldn't let me put my kitten in the garage for safety at night, and we found it eaten by raccoons the next day. You wouldn't let us turn on and use the heater lamp for the chickens and bunnies, and they froze to death. You would always argue with my dad and lock the door. You were not playing the role as a real mother does. You were doing the opposite. Now my dad can't be my coach anymore, can't be at any of my games. He won't be at my birthdays. He can't teach me how to drive. He won't be at my graduation, and he can't take me camping or fishing. You made me paranoid about sleeping on my dad's side of the bed by saying I might die or get harmed when I was just trying to be close to my dad after you killed him.
Wow.
You took away everything from me and my brothers. I don't want you out of jail because I will not feel safe if you are out. You have never said sorry for anything that you have done to me and my brothers. I don't want you to hurt anyone again. I know that you will need to stay in jail to fully take accountability for what you did to me, CW, and my dad. With you in jail, I will be able to continue to feel safe and live a happy and successful life without fear of you hurting me or anyone I love. Thank you, Your Honor.
I would be crying. She just looked like
Sarah?
it was like the sisters were talking. The lawyer was like, "Stop."
Yes, my name is Sarah. I'm a licensed clinical social worker and registered play therapist, and I'm going to read the victim impact statement for CR. My name and age now, my name and age I was at the time of the crime. CR, age 12, now 13. I was 9 when my dad was murdered. What I would like to see happen if the perpetrator is convicted of the crime, I would like to see Kouri get a life sentence. My thoughts regarding an appropriate sentence for the person who is accused of this crime and if they are found guilty. I think Kouri should get a life sentence because what she did is very sick, because it had no reason to happen and it impacted a bunch of people, including me. These are some reasons why I think she should have a life sentence. The information I feel is important for the judge to be aware of in sentencing. I think the judge should know that my dad was a good person and very thoughtful and kind and helped whoever needed help. He was always taking the extra mile to help people. My physical injuries as a result of this crime are as follows. I was sleeping and then I went to get a drink of water, then went back to bed. And when I woke up shaking and Bailey called the ambulance and they came and I couldn't talk for a while, I think Kouri had something to do with it because she didn't call the ambulance. She called Bailey and Bailey called the ambulance. At the ER, Kouri resisted to have my blood drawn, and kids who usually have this kind of seizure is when they are a few months old to a year old. I learned later that Kouri bought more fentanyl and had it in the house when this happened. I think this is what happened. She did what she did to my dad in the living room. My experienced emotional injury because of this crime is described as follows. Sad. I feel mad that I have to feel sad. I went from being scared for my life to feeling really good. I was scared for my life because I didn't eat that much. Kouri was always drunk or gone. I was always locked in my room. I can't remember, but I am pretty sure the lock was on the outside. Kouri threatened she would kill my lizard because we didn't want to watch some weird show with her. All of our chickens died because there was no food or water. My rabbit died because we didn't have food or water. The goats almost starved to death because she bought moldy hay and she didn't water them. Nothing ever got fed or watered. It didn't feel good to worry about my animals. I felt like I had to take care of my siblings. Ash mostly took care of me though because I was locked in my room. Ash would bring me food. Kouri would lock me up if I told her she was drunk. This happened pretty much daily. I feel angry that she locked me in my room. I am angry almost all my animals died. I am angry she threatened to kill them. I am angry she killed my dad. I started to feel really good when I moved into a safe place. It was safe because the people around me were safe, Katie and Clint. I felt safe at Jake and Shalina because I wasn't with Kouri anymore. Counseling. I feel annoyed that I have to go to counseling and tell the story about what happened 55 million times. I feel better now because I know it's to help me. I would like to not have to go to counseling. I would like to have to not worry about anything after this trial is over. I want the judge to know I hope Kouri gets convicted to a life sentence. Kouri is always drunk. I want the judge to know my dad was a good person and I miss my dad. I miss my dad, but I do not miss how my life used to be. I don't miss Kouri. I will tell you that.
Thank you.
She's heartless, though.
Mr.
I'd
Bloodworth,
be
anything further
in
from the state?
tears.
Your Honor,
Whether-
the state moves to admit state sentencing exhibits A through I previously provided to the court and defense. I have copies now I can bring to the court.
Any objection, Ms. Nester?
Yes, we do object to some of those being on the public docket. And we can, if we want to take a break, we can go through that with the prosecution. I actually sent him an email asking if they would be filed publicly. His response was no. So I was unaware that he was going to do that.
Admitting them and filing them publicly are two different things. Any objection to their admission?
Not to their admission, only to their public filing, Your Honor.
Okay, we can work that out. States A through I are admitted. I need a break. We'll be in recess until 11:10. If during that break you and Ms. Nester would come to some consensus about what the defense wants to have listed as private and or protected depending on the content.
Your Honor, the state agrees all should be.
Okay, understood. That's the order of the court. We'll be in recess until 11:10. Follow the directions of the court security director and the bailiffs in terms of how to leave and re-enter the courtroom. Thank you.
Wow. Yeah, the statements from the kids and her just sitting there like incredulous.
Mm. I mean, if I was
She is
innocently
disconnected from
convicted,
reality.
if I was
She's-
wrongfully convicted, right, and they're reading those statements by my children, like I'd be a wreck.
Right, exactly. Either way, wrongfully convicted, rightfully convicted, either way, when your kids are putting that out there, and I have no reason to doubt, I don't think that these social workers are generating these things about what the children have been saying about their mother. I don't think those are made up. I think the kids said those things. I'm sure they cherry picked the worst of the worst.
Well, it sounds like at least one of
Notwithstanding-
them was given like a form that asked questions, so I don't think they would have. I think it's just what the kids wrote. And,
Your Honor, I
and
need to go to the bathroom.
this is not the time for that, my
Oh,
love.
sorry.
But
Sorry.
like they're all saying, the kids are telling the same stories, and she's drunk all the time and locking the kids in the room. I mean,
She's a shitbag, I
Yeah.
mean, look, she was driven by money. That was her entire thing.
who knows?
I mean, how could she have had time for her children when all she's doing is running around trying to build this business, this house flipping business, screwing her boyfriend? I mean, when is she mothering?
I mean, clearly she's not. She's locking the kids in the room. I don't know.
She's like unreal. She's completely disconnected from reality, this woman is.
No, these are her and Eric's children together.
Yeah.
These are
these
their
are-
children.
These
She
are
is-
all her
she birthed
biological
these
children,
babies.
right?
As far as I know, I've never heard anything else.
Yeah, I think these are.
Like, even if you think like people are that's what I'm saying. Like, if this had happened to me, obviously it would never happen, but I'm just saying, and I'm wrongfully convicted, and I feel like my kids have been manipulated, I am still hysterical to hear if those things were not true, to to be hysterical to hear them, not to be the same level of indignant as she was with the sisters. That's what I saw. I saw no difference in her facial expressions of indignance or whatever the right word is for that between the children and the kids. I mean the sisters. And if your own children are saying that kind of horrible shit about you, true or not true, but especially if not true, I feel like you'd be just a puddle.
Yeah, they're all her biological kids. Yeah, right. Exactly. I mean, forget about the, Eric's sisters. They've all hated each other forever. I mean, but when your kids are saying that, for you to sit there and make those faces, which are now memorialized in perpetuity because of the internet. I mean, I'm telling you, this woman is living on a different planet mentally.
Yeah.
Like she's just her ability to feel or lack thereof is astounding.
Right. And Cricket says, she thinks if it, like, we're just going on the premise of like, let's pretend she did nothing wrong, or that the kids were saying things that were untrue, that she would be angry, not upset. And I think I'd be both. Like, I don't think I could like ever get over, especially if not true, my kids saying those words about me. I'd be angry, but also hysterical.
Right. You have to sit there if you're listening and just assume that the kids have said this stuff. Whether
No, the kids have said it. The kids have, there's no doubt about that.
Correct.
Right.
So if you're her, no matter what the motive was behind them putting it out there, like to hear your kids
Spitfire
saying those things and expressing how they feel about you deep down is, I'd just be a puddle.
So, I mean, other people are saying, they would cry later, like Live Story World says she'd like disassociate. I mean, I don't know what I would do for real, but
She
I
wasn't
wouldn't, what I wouldn't
dissociating, she
do.
was sitting there making those ridiculous
Right.
faces.
No, Living Story Wide, not saying that's what Kouri did. She's saying that's what she would do. And that's what I was about to follow that up with, babe. Like, if you disassociate or you do whatever, you're not making those same, her facial reactions again were the same as when the sister said something untrue. And to me, I mean, I don't know. But opinions are like assholes,
Yeah. And look, the bottom line is I don't know who thinks that she's getting 25 to life. She's getting life without the possibility of parole. I'd put heavy money on it. Like there's no way. Like she's going in and there's not going to be any possibility of parole. I mean, the thing that still kind of befuddles me is I'm still, and I think it goes to the strength of the case going in terms of what the state thought, in terms of why they didn't go after the death penalty here. I mean, that was on the table. It was an option. And they early on, they said that, I mean, when you're looking at it factually and when you look back at the trial, if we were to go and review our coverage, I mean, we were all over the place in terms of
guilt or innocence.
Did they prove it?
Reasonable doubt. Right.
Right.
I tell you this, I was trying to think this morning. I'm like, I remember that there were things where I was like, all right, that's it. I'm done. All doubt has been obliterated. But I actually couldn't remember what those things were.
Yeah, there was one thing in particular that like did it for you. I can't remember what it was either.
But I definitely
it was definitive for you. It was something, and it wasn't like some kind of monumental piece of evidence. It was like a thing that she did or said that you're like, no. Like now I'm done with this bitch. It's like, and I can't remember what it was. I was trying to think of that too. Because you had Lauber and you had the recanted statements.
Right. There was a lot of stuff for a period of time. Like, I agree, where I'm just like, this sounds like not beyond a reasonable doubt. That could go this way. That could go that way. You know,
Well, Denise, that's entirely up to the state. If they intend on seeking the death penalty, they have to give their notice of intent early on, because the defense needs to obviously know it changes the course of the trial
and
in terms.
do you think it could have been as simple as like they were worried that a jury would focus too much on that, and she's young, pretty, a mother, that they might get a not guilty because people didn't want her to get the death penalty? Do you think that could have played into it?
I think that the strength of the case that they felt in terms of it being so circumstantial had them worried. And that if you have that kind of penalty hanging over it, that in some way it could have potentially affected a potential verdict on this thing, because the evidence was highly circumstantial. You know, it just was. Like, I don't think that they made the wrong decision. You know, it was kind of the same thing with Lori. I mean, but they elected to seek the death penalty. They lost it when they didn't turn the evidence over promptly enough, and the judge
Vallow.
And with Lori Vallow. You know, so that was different there. But I mean, that too was a circumstantial case.
I mean, do we need to have We Support You MWF on? I mean, she says that she's got this inside information, and that Kouri did not do it.
I mean, I will listen to anybody. You know, doesn't mean that I'll buy it.
Right.
But, you know, I mean, I'll that's what we do.
You know, it's like
we do. Oh yeah.
I never really tried. I kind of gave up. I was like, I'm done with it. Like, when it's over, I'm done with it and I move on.
Well, I definitely want to talk about Murdoch a little bit while we have a minute here. You know?
Yeah, and you know, babe, you can't do that in the middle of a sentencing hearing, because then the chat started talking about it, and then apparently people are like, hey, stay on topic. And they're like, yeah, but Bob and Ali brought it up. So you got everybody all sidetracked.
Well, I mean, I just saw it. It was big news. Like, Kouri's getting life without the possibility. Like that, I hate to tell y'all, like, in the sense that I want victims to have and the families to have a voice. I think it's very important that they be able to air their grievances in this form. Whether or not they affect what a judge has already decided what they're going to do, I don't think that they do at all.
Yeah,
Since
I want to get back off topic right now.
About
So this is what I did. I starred this person's opinion. I figured, okay, we'll wait towards, you know, when there's a lull and we'll bring it up. But I have never, ever been convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that Murdoch family physically with his own hands unalived his family.
Well, we're both there. I've been very vocal. I think that he hired two crackheads to come.
I don't even know that he did that, to be perfectly honest.
I 100% think that happened.
Well, there's my unpopular opinion.
Yeah, and I think he got rid of the guns. Like I have that whole thing worked out.
He's got it worked out.
I have it all worked out.
Gosh,
you know, but people are like, I mean, everybody understands the concept that if you hire
you're
somebody to kill anybody, you're just as guilty as the person who.
Yeah, that's not what he was charged with. Not what he's charged with. So, what's going on? How can we hear the court sound so we don't see anything?
I don't know. Do you have blooping? Seems like you should have some blooping.
No, I don't have any blooping.
Really?
Wait.
Yeah, you have some blooping.
Oh, that's it.
A little
Blooping
bit.
gone. Blooping gone. Oh, Judge. Oh, look, they're giving live updates right there from Nate. Oh, this is new. Court TV. I thought it wasn't Court TV anymore. What's it called? Long Crime, right?
No, they bought it. Still, they
but
maintained
it's still
it.
Court TV. Oh, okay. I'm in the court. God damn it. I'm in the Kouri Richins courtroom with our camera crew setting up today's show.
The interesting thing about the Murdoch thing, and I haven't been able to read the opinion yet. I'll just read from the per curiam, you know, where the Supreme Court summarized it. It says, although that we are aware, and this is to the Murdaugh opinion that came out, if you're late, Alec Murdaugh's getting a new trial. So that whole 6-week nightmare is going to be replayed, maybe, because the issue of the financial crimes and how much they're going to allow in is that's why I'm really anxious to read this thing, because they're going to get into that. So, but this is what they say. This is a quote from their opinion. Although that we are aware of the time, money, and effort expended for this lengthy trial, we have no choice but to reverse the denial of Murdaugh's motion for a new trial due to Hill's improper external influences on the jury and remand for a new trial. Because we order a new trial on this basis, it is not necessary that we review every evidentiary issue Murdaugh raises on appeal from his conviction. However, we address the admissibility of Murdaugh's financial crimes to offer guidance on this thorny issue to the trial court on remand.
Don't fuck up again.
I mean, like, and I love Judge Newman. Like, he was great. I loved his demeanor on the bench. I thought, you know, he was another one of those judges who had a pretty firm grasp of the law. However,
he did that thing.
That being said, allowing that much of the financial, I mean, it was essentially the financial crimes trial being tried. And, you know, Creighton Waters spent the first 2 weeks. Like, I remember watching that trial. I'm like, are we ever going to get to the murder? Like, weeks went by before we even heard that there was anybody killed, because it was all the financial crime stuff.
So Tracy sent me an immediate release from the Attorney General, Alan Wilson, to retry Murdaugh, May 13th, 2026. South Carolina Attorney General Alan Wilson released the following statement following the South Carolina Supreme Court's decision on Alec Murdaugh.
Yeah.
Somebody wrote Alec Murdaugh appeal of his murder conviction. While we respectfully disagree with the court's decision, my office will aggressively seek to retry Alec Murdaugh for the murders of Maggie and Paul as soon as possible. Let me be clear. This decision does not mean Murdaugh will be released. He will remain in prison for his financial crimes. No one is above the law, and as always, we continue to fight for justice. So, I guess they were worried. People thought he was getting out.
I don't think Newman's going to sit on it. I can't remember if he retired or Newman did something like.
You guys hear that buzzing? Is that the?
No.
No?
Mm-mm.
Have a seat, thank you. We're back on the record in 231-500-139. Mr. Bloodworth, just to confirm, anything further from the state?
No.
Okay. Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nester, please tell me what's contemplated.
Your Honor, I have some opening remarks. Then we have some letters that some of which we've been asked to read. Others are here to read themselves. Due to the excessive publicity, several of the people have asked that only you and the prosecutor know their names, and that we not say their names. And so I'm going to provide you with each letter as we go that has their actual names on it. All of them are willing to confirm with you privately that they've written these letters as officers of the court. We assure you they have, but they did not want to appear on camera.
That's fine.
And then after we do a set of the letters, Mr. Ramos has some very brief remarks, and then we're going to put on 3 more. Then Ms. Lewis will close out remarks, and then Ms. Richins will do her allocution at the very end.
Understood.
If that's sufficient.
Please.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, Drummond's still a thing on DD. What are you talking about? We just did a live, like the last thing that happened. You're muted. Babe, you're muted.
I'm shocked. I'm like, can you pay attention to what they just said? She's gonna allocute.
Did you have any doubt? I put the poll up.
I thought because if you're not gonna accept responsibility, you don't talk. So she's gonna fuck herself.
She doesn't care. She does not give a shit.
And
If
people
we're to
are too
believe
afraid.
that quote that I read,
Oh.
from their sentencing memo,
Right.
like that is not a woman who's giving a shit. She's going to stand up, and it's going to be a thing. She's certainly not going to take any kind of
All
responsibility.
right. Buckle
That's
up,
for sure.
everybody.
Yeah,
And
that'll be a thing.
people want to speak on her behalf, but they're afraid to do it publicly.
The court. Excuse me.
Wow.
We began this journey when Kouri Richins stood before this court, stood before your honor, and entered a plea of not guilty. And now, after being convicted by a jury, she stands before you again. And on this day, she will tell you again that she did not do what she has been convicted of doing. And that is her right under the law. And we, her advocates, we are tasked with a sacred duty. A duty to protect and preserve her constitutional rights at all costs. In the face of criticism, scorn, and ridicule from the public, the media, and anybody else connected with this case. We have been committed to our duty throughout this trial, and we remain so today. It is our privilege and honor to stand beside in the court's commitment to its sacred duty, and in the prayerful hope that mercy will prevail over calls for retribution. As the state has conceded in their briefing, in order to decide an appropriate sentence.
Whatever the sound.
I don't know. I just tried to refresh it it's doing that staticky thing it was doing before. So I don't know if we want to try another feed or I just keep going.
Things such as the personal traits and characteristics
that
suggest she is not the monster that the prosecution portrays, but a human being, a mother, a daughter, a sister, a friend, a person that has made mistakes, but a person who has loved deeply.
Yeah.
A person who's completed acts of kindness and love and care toward others. A person who's contributed to her community. A person who, even in the darkest time of her life, reached out to help others who were incarcerated alongside her. A person who unselfishly tried to ease the pain her family and friends experienced as a result of this case. Now, we have asked people who know Kouri the best to show you the person they know and love. You will hear from family and friends who saw her the most. You will hear from people who worked with her. You will hear from people who spent time with her since she's been incarcerated and have seen how committed she is to rehabilitation while she's in jail. Even more telling, you will hear how she's helped others even when facing unbearable situations in her own life. All of these individuals will reassure this court that she can be productive and make positive contributions in a carceral setting. You've heard from the state their cry for the harshest punishments available under our laws. Yet you also presided over this trial. You saw the evidence and the absence of facts that would justify such penalties. I am sure this court is aware of what a sentence of life without parole actually means in a prison setting. These individuals are locked down in their cells 23 hours a day. They are not provided with the opportunity to participate in programming, seek education, work at jobs in the prison. For all intents and purposes, they are treated as death row inmates. They are denied in-person visitation. They are stripped of any sense of community or humanity. They have no hope of any future reunification with the people they love. Out of the thousands and thousands of cases that go through our criminal justice system, less than 100 individuals have been determined to be worthy of a sentence of life without parole. And that is because judges throughout this state understand that such a sentence presumes that an individual is wholly incapable of redemption or rehabilitation and should be punished in the worst way imaginable until they die alone in a cage. And Ms. Lewis will talk more about that later. But in the meantime, you're also going to hear from 3 people who've never met Kouri Richins. They know nothing about her case, but they know about what life without parole means. You are going to hear from a mother whose son was murdered and how many years ago she was in the position that the Richins family is in now. You will hear about her journey to forgiveness and how after many years she came to regret seeking the penalty of life without parole for her son's killer. You will hear from a woman who understands how Kouri's boys feel. Her father killed her mother and was sentenced to prison. You will hear how she learned to forgive her father and how she's enriched her life through finding her way into a relationship with him again. And you will hear from a former prosecutor, someone who sat right where Mr. Bloodworth sits now, and how he personally witnessed the rehabilitation and tragic end of an individual he put behind bars for life. All of these perspectives are important because they remind us and the court that the recognition of the precious gift of life takes many forms and can change over time. They remind us that the decisions made by this court today can reflect our own humanity and inspire us all to have hope and believe in forgiveness. Finally, you're going to hear from Ms. Richins herself. Her allocution is unusually long. She is working very hard on it. We asked the court to allow her to take about 30 minutes or so to read her words aloud. She is going to share with you what matters most to her in this world, her love for her boys. It is all she has left. Everything else she has ever held dear in her life has been stripped from her. It is her hope that in openly and honestly sharing her love and hopes and dreams for her boys with you, that you will see what it is inside of her that is worth saving, that is worthy of mercy, and that is filled with hope, humanity, and love. So with the court's indulgence, we'd like to read aloud some letters that have been provided to us. As I discussed, some have asked us to read it and only share the names with you in the prosecution. Some are here to read them themselves. And we are grateful to the court's indulgence to listen. And we're going to start with a letter from Kouri's mother, and Ms. Lewis is going to read that letter. And I have a copy of it that I'm going to provide so the court can read along if you like. And I also have copies for the prosecution as we go.
And we will add this to the information as part of the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Non-public.
Understood.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kouri's mother, Lisa Darden, is here in the courtroom. She's actually, I feel, given me the privilege to read her words. She was concerned about her ability to read the person. Your Honor, Kouri is my daughter. I write to you today very brief that words struggle to hold. First and foremost, I want to acknowledge the loss of Eric. He was my son-in-law, my friend, and a truly wonderful father. Eric had a kind heart and a generous spirit. He was deeply loved, and he will never be forgotten by me or by the many people whose lives he touched. Eric once saved my life, and I have carried that gratitude with me every day since. His legacy lives on most clearly through the 3 beautiful boys he left behind. Your Honor, I speak today as a mother and as a grandmother. The children are my greatest concerns. These 3 boys have endured unimaginable loss and upheaval in their young lives. They lost their father, then their mother, then the sense of safety and continuity every child deserves. Their world has changed again and again through no choice of their own. Whatever sentence is imposed will shape their lives forever. Whatever sentence is imposed, that was their choice. I will continue to watch the boys grow, whether it's school events, or sporting activities, and throughout their lives. I will keep them in my prayers, hoping they grow into emotionally stable and resilient young men. Kouri is more than the worst day of her life. She is a mother who has devoted herself to her children since the day they were born. Before all of this, she was deeply involved in their schooling, their sports, their faith, and their community. She coached teams, volunteered weekly at school, led youth programs, and taught her boys compassion through service, from food banks to flood relief to helping firefighters and families in need. Her life centered on her family and on helping others. In many ways, everyone impacted by this case has suffered loss. However, the greatest burden has fallen on 3 innocent children. These boys have experienced repeated disruption and trauma at an age when stability is essential. Before these events, they lived in a loving home with 2 devoted parents. They were surrounded by family, supported emotionally and financially, and deeply connected to both their mother and father. Their lives revolved around school, sports, family traditions, and feeling safe and loved. That sense of security was taken from them in stages. First, they lost their father suddenly without preparation. They were informed by officials rather than being guided gently by a parent, a moment that forever changed their childhood. Their mother then spent more than a year helping them navigate grief, modeling compassion and emotional resilience, and working closely with them to understand loss in appropriate ways. She even found creative ways to help them cope emotionally during this painful period. Then they lost daily access to their mother. Once again, they were told life-altering news by strangers rather than family. The boys were moved between placements, disrupting routines and emotional progress, despite beginning to feel settled and supported. Throughout this time, they maintained a meaningful and positive relationship with their mother through letters, phone calls, visits, and counseling. Later, they were moved again, against their expressed wishes, away from family caregivers and trusted relationships. Each transition compounded their confusion, anxiety, and grief. Children need continuity to heal, yet these boys have experienced repeated separations from the people they rely on most. As a grandmother who helped raise these children, I have also lost daily contact with them. They were a central part of my life, just as I was part of theirs. The separation from their maternal family has been devastating, not only to me, but to the boys themselves who deserve access to all safe and loving family connections. Your Honor, these children have already endured more than most adults will in a lifetime. Being placed in the middle of adult proceedings and repeatedly confronted with painful realities risks further emotional harm. They love their mother. They need reassurance, not fear, healing, not more loss. I ask the court to carefully consider the cumulative impact on these children and the importance of preserving their emotional well-being and future stability when determining your appropriate sentence. Your Honor, I ask the court to take a moment to consider Kouri Richins as a whole person, beyond headlines or assumptions, and to understand the life she built before this case. Kouri has been driven, disciplined, and committed to growth from a young age. She graduated from high school in 2007, completing her studies a year early. She continued her education and earned her associate's degree in 2010. In 2012, she obtained her bachelor's degree. The same year, she became a mother.
Now she has feelings.
In 2013, Kouri married Eric, and together they began building a family. Their second son was born in 2014. Kouri continued pursuing education while raising her children, earning her master's degree in 2017, followed by the birth of their third son shortly thereafter. Professionally, Kouri has consistently worked to better herself and provide for her family. She obtained her real estate license in 2019 and later earned her general contractor's license in 2021, achievements that reflected her work ethic, independence, and determination. In 2022, Kouri experienced a devastating loss with the sudden death of her husband. Despite profound grief, she sought constructive ways to cope and help others, publishing a children's book in 2023 focused on helping children process loss. After her arrest in 2023, Kouri did not retreat from self-improvement. While incarcerated, she earned her paralegal certificate in 2025. In 2026, she completed her MBA, pursuing education under extraordinarily difficult circumstances. She continues to seek opportunities for further education, demonstrating perseverance and a commitment to growth. Your Honor, this timeline reflects a pattern of responsibility, resilience, and continued effort to better herself, even in the most challenging moments of her life. I would like to illustrate Kouri's character through her actions and the way she lived her life, particularly as a wife, mother, and member of her community. Kouri was deeply devoted to her family. She was a committed wife to Eric and a hands-on present mother to their 3 sons. Their marriage was built on partnership and mutual support. Kouri consistently supported Eric in his career, hobbies, and interests, including his involvement in sports and coaching. She encouraged his passions and stood by him throughout their life together. In return, Eric expressed his commitment to caring for his wife and children, and their shared priorities were apparent in the way they lived and parented. As parents, Kouri and Eric focused on raising kind, engaged, and active children. Kouri was closely involved in her son's education, sports, and activities. She volunteered weekly at their school, coached youth soccer and basketball, served as a scout leader, and was present at practices, games, and events. Her time, energy, and focus were always directed toward her children's well-being and development. Beyond her immediate family, Kouri consistently showed compassion for others. She was active in community service and believed strongly in teaching her children empathy through example. Together, they volunteered at food banks, participated in flood relief by filling sandbags for elderly residents, baked cookies for firefighters during fire season, and assembled care packages for families and individuals in need. She also helped ensure that children in the community had proper winter clothes by donating nearly 100 pairs of snow boots to a local elementary school. During the holidays, Kouri made extraordinary efforts to help others, purchasing, wrapping, and delivering hundreds of gifts to families who were struggling. She also demonstrated thoughtfulness in her extended work family by assembling personalized gift boxes and organizing holiday gatherings to bring people together. In 2023, following her husband's death, Kouri published a children's book designed to help grieving children process loss. She donated hundreds of copies to children who had lost a parent and visited schools to read to students dealing with grief. Although the book achieved some commercial success, her intention was not profit. It was to help children feel less alone during one of the most difficult experiences a child can face. Kouri has always viewed her greatest accomplishment as her family, her husband, her children, and the home they built together. Her loyalty to her family is unwavering. As an aunt, she has been a consistent and loving presence in her nieces and nephews' lives, providing child care support, attending milestones and school events, and assisting her siblings whenever they needed her. She has been the person who organizes family gatherings, holidays, and shared tradition, keeping the family connected. Faith has also played an important role in Kouri's life. She and her children regularly attended church and participated in faith-based community activities, reinforcing values of service, compassion, and responsibility. Your Honor, these are not isolated gestures. They reflect a long-standing pattern of generosity, responsibility, and care for others. Kouri's life before this case was defined by service to her family and community, and by her commitment to raising her children to be compassionate and engaged members of society. From a young age, Kouri demonstrated responsibility and a strong work ethic. While still in high school, she worked nights, weekends, and holidays to help support her aunt's business, using her earnings to pay her own way through college. That sense of responsibility never diminished. She continued to support extended family members whenever they needed help. Only 3 weeks after losing her husband, Kouri faced another profound loss with the death of her uncle. Even while grieving deeply herself, she stepped forward to help her aunt by taking on the responsibility of planning the funeral. This pattern, putting others' needs ahead of her own pain, has been consistent throughout her life. Kouri has always believed that no one should have to navigate grief or hardship alone. Kouri and I share an exceptionally close relationship as mother and daughter. She has stood beside me during some of the most difficult moments of my life, including surgeries and radiation treatments, providing care, support, and comfort without hesitation. Our relationship is built on mutual reliance, trust, and love. I, in turn, have played an active role in her family's life, helping care for Eric, the boys, and Kouri, and being deeply involved in their daily lives. Kouri also shares a strong bond with her brother. Though close in age, and like many siblings growing up, it was the loss of their father shortly after high school that solidified their understanding of the importance of family. Since then, the relationship has only grown stronger. They have supported each other through life's milestones, challenges, and joys. As a mother, Kouri has always made sure her children felt surrounded by family. She intentionally included her brother in holidays, family gatherings, and everyday moments, reinforcing the value of connection and belonging. She welcomed her brother's wife into the family from the very beginning, making a deliberate effort to ensure she felt included and supported. She has constantly offered help with family milestones, celebrations, and responsibilities, always striving to ease stress for others. Kouri takes pride in maintaining a close-knit family. She believes that shared time, whether during holidays, sporting events, small gatherings, or simply simple evenings together, is essential. Creating those moments of connection has always mattered deeply to her, and she has worked intentionally to keep her family united. Kouri played an important and deeply integrated role within the Richins family, particularly during times of hardship. When Eric's mother passed away in Hawaii, Kouri provided steady emotional support to the entire family and assisted in organizing funeral arrangements, stepping in wherever help was needed during a very painful period. Her commitment to Eric's family was genuine and enduring. At one point, Eric's mother expressed that Kouri was not simply her daughter-in-law, but her daughter, a reflection of the closeness and trust Kouri had earned within the family. Kouri and Eric prioritized time with extended family, creating meaningful memories together, including regular visits to St. George, Utah, to spend time with Eric's grandmother. When one of Eric's sisters faced unemployment, Kouri helped her secure work at the hospital where she herself was employed. She also routinely provided childcare for her sister-in-law's children, allowing them time together as a couple. Her involvement went beyond logistical help. She always participated in family milestones, including serving in a bridal party and assisting with wedding planning for another of Eric's sisters. During a particularly difficult period in that sister's life, Kouri accompanied her to a self-help retreat, offering both emotional support and companionship. Within the Richins family, Kouri often served as a source of calm and connection. She consistently worked to ease tensions, provide comfort, and maintain relationships during challenging moments. Her efforts contribute significantly to the overall well-being of the family. Kouri's compassion extended well beyond her immediate and extended family. She opened her home to the parents of a friend whose house had been damaged, offering them a safe place during a difficult time. When another friend's parents lacked firewood, their sole source of heat during the winter, Kouri arranged for a truckload of wood to ensure they stayed warm. She maintained close, supportive friendships, particularly participated fully in friends' major life events, and was actively involved in the lives of their children. As a neighbor, Kouri was equally attentive and caring. Her home was offering a gathering place for neighborhood children, and she routinely prepared meals for parents working late or offered help to neighbors facing illness, including one undergoing chemotherapy. Her generosity was never performative. It was quiet, consistent, and motivated by genuine concern for others. Kouri is not a perfect person, but she is an authentic one. Her life has been marked by steady acts of kindness, loyalty, and service toward her family, her friends, and her community. She has always found purpose in easing the burden of others and helping people through difficult moments. Following Kouri's separation from her children, they were placed in a living situation that differed from what they expressed as their preference, despite having strong and meaningful bonds with extended family who had long played an active role in helping raise them. As young children, they had little control over these decisions, which added to their sense of uncertainty and loss. Kouri's sons are now facing significant emotional challenges in their day-to-day lives. They are processing grief, separation, and repeated changes, all at an age when stability is critical. Like their mother, Kouri's eldest son is especially sensitive and expressive, and he has struggled deeply with these transitions. All three boys are currently receiving counseling, which is essential in helping them cope. Kouri has consistently supported therapeutic intervention and has emphasized the importance of counseling, not only for each child individually, but for the family as a whole. In particular, she has advocated for additional individual support for her eldest child, recognizing his specific emotional needs. The circumstances surrounding their separation and the rules governing communications have made it difficult for Kouri and her children to openly share their feelings with one another. This limitation has taken an emotional toll on both the boys and their mother. Important thoughts, reassurances, and emotions often remain unspoken, creating additional stress and sadness. As a mother, Kouri experiences deep anguish over her inability to comfort her children as she once did. She worries constantly about their emotional well-being and struggles with the pain of knowing they are hurting while being unable to fully support them.
I wish we had
Her concern
looping
for her
time at
sons
this
remains
point.
constant and unwavering. Kouri has endured profound emotional and personal suffering since the loss.
This doesn't ring true.
The absence of the man she loved and built a life with, while navigating separation from her children and family under intense public scrutiny. The weight of these losses is immense, and it has affected not only Kouri, but her entire family, her mother, her children, and those who love her. Despite being incarcerated, Kouri has continued to demonstrate resilience and personal responsibility. Within the confines of jail, she has dedicated herself to education and self-improvement, using her time to study and work toward meaningful goals. These efforts reflect her character and her desire to grow, contribute, and remain a constructive presence, even under extremely difficult circumstances. Like many marriages, Kouri and Eric faced challenges. When difficulties arose, they chose to address them responsibly to address them responsibly by seeking marriage counseling rather than turning away from one another. Those efforts strengthened their relationship. By all accounts from those closest to them, they were in a period of renewed connection and commitment, focused on their family and their future together. Your Honor, I stand before you as Kouri's mother. I love my daughter. I have known her for her entire life, not just through this case. I cannot speak to every aspect of what the
Thanks.
court has considered, but I can speak to who she is as a human being, as a mother, and as a member of her family. I do not believe that Kouri did this, nor do I believe Kouri could possibly be capable of this crime. I can't validate what she did financially one way or another, and that's something Kouri will have to live with. I respectfully ask the court to consider a sentence that holds Kouri accountable for the jury's verdict while still allowing for the possibility of mercy and hope. A sentence without the opportunity for parole would permanently separate her from her children and leave no room for redemption. Kouri's life has meaning, especially to her 3 sons and her family, and I respectfully ask that the sentence reflect not only accountability, but also the potential for rehabilitation and the profound long-term impact on innocent children. Your Honor, I ask from a mother's heart that Kouri be given a sentence that allows the possibility of a future, one in which she can continue to grow and one day be a positive presence in life and her children's lives again. I firmly believe the jury reached an incorrect conclusion
Jesus.
and that this outcome represents a profound injustice driven by personal bias. I do not believe Kouri is capable of committing murder. No one understands or loves her children as deeply as their mother does. Thank you for listening, Your Honor. I love you, Kouri, Carter, Ashton, and Weston. Her story does not end with this sentence. It is the strength of her comeback that will define it.
Wow.
Wow.
Your Honor, at this time, we would ask Renne Odom. She is going to read her own letter. We ask that she approach the podium.
So I'm sorry, guys. I just want to take a quick pause. I have never even considered, contemplated, or even as I sit here now, I'm shocked that you're able to present evidence from people wholly unrelated to the case about the impact of a life sentence. I'm surprised by that. Are you not surprised by that?
A little bit. I mean, at the end of the day, what I'd like to see the judge do, because I over on Twitter, people are like, oh, do you think that the victim impact statements are impacting the judge? And the answer to that is no. The judge has put in the work.
Right.
There's a pre-sentence investigation report that's prepared. I'm sure they talk to other judges, who they consider confidants and value their opinions. And then, they come in on the morning of sentencing knowing what they're going to sentence them to. It's not to say that there's never been a judge whose needle was moved a bit. What I think, is my mic still loud?
No, you're perfect to me.
So, I mean, I'm at 54. Maybe
I'm
turn
at
your volume
54.
down.
I'm at 54.
That's where I'm at too. But we have a different setup. You've got the thing. But all to say that what I'd like to see here, what I'd like to see the judge say is I'd like him to say openly after she does her statement in allocution, I love him to say, you know what? I was actually going to sentence you to 25 to life until you made your statement in allocution.
Showed no remorse.
Took no responsibility.
It sounds like she might avoid saying I didn't do this and just speak to what she wants for her kids in the future. Maybe.
We'll see.
All right, let's go.
I will provide it.
One moment, please.
My name is Renne Odom, and I am here today as the sister of Kouri Richins. I want to begin by saying nothing I share today is meant to excuse or lessen the seriousness of what has brought us here. Eric's life was taken, and that loss is permanent. I want to acknowledge Eric by name and say that I loved him. He was kind to me. He was a part of my life, a part of my children's life, and a part of my family. He matters deeply, and he is missed. This tragedy has devastated our family, and its deepest impact continues to fall on Kouri's 3 boys. For more than 3 years now, they have been unable to see or speak with their mother. They have lost their father, and at the same time, they have lost access to their mom. Even in separation, Kouri has never stopped being their mother. She writes to her boys every single week. She reaches out every birthday, every holiday, holding on to that connection with everything she has and reminding them that they are loved. Kouri is my baby sister, and she has been an integral part of my life and the lives of my children. She has shown up for our family in ways that are impossible to count. I was there at her graduation from high school. I was there for the wedding of Kouri and Eric, moments filled with love, hope, and dreams for the future. She was there for my wedding and the birth of my son. She was there for me when I graduated college. She stood beside me at the baptism of both of my daughters. She poured her heart into giving my oldest daughter a beautiful sweet 16. These were not obligations to her. This is who she is. Kouri has always been the glue that held our family together. She hosts every Christmas. She planned every family vacation and made sure that no one ever felt forgotten or left behind. She believes deeply in helping others, and she has lived with this belief throughout her life. Even from behind bars, Kouri has continued to help people, offering support and encouragement and kindness any way she can. That desire to be of service has never left her. Kouri is a great sister, an awesome aunt, an amazing daughter, and she will always be a devoted mother. She's also the smartest person I know. Kouri has earned 2 master's degrees and is applying to a PhD program. Growth and learning and becoming better for herself and others have always mattered to her. Most of all, she loved her husband and her children with everything that she was. I continue to struggle to reconcile this tragedy with the loving sister and the mother I've always known. I understand and respect the court's responsibility to impose a just and lawful sentence. I am not here to challenge the verdict or to minimize the harm that has occurred. I only ask that the court see the full human picture, the pain, the accountability, the lifelong consequences that are already being carried. Please leave room for hope of a life with her boys. The impact of this tragedy will remain with Kouri and her children for the rest of their lives. Our family deeply feels the absence of her presence and that of her boys, her guidance and her love. I love you, Kouri, and I will always stand by you. Thank you, Your Honor, for letting me speak and considering my words.
Now, I can't believe it. Nothing when her kids smoke.
I'm going to read a letter from Darden.
I thought you weren't supposed to say their names out loud.
No, I think there were certain people that they weren't going to say the names. I don't think it was all of them.
Yeah, Ron, who also worked with her at her real estate business. I know you probably heard some testimony about that. She has a newborn baby, so she can't be here. Your Honor, I was introduced to the Richins family around 8 years ago, excuse me, and was able to have been around Kouri, Eric, and the boys since the youngest was 1. I spent many days, weekends, holidays, birthdays, barbecues, etc. with them all, and was able to learn so much about the family dynamic and the love they had for one another. No, their family wasn't perfect. No one's is. But those boys were loved beyond belief by both parents. Kouri and Eric did everything for the boys, to protect them, to teach them, to encourage them, to show them love, and mostly to show them 2 loving parents. My heart goes out to the 3 boys, as they do not deserve to be going through all this, as well as they do not deserve to be alienated from one side of their family. I miss them dearly every day. To know Kouri is to know the love she has in her heart. Kouri is one of the most selfless and caring people I know. She lived for those boys and lived to be the best wife she could be. Yes, she made mistakes in her marriage, as we know. So did Eric. But at the end of the day, they chose each other and their family. As a loving mother, exceptional caretaker, and benevolent humanitarian, Kouri was truly a devoted volunteer. She never stood still when she knew she could help another, embodying the definition of true character. From the moment this sudden, unexplainable tragedy occurred, there has been a distaste for Kouri for personal reasons rather than factual reasons. From allegations made by individuals she regarded as family, to authorities not conducting a systemically correct investigation and then not being given a suitable, unbiased finale. The conclusion of this case seemed inevitable. Although I'm not here to argue the verdict, I am here to help provide perspective on views you are unable to hear about. Kouri is a mother, a sister, a daughter, an aunt, widow, and at the end of the day, an imperfect person striving for grace. She is someone whom the community trusted, neighbors enjoyed, and her boys counted on as a supporter. I respectfully ask that the court consider the totality of her character and her full life history when making a determination. Here are the next individual that spoke is Kouri's aunt. This is Lisa's sister. Her name is Doreen Kouri. Your Honor, thank you for allowing me to speak today. I have spent many sleepless nights trying to find the right words for this moment because it is heartbreaking to stand here and speak about someone I care deeply about in a courtroom like this. I believe in you, Kouri, and I'm very proud to be your aunt. I stand before the court not to minimize the seriousness of this case, but to speak about the person I have known outside of these proceedings. The woman I know is not the monster these proceedings may have made her appear to be. When I think about her, I do not think about charges, headlines, or verdicts. I think about the mother I watched love her children with every part of herself. I think about the woman who worked hard to build a better life through education, determination, and sacrifice. I think about someone who wanted more not only for herself, but for her children and the people she loved. Her children were never just part of her life. They were her entire world. I watched her celebrate their accomplishments, comfort them in difficult times, and carry the weight of motherhood every single day. She loved fiercely, deeply, and unconditionally. Eric and those boys were her life. Both Eric and Kouri were very loving and attentive parents. They were solid, they loved hard, and they played hard. I also watched her work tirelessly to educate herself and create stability for her family. She pushed herself because she believed in building a meaningful future. She was proud of what she accomplished, but even more proud of being a mother. This conviction does not erase the years of humanity, goodness, and compassion that existed before this moment. I know there are people who may only see the charge or the verdict, but I ask the court to remember a person is more than the worst moment of their life, or in this case, more than a verdict that many of us still struggle to understand and accept. The woman I know is compassionate, intelligent, nurturing, and deeply human. I do not believe she's cruel or beyond redemption. I believe there's still goodness in her, and I know there are many others who believe that too. Whatever sentence is imposed today will not only affect her, it will echo through the lives of her children, her family, and everyone who loves her for years to come. Her children still need their mother's guidance, love, voice, and presence in whatever way they can still have it. I understand the weight of the court's responsibility, and I speak with respect for these proceedings. I only ask that when sentencing is considered, the court remembers the whole person standing before you today. Not only this moment, but the years she spent loving, learning, sacrificing, and being devoted mother. I love you, Kouri, and I love those precious boys. I ask for mercy, I ask for compassion, and I ask that the court see the humanity in her so that so many of us have seen for years. All right, the next one is an individual that did not want their name read in the public, so I'm going to provide it to the court and the prosecution only. This is a close friend of the family. To the Honorable Judge Mrazik, I'm writing to respectfully share my personal relationship and observations with the Richins family and 3 young boys, and to ask that you consider sentencing Kouri to 25 years to life rather than life without the possibility of parole. From 2017 to 2019, I had the privilege of working as a babysitter for Kouri and Eric's 3 children. I was able to view this family at a time when things in life were good for them. The youngest, Weston, was still in diapers, and we worked on potty training together. What struck me most during that time was the stable, loving, and orderly home the 3 boys had to grow up in. Kouri was a young mother, close in age to 2 of my own children, and she'd established a true house of order. The home was beautifully decorated. I particularly remember the bright fall decor. The walls were lined with photos of the boys at different ages, and they had a wonderful playroom over the garage. The family worked together, played hard together, and clearly loved one another. I recognized the effort and pride in caring for her family. When she was out of town one week, she left detailed meal plans for me to use the crock pot, so Eric could come home each night to dinner with the boys. Those meals were so good that I replicated them for my own family. I was so impressed by her age progression photo display in the hallway that I had canvases made of my own grandchildren in a similar fashion. I even copied some of her simple but festive fall decorations and bought similar cowboy kid toys for my grandchildren after seeing how much her boys enjoyed them. Kouri's positive influence extended beyond her own family. I brought many of her ideas home with me. I do not wish to minimize the tragedy of this case. I watched the funeral online and was heartbroken, especially hearing young Carter say he would now be the man of the house. I believe Kouri deeply cares for her children, and I have to believe they love her as well. 3 boys' lives will be forever affected by the court's decision. I believe in the possibility of rehabilitation and the value of preserving hope. I respectfully ask that you not eliminate the chance that one day these 3 sons would be able to make their own choice as to whether or not to have a relationship with their mother. Kouri is not a threat to society. Please give her the opportunity to serve her sentence with the possibility of someday returning to her family. Thank you for your time and considering my perspective. Your Honor, the next individual that's going to be addressing the court is going to do it himself. And that is Mr. Greg Hall, and he's here to read his statement to the court.
Hot dogs are inedible without mustard.
Sir, please proceed.
All eyes is right, though. A chili dog, pretty good.
Good morning, Your Honor. Before I say anything else, I want to express my deepest sympathy and most sincere condolences to the Richins and Darden's families. Nothing I say today is meant to diminish the weight of what has brought us into this courtroom today. My name is Greg Hall. I have known Kouri for over 7 years, both personally and professionally. And we have stayed in daily contact by phone, text, and in-person visits throughout her entire incarceration here in Summit County. I'm here today to share with you what I have witnessed firsthand about the person I know. In the years before Kouri was incarcerated, she made a habit of looking for people who were struggling. She not only volunteered for many years at children's schools and donated, but you heard about the 100 pairs of snow boots, but she also did follow up to make sure that those children had clothes. She has volunteered at the soup kitchen for years and brought her boys along with her because she wanted them to teach them about service and kindness to others. When Kouri found out a neighbor had been diagnosed with cancer, she anonymously arranged for a massage therapist to visit her. When my own wife was in an auto accident, a care package showed up at our home. If a family was having a difficult time purchasing a home, she would offer to take little or no commission in order to help them. Please know that none of these things were ever done for recognition. They were done because all she ever wanted to do was good. Your Honor, what I would like the court to understand the most is that the goodness and kindness toward other people that defined Kouri before her arrest has not gone away since being incarcerated. When new inmates arrive frightened and disorientated, Kouri is the first to step in. She helps them get their footing in an environment that is unfamiliar and frightening to them. She's also tutored other inmates working to further their education. She has helped women who cannot read or write navigate through the system and draft letters to their family on the outside. When women in her unit receive bad news from home, she is the first to sit with them and comfort them. She has used her time inside to study, and she takes her studies very seriously. She has earned multiple degrees, including a master's degree since being incarcerated, because she wants to be of use to other incarcerated women who struggle with literacy, with their legal paperwork, and with the simple daily reality of being inside. She enjoys studying religion and ethics and the practical application they have in our lives. She attends weekly church services and has helped to create new programs within the jail that other inmates now rely on. She studies late into the night, every night. She prays for her boys and for her family every day.
Ticker.
She also prays for others in need. She writes to her sons, though her
I don't know
letters
who
are
this guy
returned to her
is.
unopened. She has not stopped trying
Family
to
friend.
contact them, to express her love for them. Your Honor, the Kouri that I talk with each day is still filled with kindness, with goodness. Even to this day, as we speak to one another, she continues to ask and care about how people on the outside are doing. My family, her family, people we usually know, before ever talking about herself. I'm not here to argue with the verdict of this court. I am here to tell you that the person I have known for over 7 years is still there, still trying, still useful to people around her in the small ways available to her to continue to be of service and provide acts of kindness. I only ask that the court please take this into consideration today. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
See, I'm not the only one.
The facts
Your
still
Honor,
remain,
those
Paige.
two letters are from individuals who are investors with Ms. Richins in her real estate business.
Oh, good God.
Both of
Serious?
these
She stole from
individuals,
us, but we're good with
did
it.
experience losses of money. So although they may not be victims in this case, they, I guess, are technically victims in the case that is pending. So I think their perspective is important. The first one, for some reason, I only have one copy. I'm going to give just a moment for Mr. Bloodworth to read it. Then I'll read it, and then I'll hand it to the court.
Thank you.
I need to go to the bathroom.
Bob.
Hey, Bloodworth is going to Bloodworth. I have no control over it. The man has to go to the bathroom.
All right, so update the ticker back to like lawyer reading.
Honorable Judge Mrazik, I'm writing to you regarding whatever sentence you need to impose on Kouri Richins. I implore you to impose the lowest sentence possible, including the possibility for parole. Due to the defense resting in this case, you and the jury only heard everything negative that could possibly be said about her from the prosecution, their witnesses, and the media. There was always another side of her that was not presented. As one of the investors in some of Kouri Richins' properties, she never asked that we invest. We always asked her after seeing the quality of the work done. She had a real estate license and got a general contractor's license. Yes, we made money on some of the properties, and yes, we lost money on the legacy property due to her arrest. She made sure we were aware that we could lose our investments. During the time we did spend with her, we found her to be honest, caring, super smart, and constantly talking about her love of Eric and her children. She adores those boys and was involved in all aspects of their lives and very proud of all of them. I understand she has used the time in jail to obtain a second master's degree. I honestly believe that even spending time in prison, that she could still be a valuable and contributing member of society and hopefully one day have a relationship with her boys. I do totally understand how difficult it is to have someone's life in your hands, as I felt that weight as an Air Force flight nurse in Iraq many times caring for our wounded warriors. We all need to have hope. Please do not take that from her, as she has already lost so much. And I'm not going to reveal the name on public.
Thank you.
Ooh, secret.
The second one is also an investor, Your Honor, that did lose a significant amount of money.
Oh, yeah. Big
so-
losses.
Some type of victim status here. Honorable Richard Mrazik, thank you, Your Honor, for the opportunity to address the court at this sentencing hearing. Actually, okay, yeah, I do have extra of that one. Thank you for the opportunity to address the court at this sentencing hearing for Kouri Richins. May I first say that I was so impressed with your professionalism and demeanor during the trial. It appeared to me that you were very thoughtful in trying to judge fairly during the court proceedings. I would like to speak on my real estate experience with Kouri over the 3 years that I invested in 10 or more fix and flip home transactions. My wife, my son, and I were so impressed with Kouri and the great job she did in finding and remodeling the homes that we invested in. She worked hard at making those properties look beautiful after they were remodeled, and we all made money from them. We could not have been more proud of Kouri and happy for her and her family. Knowing from her brother Ronney that she'd lost her father at a younger age, I told her once in a text message that I was unofficially adopting her as my daughter. She was a great mom for
Tracy asked for it.
Damn it, man. That would have been perfect. You should have saved it. That would have been perfect for either when the mother's letter was being written or when Kouri starts talking.
Here's
So
the
your
deal.
timing, sir, which is
Here's the
usually
deal.
impeccable.
When Tracy asks, I
Tracy
deliver.
gets.
That's right.
Okay. I.
our boys, and she and Eric were so involved in their lives. What has happened since has been a tragedy for all the families involved. I never met Eric, but knew that he and his workers helped with some of the stonework on the remodels. Kouri and Eric helped stage a house that my son and I remodeled that Kouri found for us in Ogden. She listed it and had it sold in 3 days. Those were good times when the market was great for doing fix and flips, and we all benefited from it. Unfortunately, about the time of Eric's passing, the market changed and interest rates skyrocketed. Those who had house remodel properties suddenly found the buyer's market dried up and houses were not selling. We lost money as well as many of our friends in the real estate business. In watching some of the proceeding on court TV, I personally did not think that the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Kouri was guilty and responsible for Eric's death. I was surprised at the jury's verdict because it left doubt in my mind based on the testimonies given. Kouri has lost everything: her husband, her 3 young boys, friends, family, and her home. May I appeal to the court that her sentencing may grant her the possibility of parole at some future time. Thank you for your kind consideration. And also this name we are not reading out loud. We also have several very short statements from people who have worked with Ms. Richins in the jail. These are volunteers that give their time, no money, that come to the jail to help people that are incarcerated to try to better themselves and better their lives. This first one
Well, just keep crying, Kouri.
this first one is from the art class facilitator, Ms. Katie Fish. Dear Judge Mrazik, I'm writing to you today on behalf of Ms. Kouri Richins. I have known Kouri over the last 2 years within the context of the educational programs for the Summit County Justice Center. I facilitate an art class as a representative of Mountain Life Church. In that art class, Kouri's carried herself with ease and warm regard to the other inmates and those of us present as facilitators. While she's shown care for the other inmates, she has also been very respectful to those of us facilitating. Even when she had been carrying challenging emotions, she's conducted herself with respect and grace. I understand that my interactions have been limited and have been laced with an expectation of certain polite behavior, but it is also not just a given that inmates will uphold that same respect and decorum. She has chosen to present with ease, care, and grace. From the brief conversations we've had about her life, I do believe she is a different person from who she was before being there. I hope and pray that her heart continues to be led toward faith and transformation. Thank you for your time. The next individual is another volunteer who teaches the class of biblical truth at the jail. This individual is named Eric Aper.
I just talked to my brother while I was off camera for a minute, and he was like, "So did you start talking about UFOs and aliens on your lives, or you're
Oh
still
yeah.
doing true crime?"
Oh yeah.
Can I ask you one more question?
No,
Dear
absolutely
Honorable
not.
Richard Mrazik, my name is Eric Marty Aber. Through Mountain Life Church in Park City, I've been a volunteer at the Summit County Jail for 8 years, helping to teach biblical truth to those incarcerated there and leading church services on Sunday afternoons. Kouri Richins has been a regular attendee of these services since May of 2023, the start of her incarceration, and has shown an amazingly consistent and upbeat, positive attitude. Kouri contributes in the church service discussions. She frequently comes alongside other inmates and encourages them to attend church as well. Not only does she encourage church attendance, she also carries the applicable issues that we discuss back to the pod where she resides, looking to find the peace and love of Jesus Christ in difficult situations where the inmates live. I have witnessed her kindness in talking with and encouraging fellow inmates that they can succeed in drug treatment programs, complete education programs, and work to overcome frustrations that come with poor decisions that end up with incarceration. Please call me with any questions or let me know what I can do to help with regards to Kouri Richins. And then the last one is also, I believe, a pastor that leads church services. Nope, I think I might pull that out. Yeah, I do. I don't think I have that one, so thank you. This next one then is from Craig Moline, who's one of the pastors as well. Can you read that while I'm doing this? To the Honorable Richard Mrazik, Your Honor, I'm one of 4 people privileged to rotate in on Sunday afternoons for Mountain Life Church to lead church services with inmates at Summit County Jail. On any typical Sunday, we will pray with inmates, sing a couple of songs, no matter how bad it may sound, read a psalm and discuss it, and then teach on a subject from Scripture. For 3 years now, Kouri Richins has been in attendance to those services. We've seen her be hospitable to other inmates, inviting them to services. She's participated in discussions, and we've seen her as a help to other inmates. At the beginning, we gave her a study Bible that helps give life application hints along with an explanation of the text. I smiled recently when I saw her Bible sitting in front of her, and I observed it doesn't look new anymore. It looks like a well-read book. In our teaching and discussions, we've talked about being intentional about posturing our hearts
Here come the
before
tears
sovereign
again.
God and coming to Him with humility with our prayers. We talk about what it means to have a personal and intimate relationship with God through Jesus. She has acknowledged her faith in Jesus and acknowledged she has felt His peace in rough times, what is often expressed in the Psalms. She's commented, when life around you falls apart, we still have a God to lean into and who reaches down and cares for us and gives us comfort and hope. The Kouri I know will thrive where she is. She will trust in her God for peace, and she will pray. She will continue to pray for her loved ones, and she will be a positive influence to those around her. Respectfully submitted. And then one last letter from the jail.
Oh, then we're gonna get the people, and then we're gonna get Kouri.
Oh, I'm ready for it.
She said it's long,
This
so
is
get your popcorn.
Also a volunteer.
What, Kouri's statement and allocution?
Named Heidi Tunney. Dear Judge Mrazik, I'm writing to you on behalf of Kouri Richins. I've been working with Kouri over the past 2+ years as a volunteer at the Summit County Correctional Facility. I taught her in the addiction recovery program. I attended church with her on occasion. I worked with her in a yoga program that I started at the facility for the incarcerated men and women too. I found Kouri to be very easy to work with and very enjoyable to be around. She was very thoughtful in her conversations in class. She always showed the utmost gratitude for anything that was done on her behalf. I also noticed that she was a leader among the other incarcerated women. She tended to be a peacemaker and stayed above the fray and away from the pettiness and challenges that sometimes arise among incarcerated women. The women in general respected her and looked to her as a leader. Kouri actually was one of the women that asked me to get a yoga program started for the incarcerated women. She saw a need there and she acted on it. I started and have taught that class for almost 2 years now. Kouri was the most dedicated student. She only missed a couple of times the entire time I taught, and the times she did miss were when she was meeting with attorneys or had court appearances. She has continued to attend even after she was found guilty at her trial. I wish nothing but the best for Kouri. She has a very long road ahead of her. I hope and pray she will continue to use the programs provided to those that are incarcerated to better herself and lead the other women around her. The last letter we have in this section is going to be read by Kouri's brother, Ronney, who's here to read it himself. And then we're going to have, Mr. Ramos. There it is. Mr. Ramos make a few very brief comments. Then we'll conclude with our final three, and then we'll close out with Ms. Lewis and Ms. Richins, unless the court needs a break. Doing all right?
No, it might make sense to take a break before Ms. Richins, given what you have previewed regarding timing.
Great suggestion, Your Honor. All right, this is, if Ronney can come on up.
I mean, the judge must have like a bathroom thing too, because
I mean, maybe he's drinking the coffee. The coffee runs right through me. I take mini bathroom breaks.
I want to hear him say all that shit in the letter was right.
I'd like to address the court with actually a personal letter.
That was true.
Okay.
Walk the dog?
Little sister, I love you.
Yana, I need to go to the bathroom.
Robert Michael.
I miss you. I miss her random banter. I miss her calls. I miss your constantly over the top positive attitude every time we speak. I miss our game nights. I miss Eric's stupid finger gun dance after we won a game. I miss our holidays. I miss you sending the boys to wake me up on Christmas morning. Way too early after we stayed up way too late preparing Christmas for them so that it would be absolutely perfect. I miss our Sundays together. I miss arguing with the boys about who's better, Messi or Ronaldo, Brady or Rogers. I miss our backyard games. I miss me and the boys running all over you.
Is this her brother?
Sports in the backyard and Eric getting mad because you weren't competitive enough and you were really just out there to have fun and laugh. I miss you constantly luring me into your newest ideas and getting me excited about them. I miss vacationing. I miss family volleyball. I miss playing Madden and FIFA with Eric and the boys. I miss your stupid goats. I miss the soccer games and celebrations we created for the boys after they scored a goal. I miss Carter's smile and his obsession with goat videos. Ashton's freckles and his competitiveness. And Weston's baby blues and tenderheartedness.
All I keep thinking about.
I know, it's crazy.
And playing catch in your living room. I miss your family. I miss our family. I miss the life that was stolen. I miss the life that was stolen from us for reasons that we can't yet fully understand. We don't, with 100% certainty, know what happened, Eric. No one does, but we do know with 100% certainty that it wasn't caused by you. We know that. The police know it. The prosecution knows it. And everyone watching this trial knows it. They could not prove their theory, just the opposite, and yet here we are. For some reason, unbeknownst to us, really bad things happen to really good people, Kouri, and you were just really too good of a person, I guess.
Wow.
I promised Dad a long time ago
So good. All the good.
that I always look after
Goodest.
you, Mom, and I intend on keeping that promise.
Poor guy's going to waste his whole life.
We'll get through this together, and the injustice that's occurred here in this courtroom, it'll be righted in time. Your innocence will shine too brightly to be contained once you've actually had a fair shot at defending yourself.
Wow,
When
the
day
judge
comes,
letting him
just
go on
know-
and on.
I just know somehow that you're going to change a lot of lives that really need your help. Until then, little sister, just don't. Just know that I'm right by your side. I'm always here, right here for you. I love you.
I don't think the judge will be as kind with her if she goes off script. So we'll see, though.
Oh, no, her mascara's running, babe.
This one. This one.
Your Honor, I want to maybe begin by speaking just plainly and honestly. I disagree with the jury's verdict. I'm deeply saddened by the way that justice was rendered in this case. I don't believe that this outcome fully reflects the truth or the humanity involved. But our Constitution demands something difficult of all of us, especially officers of the court. It demands restraint. It demands respect for the process, even when the outcome wounds us. And so, while I disagree with the verdict, I respect the jury's decision. And while I disagree with many of this court's rulings,
Wow.
I respect the lawful authority of this court, of your honor.
Wow.
This is because the rule of law only survives if we continue to honor it, even in moments of disappointment and pain. But as a Catholic, there's one authority higher than any courtroom, verdict, or government power, and that is God.
Is he allowed to say Catholic in a
I say
Utah
that as
courtroom?
a reminder of humanity and of human limitation. Our system of justice is imperfect because every human is imperfect.
Wait, pause it for a second.
I think that humility matters here today.
What the fuck is this?
The lawyer is giving a statement on behalf of his client.
What?
Yeah.
Huh?
That's what's happening. We
Huh?
saw that in one other case that we just saw with the guy who was accused of that grape from the murder and the fire. The black
Faust?
guy. Yes.
Faust?
Didn't his lawyer basically give us a statement on his behalf?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I guess he did. Ahmad Cruz.
Yeah. I mean, it's like
This is fucking weird. though.
crazy, And I thought you had to be Mormon to speak in a Utah courtroom.
I mean,
I'm sorry.
wow.
I thought that everybody was LDS.
You're popping off, girl. You're popping off.
As a
All right.
Catholic, here's what
Roll
I
it.
got to say.
Roll
All
it.
right. Judge is like, what? No, we don't listen to Catholics.
It matters because the sentence of life without parole risks becoming something greater than punishment. It risks becoming the declaration that redemption no longer matters. The late Pope Francis said that life without parole is just a death penalty in disguise because it extinguishes
You're right, Lori.
something
I
fundamental
apologize.
to
You're
human
right.
dignity. That is hope. Hope to all involved, victims, condemned alike. Refusing to impose a sentence of life without parole today doesn't mean Kouri is
I think he
going to be
does.
free.
I think he believes his client's
Doesn't
innocent.
mean that she
All
will
three of them
someday
do.
leave custody. She may very well spend the rest of her natural life in prison. It also does not mean that her victims who have spoken today, her kids, doesn't mean that they have to forgive her. They may never change their minds. They may never forgive their mother. And also, no court has the authority to demand that they do. But refusing to impose a sentence of life without parole does mean that we do not close the door completely. It means we do not presume to know with absolute certainty what a human life, victim or condemned, may become decades from now.
Who's chewing gum? No one's chewing
It
gum.
means that we do not extinguish hope entirely. Time changes people, pain changes people, grief changes people. Even victims and victims' families over years and decades sometimes arrive at places their present suffering could never foresee. Some discover forgiveness, some discover peace, some simply discover that healing and permanent condemnation are not always the same thing. And others don't. A sentence of life without parole assumes none of that human change matters. Not the change in the person condemned, not the change in those harmed. A life without parole sentence freezes every human being, victim and condemned, inside the worst moment of their life and declares that moment permanent. Our Constitution demands more restraint than that, because a real measure of justice is not what we do when mercy is easy. It is whether we preserve humanity when mercy is hardest. No sentence handed down today will undo suffering. A different verdict wouldn't have reversed tragedy. But there is a profound moral difference between saying you must be punished and saying you are beyond redemption forever. One is justice restrained by humility. The other risks becoming judgment without end. And no human institution possesses the moral certainty to make that judgment absolutely. That lies with God alone. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Ramos.
Wow. Weird.
Yeah, weird. I mean, I don't begrudge them either. They know more than we know, you know?
Your Honor, I told you in the opening statements that we were gonna do something a little bit different when we called upon some perspectives of people that don't even know Kouri, but that have been through this
Yeah,
horrific
different
journey
is right. He's going to
through
let you
no
do it.
choice of their own.
He's letting him do
One
it.
is from a mother whose son was murdered. Again, we're gonna just share her name with only the court and the prosecution. Honorable Judge Richard Mrazik.
We know all about Brent Turvey.
Including the name of her son. My son was murdered almost
All
30 years
about him.
ago in a random act of violence.
Yep.
He was only 18 years old. The man who killed him was just a few months older.
It was an
I
expert in
know
one
the
of our
kind of
cases.
grief that changes your life. I have felt the despair, darkness, and rage that comes from that loss. I know what it's like to try to rebuild your life with a heart that will never be whole again. And I know what it feels like to believe that the only thing that will ease that pain is inflicting pain on the person responsible for never getting another day with the one you love. I grieve with the family of Eric Richins. I am heartbroken for them, especially his children. And I want to be clear that nothing I'm sharing today about the criminal justice system and its many failings should be taken as any sort of criticism of them and how they feel or act in their grief. But I feel compelled to share my perspective with the court because I wish I had known what might be on the other side of experiencing the grief of losing my son and trying to navigate the criminal justice process at the same time. And I don't envy the decisions you have to make. I only want to tell you a little of what one broken-hearted mother has learned, and that is that the criminal justice system needs more humanity. It needs more mercy. And I know this because of the man who murdered my son. Sending someone to prison without the possibility of parole should be reserved for the very rare, absolutely most heinous cases. Sending someone to prison without the possibility of parole is to decide they are irredeemable, that they are not capable of change, and will never be worthy of our trust again. It is a fate so bleak, I am not sure how anyone survives it, let alone do what my son's killer did. He went into the worst place imaginable and found a way to be a better human being. He spent the first 18 years of his adult life in maximum security. Those who are sentenced to life without the possibility of parole have few opportunities to participate in programs or work because resources are limited, and why would they waste them on someone who's never getting out of prison? The criminal justice system has gotten better and better at punishment. Mercy has almost been extinguished. We're supposed to find a balance. We're supposed to remember that these are human beings, and these decisions will ripple through generations, even strangers. I am afraid with the increasing number of people sentenced to life without even the possibility of parole, we've decided it's easier to throw people away than to try and help them change, or even allow them to try and make amends for their mistakes. Far too often we let our fear and our pain put the focus on punishment with no consideration for mercy. I did that. I wanted the man who killed my son to die. I wanted him to suffer. I didn't care what happened to him as long as he never got out of prison. But as much as I know about pain and loss, I know more about hope and forgiveness. And that's thanks in part to the man who killed my son. He was sent to one of the worst places in the world and became one of the best people I know. Nearly 20 years after my son's death, I received a letter he wrote, expressing his sorrow and his remorse. His apology helped me deal his apology helped me heal, deepened my forgiveness, and created a bond that continues to bless the lives of many people. I know that every case is different, but I also know the power of hope. I believe in second chances. I believe a life sentence imposes punishment without destroying hope. My personal hope for Kouri is that she does what that individual did, that she finds a way to become a better person no matter what. I thank you for taking the time to read this letter. I know it's a heavy burden to make this decision. I express love and support to those involved and pray we'll all be better to each other. And then I also would have one more, and then we have someone who's going to testify on WebEx. Speak on WebEx, not testify, sorry, speak on WebEx. This is very short, Your Honor. It is from a former prosecutor that imposed these types of punishments. Thank you so much. Also, I'm keeping his name.
I mean, only 100 people in the entire state. I mean, maybe this isn't a life without parole case.
As a matter of fact, I'm going to skip the very first sentence.
Not as depraved as,
So I'll just let the court read the first sentence quietly.
obviously as some.
I was in charge of the prosecution of a young man who committed 2 serious homicides at the Log Haven restaurant. He was prosecuted and found guilty. He was sentenced to 2 consecutive 5-to-life terms. 20 years later, while no longer a prosecutor, I happened to be at the Utah State Prison on government business. I was given a tour of the prison industries unit, and I saw an individual sitting at a large desk in front of a bank of computers. I asked about him and was told that he was the individual who had committed the crimes at Log Haven. I was told he was a model inmate, spoke 5 languages, had 2 master's degrees from Utah State, and was used as a go-between when there was unrest among inmates. He was respected by his fellow inmates. He was indispensable at the industries and had set up the entire computer system to run the unit. Coincidentally, the very next day I was speaking with the son-in-law of the father of one of the victims. He related to me how there had been a complete reconciliation between their family and the killer of their son. They had long ago forgiven him and wondered if I could help getting him paroled. I still had connections in the criminal justice system, and I told him I would try. I subsequently met with him at the prison, and I was equally impressed with how he had turned his life around. We were able to get him an expedited parole hearing. Tragically, he died from suicide a few months later when he was falsely accused of inappropriate access of the state computer system and removed from his position into a secure unit of the prison. This case was a textbook.
That's what I was waiting for to happen. Wait a second. You put the convict in charge of the, institution-wide computer system?
Oh, you're letting the inmates run the asylum?
Yeah.
Lesson of how rehabilitation can work. He was not the same cocky druggie that we sent to prison 20 years ago. I saw absolutely no reason why he needed to spend more years in custody. Even his fellow inmates told me they were convinced he had done everything to reform himself and become a valuable member of society. I agreed. Keeping someone incarcerated when they've proven themselves is just plain wrong. Prison sentences without possibility of parole create the same issue. I believe it should be reserved for the most violent and dangerous of individuals. Thank you for taking the time to read this. And then Ms. Lewis will introduce the final speaker, and then she'll have her comments, and then we'll take that break.
Who is the person you'd like me to?
Emery Blanchard.
One moment, please. Emery, if you'd please unmute your audio, I'd appreciate it.
Are we able to see her?
Oh, my apologies. Thank you. Emery, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay. Ms. Lewis is going to make an introduction, and then you'll be free to make your statement.
Emery Blanchard understands what no one else in this courtroom understands. What the 3 children of Kouri are going through. When Emery was 12, I believe she can correct me if I'm off there a little bit, her father violently killed her mother while she and her brother were in the next room. he was convicted, and the state was seeking death, but ultimately, he, at that time, when the jury could decide unanimously on death, he was sentenced to life with the possibility of parole. And I'm letting her take it from there and see what she wants to say.
Emery, please proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon. I was asked here today to speak about a personal experience. My name is Emery Blanchard. I grew up in Park City, and in 1995, when I was 13, my father murdered my mother, Patty. It was a brutal and premeditated murder, and I was in the house when it happened and witnessed it. It was a death penalty case, but my father was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole. At the time, I wanted him to go to prison for a long time, and I didn't want to see him again. I was afraid for my life and safety as well. My mother's parents and uncle raised me. We would refuse phone calls from the prison, but my family collected every letter he sent and saved them in boxes, just in case I ever wanted to read them. In a short 4 years, when I was about to turn 18, I decided I wanted to see my dad. I had questions regarding the murder that I needed answered for my own mental health. My amazing grandmother offered to take me to the prison while I was a minor if I wanted to see my dad. I wanted to spare her from having to face the man who killed her daughter, so I waited until I was 18 and could go to the prison on my own. I didn't know if I would be fearful of my father, or perhaps even so angry that I might attack him. None of that happened. The moment I saw him for the first time in over 4 years, he simply hung his head and said to me, "I'm sorry." We both burst into tears and held each other. I felt safe and as whole as possible again in his embrace. Yes, this was the man who killed my wonderful mother, but at that moment I realized he was still my dad and I still needed him. The next decades were good at times and very hard at times. Many years I visited my dad often in prison. Some years were exceptionally hard for me, and I chose not to see him at all. I experienced a full range of emotions, and all of them were valid. I knew for my own health and peace, I had to learn to let go and forgive. No easy task, but this is when I truly mastered empathy and compassion. My father served 25 years until his first parole hearing. I was for parole, but nevertheless, he was denied and given another 5 years.
Hop on
At
Zoom,
his
give it a
age,
go.
I
Have to
knew
let
it
you in.
was a death sentence, and it was. Just last year, after 30 years of incarceration, he died 4 days shy of his 81st birthday. My second worst nightmare came true, the first being my mom being murdered. I was not able to see him while he was dying. There was no compassionate release. Some may say he deserved that, and maybe he did. I can tell you that no amount of time served ever made this situation right. 20 years, 30 years, and even death. None of it can bring back my mom or repair the immeasurable damage that he caused me and my family. Once 20 years had passed, my grandmother even said to me, "It's been long enough. You want your dad." I wanted my mom, but I did still have a living parent, and I needed him. I don't tell you this story to tell you how to feel or that I understand how you feel. I'm offering that hearts and feelings can change over the years. To honor my mother, I'm a victim advocate who supports people in domestic violence situations, and I now help people with PTSD heal at my ranch in southern Utah using nature, horses, and farm animals as teachers. I teach compassion for humans and animals alike, and I found a way to turn my pain into purpose. But I will tell you honestly that life is still hard, and losing both of my parents at that young age harmed me greatly and left me with a very sad and lonely heart. No amount of prison time made me feel better, and in the later years, my father's incarceration wore on me severely. What I will leave you with is this: hold tightly to the good memories of your father, and in time, perhaps your mother too. Cling to your family and siblings for love and support. Please let love reside in your hearts and not hate. I pray for your family and for your peace and healing. And thank you for allowing me to speak today.
That
Emery,
dog.
thank you very much.
Thank you, Emery.
All right, people. Break, and Corey's getting ready. Even crying from the strangers.
Your Honor,
Statement.
there is so much more to sentencing a person than punishment.
Oh, yeah.
That is why in sentencing someone, the court must consider the totality of the circumstances, the whole person, and who that person is beyond their worst act. In their sentencing memo, the state cited to State versus Holland, which was a death penalty case. The state quoted the court as follows: "The psychological reality is that aggravating circumstances in first-degree murder cases will virtually always outweigh mitigating circumstances. However, what the state left out is what the court said next.
I was wondering
which
that.
was that the Eighth Amendment doesn't allow the death penalty in every case, and courts must take a long, hard look at the totality of the circumstances, the values of society, and the value of all human life. And though this is not a death penalty case, the same would apply to a sentence of life without the possibility of parole." Ms. Nester spoke a little bit about what a life without parole sentence looks like. Lockdown for 23 hours a day. If we treated our dogs like this, they would be taken away. Yet, this is how the state wants Kouri Richins to be treated.
Wait,
A sentence of life without parole is safe for only the most heinous of crimes.
Wait, she said, wait, what? If we treated our dogs this way, they'd be taken away?
Oh, yeah.
Like, treated them how? Gave them a trial and sentenced them to jail? What in the heck is going on? I don't even understand.
I mean, I
We're
don't know.
about to have a break anyway, so I figured,
Oh, yeah.
I
A
can
break.
chime in right here because
Oh,
we're gonna
the
have
chiming.
looping time.
Oh, the chiming.
And
Oops.
when you were reading the state's sentencing memo, I did think that site, I'm like, that seems like that quote they were using is a build up to say, and even then you still have to. And I was kind of wondering that. It was funny that she was like, yeah, they didn't finish that sentence in the sentencing memo.
The state wants to place Kouri in that category. They say she is in that category, but this simply is not the type of crime that we typically see get a sentence of life without parole.
This is her defense.
Currently, there are approximately only 72 people in Utah serving this sentence. These include people such as Edward Deli, the co-defendant of Vaughn Taylor, who is currently on death row. They killed 2 women, kidnapped 2 young girls, and attempted to kill those girls' father by lighting their cabin on fire. I believe that was in Summit County. It includes Daniel Ray Troyer, a serial killer and rapist of women in their 80s.
Yeah, I'm
was
thinking
convicted of
maybe
killing 2 women,
maybe she doesn't
admitted to
qualify
a
for it.
third, and likely killed a 4th. That authorities are aware of. It includes Matthew John Breck, who kidnapped a 10-year-old girl, stabbed her multiple times, severed her spinal cord, and left her dead on her front porch. It includes numerous individuals who brutally murdered children, some who murdered police officers. There are only a handful of people serving life without the possibility of parole for killing a spouse. And in all but one of these that I could find, they killed more than just their spouse. They are individuals who killed their spouse and a child, or killed their spouse and someone else in the process. The only one I'm aware of who killed a spouse and no other individual is Craig Crawford, who set fire to the home of his estranged husband, leaving him to die in the fire. And then there are individuals serving sentences of 15 to life who committed arguably more heinous acts than what Kouri Richins has been convicted of. Eric Sampson abused his wife for 28 years, ultimately killing her in their St. George home, leaving her dead in their bed. He continues to maintain his innocence, and he's serving 15 to life. John Weston Erickson stabbed his wife to death in front of their 2 young children, also injuring his 7-year-old daughter, who attempted to wrestle the knife out of his hand, serving 15 to life. Joseph Castillo, his wife, stabbed his wife to death in their garage while his teenage son tried to stop the attack. These men are all serving 15 to life sentences.
Why?
There are many more examples. Murder is the worst of all crimes, but to say that this particular case is the worst of the worst is simply not true. The state chose the evidence they put forth to obtain their conviction, yet they are not satisfied with what was presented in this court and to the jury, and instead they waited until 2 days before the sentencing hearing and publicly filed what can only be described as a character assassination, filled with unsubstantiated claims from unknown and unsworn sources who will never be cross-examined about these claims. The timing of this filing was no coincidence and left no time for our team to arrange rebuttal witnesses or evidence. Furthermore, it appears that the sentencing memo was not so subtle attempt to get into the public eye evidence they elected to hold back from their case in chief, and then were precluded from presenting when Ms. Richins exercised her Fifth Amendment right to remain silent and submitted the case to the jury without putting on any evidence. To allow the state to use this sentencing hearing as a public platform to make new unsworn allegations untested by cross-examination or sufficient investigation would violate Ms. Richins' right to due process and would be contrary to the Utah Supreme Court's finding in State versus Limousine. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but I have the site if you want it. Which stating that the due process clause of Article 1, Section 7 of the Utah Constitution requires that a sentencing judge act on reasonably reliable and relevant information and exercising discretion in fixing a sentence. The state's memo should be stricken in its entirety and not considered by this court. Not only are the claims made by the state in their sentencing memo unreliable and irrelevant, much of what they argue is either misleading or outright false. I'm not going to go into everything that we take issue with, but I do want to point out a couple of examples. They state that DCFS supported a finding of emotional and physical abuse by Kouri against her oldest son. What actually happened is that DCFS made an initial finding based solely on reports. This is similar to a probable cause finding that then sends the matter to the juvenile court. The court, however, did not find that Kouri had abused or neglected her children. They found dependent but no fault. In other words, that the children needed intervention, but due to no fault of Kouri Richins, due only to the fact that she had been arrested. They did not even find that she had acted negligently towards her children. The state put forth at length what they believe Kouri's middle son, AR, would have testified to had they been able to call him in rebuttal. Although it is true that Ashton said these things 3 years after the death of his father and after conversations with Eric's family members, this is very different than what he said to law enforcement immediately upon Kouri's arrest a year after Eric's death. At that time, his statements were completely consistent with Kouri's, that Kouri had gone to sleep in his room the night his father died. The state argues that Kouri's boys are afraid in part because she still maintains life insurance policies on them. Kouri was of the belief that these policies were no longer in existence since she had not made any payments on them in over 3 years. And in fact, a letter was sent, or an email was sent from Brian Freckleton, who testified, to Ronney Darden, as Ronney is the owner on these policies, that this was over a year ago, that the life insurance policies are lapsing, and wanted to let them know if they chose to do anything about that, which they did not do anything about that. So we only discovered yesterday, Kouri only discovered yesterday that at least 2 of these policies are still active, as the payments have been automatically taken out of dividends. So in other words, the policies have been paying for themselves. These are policies that Eric and Kouri took out together in 2017. However, now that Kouri knows that these are still active, she will cancel them. Hopefully, in all sincerity, this will be one less thing for those boys to worry about.
Why not just transfer who
Kouri
gets...
never asked her family to report criminal activity or asked for criminal prosecutions against any of the Richins family or against Cody Ray. She never asked family members to file bar complaints. And until yesterday, neither Kouri nor anyone from her team had ever heard anything about a dating profile being set up online in the name of a lead detective. She did none of these things. And if they were done by others, it was not at her request. We are asking the court to discount any and all allegations in the sentencing memo that have not been previously raised in court in order to be stricken from the record. The court does have before it reasonable and reliable testimony from individuals who know Kouri or who have unique perspectives on the sentence of life without parole that may assist this court in discerning the appropriate and proportionate punishment in this case. The testimony of these individuals revealed that Kouri is so much more than what she has been portrayed as in this case. Everyone who was around her says she was a wonderful mother, just like Eric was a wonderful father. The state argues that she shows no remorse. Kouri has remorse and she has regrets about many things, and you're going to hear some of those when she speaks. However, she cannot show remorse over something she did not do. She maintains her innocence and has every right to do so. Having said that, however, she stands before this court today convicted of the crimes charged, and she fully understands them. So sentence her on what she was convicted on, not what the prosecution says about her character. As much as they think they know her, they do not. They do not know Kouri Richins. Like Alex said, we're saddened by this case. We are saddened by the verdict. I respect the court system so much. I come from a family of judges and attorneys and was raised with the utmost respect for our justice system. I disagree with the verdict, but I respect it. I have to say though, in all the years of practicing, which are now quite a few, this is the first time I've had a client convicted that I believe to be innocent. It was much more painful than I anticipated.
Wow.
Over the last 2 years, our team has got to know Kouri. Kouri is one of those clients, very few clients, and I've represented thousands of people. Most of them you don't remember. Many of them you don't like. Many of them, some of them, you feel are dangerous. But Kouri is different. Kouri, every time she calls, asks how we are. There have been times when I've shared bits of my life with Kouri, particularly having children that lost their father before age 10.
I need to
We've talked a lot about that and what that does to children in the best of circumstances. I can't imagine had my boys not had me. Because the pain and suffering and the long-term effect that it's had on them will never, ever end. But when I share something with Kouri, when I share that someone is ill or that someone is having a problem, sometimes I don't even remember I've said it, and when she calls me, she always asks, how did that turn out? You know, is your family member okay? Before we talk about her. Every time. The state is not only asking for life without the possibility of parole, they're asking for consecutive sentences. The sentences in this matter should run concurrent to one another. Pursuant to the line of cases, Strunk, Golly, and Smith, the sentencing statute favors concurrent sentences. And looking at the totality of the circumstances, imposing consecutive sentence would constitute an abuse of discretion. In State versus Gray, the Utah Court of Appeals cited Golly and Strunk, holding that the Board of Prisons' ability to grant parole is an integrated component of the rehabilitative needs factor that must be balanced with other required factors. Even though the statutory language has been modified since Strunk, Golly, and Smith, the language still applies. And the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeals still looks to that language. The board should still be allowed to function and make the decision regarding the rehabilitative needs of Ms. Richins. Running sentences consecutive to a sentence of life without parole is senseless. And if this court imposes a sentence of 25 to life on the aggravated murder, but runs the other charges consecutive, the effect will be the same. She will likely never get the opportunity for parole.
I don't think that's true. Have you run the initial guideline? It's a genuine question.
Yes.
I think it only adds.
Well, the judge has calculated
The guideline on
this.
attempted murder is 192
It only
months
adds 41 months if we run it consecutive.
before she's eligible
Right.
for parole. But, well, I'm going to come back to that.
Yeah,
I
if
will.
you're running the guideline differently, I'd like to know.
I mean, no, I'm not running the guidelines differently, but
Wow, that's pretty interesting. That's a little telling. Bob's not speaking.
I was typing.
Oh,
I'm gonna
no
see if
one-
I can get Sky Lazaro to come on, her former attorney. I wonder if she thinks she's factually innocent.
No, that's the woman that like they had a real big issue, right?
They had beef.
Yeah.
Her.
I don't know. I
her
just
and
want
her
people to
bit.
know lawyers do like, I know we've seen a lot of high profile cases where lawyers have been like speaking to their client's innocence. You've got Reed, you've got Allen, you've got Faust, you've got, what was the other one that we just, whatever. That does not happen usually. I have never like stood up there and said that about a client of mine before, even if I did feel they were like there has to be something very compelling for lawyers to stand up there and say stuff like that. They just don't do it.
Yeah.
And it's very unusual that we've seen so many occasions of that, recently. But you heard this attorney say in all of her years, she has never, felt that someone's been, and I guarantee you she's probably had a client that was innocent that's been convicted, but not in her mind.
No, I think all three of her lawyers believe she's factually innocent.
Yeah. I mean, it seems so. It
Yeah.
definitely seems so. And you can only put on airs for so long,
Putting on airs.
like
I mean,
lawyers.
the fact of it is the lawyers know a hell of a lot more about the case than we do. There's going to be things that we're not privy to in terms of evidence that just didn't make it into trial. Maybe it wasn't even litigated. I mean, there's got to be something. It's like with Richard Allen, when you had obviously Baldwin and Rosie were of the mindset that Rick was factually innocent, but when Gull's handpicked lawyers then came out,
I'm like, yeah, we
after
agree
they
with
got the
everything they
discovery
said.
and said the same thing.
Right.
Compelling. Like
Compelling.
those were guys that were handpicked by Gull from her county.
Right.
I'm
starting to wonder now. It's got me on the fence.
The sentence is, well, I
I
talked about
understand your
this.
larger point, and I apologize for
That's
interrupting you, but if you do have a different
Oh, but again, it seems clear the judge is not giving her life without the possibility of parole.
I mean, it seems like he's calculated some numbers.
Right. So, and you know what? When they talk about the other ones in this state where, I mean, we'll have time to talk on the break, but
running of the guidelines, those forms are not obvious. I appreciate it.
Well, I would say a sentence of 25 to life, and then if she serves additional time, does not guarantee parole. And I'm going to talk more about that.
Okay.
And it's almost unheard of for someone to be paroled in their first parole hearing on these serious offenses.
I mean, could be, but
And looking at the totality,
he also
there are
wants to
many
know
factors.
more about
Kouri
it.
had no criminal history at the time of Eric's death. She was involved in positive ways in her community. She volunteered regularly. She headed up a sub for Santa every year. She was a friend, a daughter, and a mother, and excelled in these roles. She educated herself. She was involved in every aspect of her son's lives. There is no reason to hold her in prison for life. We asked this court to impose a sentence of 25 years to life. When you put aside all of the media, all of the injuries, and you look at the crime she is convicted of, this is an appropriate sentence. A sentence of 25 to life is not a sentence that guarantees the release of Kouri Richins. It is not saying that she even should be released. What it is saying is that the decision whether she should be released is a decision for someone else to make on another day. A day that will be, at a minimum, 25 to 30 years in the future. A future that could look very different than today. Although today is not a day for forgiveness, that day may come. A sentence that allows for parole is a sentence that gives a pathway to forgiveness. You heard from Emery Blanchard, the only person in this room that understands what the Richins boys have been through. You heard how the day came.
It's possible, Trace.
When she missed her father. She wanted her father in her life. I know that she came to a place that she hoped to spend one more day outside of the prison walls with her father. And that day didn't come. He was not paroled, and he died in prison. I don't minimize what Kouri's boys are saying today. I understand it's contradictory to what other people are saying regarding Kouri as a mother. I don't know why they're saying these things, but what they think and feel today, they are allowed to think and feel those things. They should be. Their feelings are valid, and it's okay. And I think Kouri will say this too, but she wants her boys to know it's okay. People change. All of us change. Kouri will change. Those little boys will change. A sentence of 25 to life will not be easy time. It will be hard time. For the first part of that sentence is generally served in maximum security for the first 3 to 4 years. But if the day comes when her children want to see her face to face, a 25 to life sentence will make that easier for them. If they, like Emery, decide someday they want a relationship with her, even one behind the walls of the prison, a 25 to life will make that possible. And a sentence with the possibility of parole, like I said, does not mean she will be paroled. It's very possible she will spend her life in prison. And quite frankly, if her case does not come back on appeal and she is in prison and she maintains her innocence, parole is highly unlikely. But the Board of Pardons is uniquely qualified to make that decision. That is their job. And it is a particularly important job in the most serious of convictions. They will be the ones looking at a woman who will then be in her 60s or possibly 70s. They will decide if she has been rehabilitated and if she is a danger to the community. These are not decisions that can be made today. We don't stand here today asking you to give her a second chance. We ask you to let those best qualified make that decision when the time comes. When Kouri's and Eric's boys are grown, when they can tell the board if they feel the same way that they do today. You heard a letter read today from a woman who once stood in the shoes of the Richins family. At sentencing, she wanted life without parole for her son's killer. Now she does not. She has changed. Her views of prison have changed, and her feelings towards the man that took her son's life has changed. But a life without the possibility of parole, the sentence cannot be changed. If Kouri and Eric's boys someday change their mind, and it is too late to say
That's the
something
point
different
when she speaks.
than what they've said today, this day will become one more day that haunts them. If in 30 years they still do feel as they do today, they will have the opportunity to express those feelings. But don't allow their statements at age 9, 12, and 13 become another tragedy, another trauma that they may end up suffering as adults. A sentence that doesn't allow even the possibility of parole is a sentence that tells the world there is no hope. There is no growth. There is no change. There is no room for forgiveness. There's no room for love. That we are all our worst act and will never be anything more. And that is not the human experience. In a world where humanity is waning, act with humanity. In a world where hatred is encouraged, act with kindness. In a world where forgiveness is seen as a weakness, act with compassion. A sentence of 25 to life with the other charges turned concurrent reflects the seriousness of this offense, takes into consideration the totality of the circumstances. Further, it follows the recommendation of the pre-sentence report, and it is the appropriate sentence in this matter.
Thank you, Mr.
All right, time to take a break.
It is 12:55. We're going to take a break until
12:55.
1:25 to make sure Ms. Richins gets an opportunity to use the restroom and eat something.
Oh, am I
Mr.
behind?
Bloodworth, you look like you have something to say.
A little bit.
Your Honor, does the court want to hear from the state one last time before the allocates?
I do not. I have this firm in hand.
Wow.
I would like to make it clear, in case there was any ambiguity, that the court has considered and is denying defendant's request to strike portions of the state's sentencing memorandum.
Yes. Thank you.
I have
We'll
this
be in recess
firmly
until
in hand.
1:25. Let's make sure that Ms. Richins gets something to eat. Thank you.
Oh yeah, we were behind. Okay. Well, I mean, here's a couple things. So, virtual juror had asked, let me see, that since she still has her financial crimes pending, will the judge couch his statements? I don't think that he will because of that, but I don't know.
I don't think so either. They're different cases, even though they're intertwined.
So, I don't know, babe. What do you think?
About what?
Life without the possibility of parole or the
Oh,
possibility
I
of
was
parole?
pretty convinced he was going to give it to her. I thought he was going to bend to the will of the people. But like you said, when he started talking about the calculations, and that's what we were talking about. Like judges don't get on the bench on the day of sentencing and just wing it. They don't base their, sentence on what victim impact statements are coming at them. They base it on the law. They base it on, again, discussions with other judges. They base it on their own research, and they base it ultimately on their own opinion.
Yeah.
In
I
terms of
do think that the statement of the defendant can have a bearing, otherwise
I
it's
do
like, what do
too,
we
but
do all this work for?
whatever she's going to do in terms of her statement in allocution, I mean, if she's not going to accept responsibility,
She's not.
like right. So
They already said she maintains her innocence.
right, that could hurt her.
Yep.
I mean, it's not going to help her.
Not going to help her.
It's not going to
No.
help her. Like if
But you can
anything
also
swayed him, it might like his lawyers, frankly, getting up because that's very unusual. Like Ali was saying, it's she's never done it. We've never done it. Even when we think that our client is innocent, we don't get up there at sentencing and say it's not done
it's for
typically.
both.
And for all three of them to say it
Yeah.
is significant, because the judge is only privy to what was introduced at trial and in pretrial motions in terms of evidence. He doesn't know everything either that may exist out there. And we said it during the trial, this was very much a narrative conviction. It was a story that the state was able to sell to the jury. I mean, it's a highly circumstantial case. There's like very little evidence that she actually put it into his fentanyl or into his Moscow Mule. So it's like they were selling a story by kind of putting the pieces together. Look, she went to Carmen, she got the drugs from Dude, even though Dude recanted, it's like all those things were put together to create this narrative that was very compelling, very, very compelling. It's telling. It is telling when lawyers kind of step out on that ledge and put themselves out there, because it goes to their credibility, really. I mean, it's a big deal. Like lawyers just don't stand out there and pop off, because it doesn't serve them at all. It just doesn't. Like there's no positive impact of them kind of putting their character on the line and their reputations on the line to say, all three of us believe that she's factually innocent, unless they believe it.
Right. And I wanted to put up Farmer Matt's comment. Even though she was found guilty, I think there was enough reasonable doubt to give possibility of parole. So that is a for like the court, you just spoke a foreign language. You just spoke gibberish. He cannot take into consideration any possibility of doubt. There's been a verdict. So the only thing the judge can do is say she committed this offense beyond a reasonable doubt. And is it heinous enough to, make it that she's irredeemable? Now, Tiff makes a good point, and then there was some comments in chat that were a good retort, but I still want to use Lori Vallow as a for point of discussion right now, forgetting about all the other murders that she committed, and yes, it was her children, so it's also way worse, but she was, up until the time where she lost her shit and decided that she was God, and he's the reincarnation of God, and all the devil and whatever, all that shit. She was a wonderful mother. She was very active in the community. She taught kids religion. She was literally very active in her children's lives. We don't know with Kouri. You've got kids who, your mind can be sort of molded. I don't know what to think, you know. And they took death penalty off the table as a uh, as Bob said earlier, as a penalty for not complying with, discovery rules and things like that. But, there, because it was multiple, but when you have multiple murders, now you're looking at a different set of facts. But she could have had all of the same, you know, mitigation, and we'd all be saying, no, 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 no. But you know what? I honestly do think that she may have been like religiously crazy, like a religious psychosis of some kind. Um, just what a disgusting person. I can't even. But and then Nan in the mirror says, like, ready for the boon. I can guarantee you, I would be shocked if this was anything. If it gets to that level, then her lawyers don't really give a shit about her and did her a huge injustice. I do believe she presented this to her lawyers, they vetted it, and they are not letting her say some crazy shit like, this whole courtroom's a joke. You're out of order, and you're out of order. This whole courtroom's out of order. Right, babe?
Yeah. Yeah, 100%.
All right, so start with the comments at the top.
Well,
I've got
before we
to
do that, so I have pushed. We had scheduled the Lucy Studi / Green Hollow Killer live. It was set for today at 1. I obviously underestimated how long the sentencing was going to go. It looks like it's probably going to go another hour plus, because we're going to have Kouri's statement and allocution. I don't know if they're going to put on mitigation and aggravation evidence at all. I don't know.
I think this is no.
I
don't
mean,
think-
I guess this maybe serves as it. It's not typically the way. I mean, these all seem to be like victim impact statements and, statements in support of. I don't know. Maybe they consider it to be, typically they'll just go through what.
I know, but the state said, "Do you want to hear from us again?" He's like, "No, I have this in
Okay.
hand."
All
So
right,
I don't
good.
know, but
So-
maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. But I got to come up and grab something from the room. So when I get up there, you're gonna turn the camera off for like 30 seconds.
No, I can't do it. So I've pushed it to tomorrow. And if you guys if you don't know anything about the Lucy Studi, Don Studi, Green Hollow Killer case, it's an insane case. If you have Paramount Plus, maybe watch 1, 2, or all 3 of the episodes tonight before watching that live. Like this live I've been waiting to do for 3 years. Like, if you follow my TikTok, I was down there. I was boots on the ground with this thing. I developed a relationship / friendship with Lucy Studi. And
that's gonna be an amazing. Seriously, no
all
one
right,
should miss it.
just go do what you got to do. Oh. She's putting meatballs on. I just want the soup.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Thank you. So I highly, highly recommend. I highly recommend you watch it. And I highly recommend you watch tomorrow's live. I don't know any other creator that has weird access like I get on certain cases. And like that case, and the hundreds of hours that I talked to Lucy Studi is just something else. It's crazy. Well, and this is the way I'm going to do it. I'm not going to assume that everybody has Paramount. So at the beginning, I'm going to give you the whole layout because we're going to do it in parts. And starting with the Newsweek article, I'm going to read that in full, as painful as it is with all the ads in it, but it gives you the starting point. It was the jump off point for us and us reaching out and making contact with Lucy, and then everything that develops after that. And it's, they can, the easiest way is a true crime podcast right here. This is the easiest way to get a hold of us for sure. And I'm very responsive to emails. I still haven't, like, even with Tracy's massive help, figured out, like, Tracy will forward me the email because for whatever reason, I don't know if it's because I have like 9 Google Gmails or, I don't know, but like I'm having a hard time being able to access that. But Tracy has it. She will send anything that she gets directly to me and Allie. So it's a great way to contact us. And it's better than DMs and socials. I get so many DMs. Like I just saw one. It was kind of time sensitive from somebody that had a question or had a request that I didn't see on Instagram for 2 weeks because it was under requests, and I always forget to look under those. So it's like email is always the best way. If I know you like that, then you typically get my phone number, and texting is obviously the best way. I think it's called the Green, or My Killer Father. The Green Hollow Murders, I think is what it's called. Yeah, I know I do. You want the job, Spit? You want to manage my social media? I'm serious. I do need a social media manager. I've hired people in the past, like before I had the YouTube, but it's so at any rate, and I'm not going to belabor this point. I just want people to know that I've pushed that live that I have said. I've reset the time for tomorrow at 1:00. It's going to be good. It's a fascinating, perplexing, bizarre story where you've got these just competing stories from siblings about whether or not their father, this Don Studi, was a murdering psychopath who dumped a huge amount of bodies on his neighbor's land in these wells. And I was boots on the ground for it. I was boots on the ground when the feds went out there the first time. I was boots on the ground when, we went out and thought that we found a well and hoped that we found a well, because these wells aren't like what you're thinking. These are all wells that have been on that land for 100+ years, 80 to 100 feet down. They don't have a structure that's above earth, and they were filled in over the years, over the decades. So it's like trying to find a needle in a haystack, and you're with this woman who's trying to recollect memories from when she was in 2nd, 3rd, 4th grade, based on a topography that has changed because that portion of Iowa was flooded. The land, like all the topography, it's a crazy case. And then there's the aspect, do we believe her? Do we believe her? So it'll be a fascinating live. Like it's the kind of live that should probably get hundreds of thousands of views if the algorithm helps. I'm going to be asking you guys to hype it because just no one had access like I did, and that includes Paul Lima, who was the producer on it. He was the guy out there, I mean, he certainly had access to Lucy, but I just had a lot of conversations with her that, over the course of months and months, and it's still going. This thing is still going. It's not that documentary is not the end of the story. And I'm going to be having the Smiths on, like Sean and Tracy Smith, who own that property. I became friends with them over the years, and they're going to be coming on the show. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Yeah, you should have not done that. You should have hyped our review of the reply. I mean, that's all. I love Brother Counsel and Solomon's great, but I mean, that's all shit that we already know. I've been talking about Richard Allen for 3 years. They're just catching up. You know what I mean? It's like hype the stuff that'll get the people over to our channel so they can watch all of it. Because no one covered the Richard Allen pre-trial like we did. And that's facts. And you can't understand what's going on in that case without knowing what happened pre-trial. The trial is like the end game. It's that's all it is the end game. You need to know everything that happened leading up to it. I don't even know how to do the hyping. And I always forget to tell people I don't know what it does. I've been told that it helps push it out there. I think we all get a certain amount of hypes. I don't know. So if y'all can figure it out, that would be great. That would be great. So yeah, tomorrow, 1:00, let's check that out. I'm kind of dying. So it was quiet, like just yesterday. I forget. I was on with Tony, like my Tuesdays with Tony. They call it Tuesdays with Bob over at Tony Brewski's. And I was like, oh, and Michael Osbrook, of course, came on, and he's like, yeah, you said Napui is structural error if they could prove it. He's like, it's not. So I misspoke there. And I'm never going to question Michael Osbrook on his knowledge of appellate level and habeas level case law. The man knows. So I was like, oops. He's like, it's close, but it's not. But at any rate, I was talking to Tony like after the show. I'm like, man, it's super quiet. Like it was like a very, very quiet 2 days, Monday and Tuesday, in terms of things that were going on, kind of like in the true crime world. Like there were really no like pressing things that popped up there, which is unusual. It seems like every day there's something. And then today, I knew Tracy was like, hey, Kouri's sentencing is coming up, get the thing set. Let's go. I'm like on it. And then the Murdoch order drops. It's crazy. There's never much of a respite. Yeah. Like, and obviously we adore Andrea, but Andrea wasn't covering it pre-trial at all. I was thrilled. I told her, I texted her immediately when she said, I'm thinking about coming for trial. I'm like, please. It's like, I didn't want to have to be the only lawyer in there. And then obviously lawyer Lee came as well, but neither of those guys had really covered it at all leading up to it, which I loved that aspect of it. Because it's like they didn't have a preconceived notion of what was going on with that case based on, watching Gull operate for 2 years leading up to it. And I was like, just absolutely thrilled that they both decided to come. And, Andrea's very outspoken, much like we are, in terms of when she lands on a position in a case, she lets you know. And she's not shy about letting you know, and neither are we. And we defend our positions. It's what we do. It's like what lawyers do. It's, we argue for a living. That's why it's always surprising to me. People are like, oh, it's like you want to have, a debate. I'm like, of course, that's what we do. That's what we do. I mean, that's not to say that, I think there is a level of fence sitting, but that's only in cases where I can't make up my mind. I'm always applying, have they met their burden? Like with Rick Allen, I am dead set that he's factually innocent. It's different. And there's the difference is that you can have somebody who did not receive a fair trial and have them still be guilty or have them be factually innocent. Rick Allen did not get a fair trial, and I believe that he's factually innocent. And you know, I don't want to upset anybody. I've talked about this openly. I think that Faust did not get a fair trial, but I'm not as convinced with him about his actual innocence. I need more. I did not get the DNA aspect of that case examined closely enough for me to have an understanding of how his DNA could have ended up in her, whether it be her mouth, wherever it may be. And I understand Chris Melton. I understand the boyfriend stuff. I get all that. I mean, I live in a reasonable doubt world with that case, no question. But in terms of factual innocence, I just need more. That's all. I'm certainly not disregarding it. And I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm not saying that he's not, because he very well may be. But, you know, when Ahmaud Cruz, his lawyer, is talking about that they wanted to use a consent defense, it's a thing. I mean, consent means that he was knowingly and actively and consensually with her. Right? It threw me off. It threw me off, you know, but so yeah, I mean, occasionally I'll sit on a fence if the facts are just so murky that I just can't. And I'm talking about factual innocence. I won't sit on a fence on whether or not I believe that the state has met their burden on any case. You know, I mean, like, I'll always give an opinion on that. But that doesn't mean that I think that somebody's factually innocent. Like, you can have people that are found not guilty that are not innocent. It's just a matter of the state not proving their case and not meeting their burden. That happens. It just does, you know. So they're different things. But yeah, the Murdoch thing. I don't think you have a pause. It like blurred out. I think they're getting ready. Like, it came back and then they blurred it out a little bit. So I think we're good.
I was trying to wait to bring this until it started.
Oh, little zuppa.
Yeah.
Oh, grazie.
I wanted it to be hot.
Grazie.
Oh.
You're supposed to say prego. Come on. Wow. This chick forgot all of our Italian. Oh yeah, forgot it. I mean, first of all, the My Lanta thing is old hat. You know, that all comes from a commercial. I've never thought it was funny, personally. Oh, My Lanta. It's an old commercial. But like, so Boris, let me ask you this. How are you contending with the DNA? Let me know. I mean, I believe that it was found in her mouth. I didn't hear any real evidence. And again, I do not think he received a fair trial. I think that judge was like somehow related to Gull in the sense that she was awful. But that's a different thing. I think he deserves a new trial. I think he'll get a new trial. It may take up into the Georgia Supreme Court. You know, because appellate courts, you know, they're not always, oh yeah, but we're all over it. What are you guys yelling about Aaron Spencer? What's up with Aaron Spencer? Did I miss something? What about Aaron Spencer? What am I missing? Tell me something. Tell me something good. Woo! Yeah, like 100% not a fair trial. Like, there's no question about that. But like, I am curious. I mean, Boris, you may know more about the case than I do, because I came in late. You know, I was jumping on and watching over at Cat Williams, or Cat Now Williams. You know, who I love. I love her. She's amazing, fabulous. She covers so much stuff. Like, I have to go. I want to go back and watch. She did a live about death penalty. She's just a very thoughtful, thought-provoking person. And she's not a lawyer, but You'd never know it. To be honest with you, she's very learned. She does the
Mark, we're
work.
back on the record.
She's awesome.
This is case
All right, we're back.
231500139. Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, anything further before we hear from Ms. Richins?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
It's
I
on.
understand that Ms. Richins would like to stand at the podium,
Yes, Your Honor.
and you folks would like to join her.
Yes, Your Honor.
No problem. There should be Kleenex up there if you need it.
Is your water?
Okay, I'm here. I'm going to be eating my Zupa quietly.
I might be too at some point.
We're both here.
My sweet baby boys. I know that today you don't want to speak to me, have a relationship.
Fix the volume.
You may think you hate me, and that's okay. I will never be angry at you for your feelings. When the day comes that you're ready, I will be here for you, waiting for you, and loving you. But I need you boys to know and understand that I have been desperately trying to get in contact with you any way that I can for years. That all of my communication has been completely cut off from you since early 2024. And now I will use any opportunity I can to get a message to you. Even if that means sharing it publicly to the world, fully restrained, in my jail clothes, in one of the most horrible situations possible. I don't care, and I'm not embarrassed or ashamed by any of it. All I care about is you boys. I will do whatever it takes for you to hear the truth from me and to come home to you. For the time being, I don't know when that is or when my next opportunity will be. So for now, bear with me as I have tried to consolidate everything I've wanted to share with you for the last few years, with everything I want you to know until I'm able to speak to you again, and one long message. And although you may not be ready to hear it today, that's okay. My hope is one day you will be. May 6th of 2024, temporary custody was transferred from the state of Utah Child Services to your Aunt Katie and Uncle Clint. My last video call with you boys was several weeks prior to that, around April 24th, 2024, when you were still in the state's custody. Once temporary custody was transferred to Katie and Clint, against my wishes, they cut off all of my communication between you boys and I. It was years before I would ever have a trial. I warned social services that if they gave custody of you to the Richins family, it would be the last time I would be able to see or speak to you boys again. And your opinion of me in this case and wild allegations would soon mirror those of the Richins family. And that's exactly what happened. You need to know the Darden side of the family fought a long, hard battle for custody, but was eventually ignored and denied. Since temporary custody was granted to Katie and Clint, they have not allowed me to see or speak to you. No more video calls, no more visits. They blocked the phone number for the jail so I can't call you. Birthday cards, Christmas cards, the letters I would send you boys, they were all returned or rerouted. All of my contact was cut off more than 2 years ago. So please ask them. Please ask them for your cards, for your letters, if I tried calling you.
So I came here like a second to, behind. Why now are all three lawyers like huddled around
Oh
her?
no,
Like,
play it. Like this is not the time to pause.
I was just wondering.
Please just ask them. Whether it's
Love you, babe.
now or
Love
in 10
you.
years. The one thing I need you boys to know is I did not abandon you. I did not just walk out of your lives one day to never return, to never call.
to never show up. Regardless of what anyone tells you, I would never ever leave you boys. And I am so sorry if for even 1 second you thought that I did. If for even 1 second you thought that I didn't love you. Because that couldn't be further from the truth. You boys are my world. The reason I continue to wake up every day and fight to come home. You're my reason for living. I understand that you're in a difficult situation, mentally, emotionally, and physically. I understand you guys have been through an extremely difficult time this past 4 years. You should never have to deal with such tragedy, and I am so sorry that you are going through this. You boys have the right to be angry and sad and confused, feel in survival mode, have questions. All of this is completely valid. Your feelings are completely valid. And one day when this is all over, we can sit down and talk about all of this and sort it all out. And I promise you boys, one day it will be over. I'm not perfect. I have succeeded and I have failed. As a person, as a wife, as a parent, we all do. I have done plenty of things I am not proud of. Some I regret, some I don't. Some I'm ashamed of, and some I'm not. I regret things I have done right in my life to later find out they were for the wrong people. I have said things I shouldn't have. I've done things I shouldn't have. Sometimes I haven't said what I should or not meant what I did say. There are things I can't change and long overdue apologies that I owe. There are would-haves and could-haves and should-haves. We all have them. We have all done them. And you boys will too one day, but in your own way. And that's okay. That's life, and we're human. Nobody is all good or all bad. We just get portrayed that way. You're going to succeed and achieve amazing things in this life. You're also going to make mistakes and fail at some things. But use those opportunities to grow and to learn. They do not define you, and don't ever let other people make you think that they do. We are not defined by our best or our worst moments. We fall somewhere in the middle, ever evolving, and you boys are ever evolving. Secrets diminish self-respect. They lose trust. They make us lose ourselves. I fell in love with someone who wasn't your dad. Your dad fell in love with someone who wasn't me. I did things behind your dad's back. He did things behind mine. Don't keep secrets. Always put your spouse first. Your dad and I didn't always do this, but don't be like us in that aspect. We made mistakes that I know I regret. And I'm sure if he were here today, he would say that there are a few things he regrets as well. Marriage is hard. Marriage takes work. Marriage takes love.
She should have skipped this part.
Big love. Deep love. And you may think about divorce and you will have fights, but then you will make up and you will forgive each other. Because when your love is enough, your love keeps you together. Your love is all you need to ignore the noise. Your love never fails. Sometimes your dad would want to throw in the towel on our marriage, or I would want to throw in the towel on our marriage, but we never did. We always found our way back to each other. I would pick up his towel, or he would pick up mine. We'd hand them back to each other and start again. Because our love never failed. We stopped keeping track of each other's wrongdoings, and we forgave, and we moved on, and we loved. And if I had to relive all of those hard days all over again, I would do it without question. Your dad and I were a lot of things, a mess of sorts sometimes.
But we were this crazy, beautiful mess that made us a family because our love was enough. Our hard days never outweighed our good days. Our weak moments never outweighed our most memorable happy days. We always laughed more than we cried. We failed at some things, but we never failed at loving you boys. Our love was enough to make our house a home. Our love was enough to stay together to raise you boys. Our love was enough to forgive each other when others said that we shouldn't. To do things for each other others may disagree with. Our love was enough to protect each other, even though it may cost us everything. Love can make you lose yourself. Sometimes it makes you do things you know you shouldn't, but knowing it's not wrong at the same time. Because your spouse is your person, your love is enough.
Wow.
One day, you will meet someone and fall in love and understand that just your love is enough. Enough to withstand everything else. The noise of the world, the obstacles, the trials of marriage, the heartache, bad choices,
Dude, just been a lot of marital advice.
You will understand your love is enough and your love never fails. Don't worry about what others think about your relationship. Don't worry if they would do things differently. You just love. And you love big, and you love deep, and you protect your love. Your dad and I didn't have it all together. Together, we really did have it all. Because we had you three. Don't let anyone choose the direction of your life by their opinions and their judgments. Being able to hold yourself together in the worst of situations doesn't make you emotionless. Separating personal and business life and emotions doesn't make you unreasonable. Resentment can get the best of others. Don't let it get the best of you. People will always have a lot to say about lives they've never lived. Live your life the way you choose to live it. Just be safe and be healthy and be happy. That's all that matters. Sometimes people will want you to believe that life is simply black and white. That situations are black and white, but they're not. Life, situations, they are full of color. At the very least, shades of gray. Always question the color, even if you're only questioning the gray areas. Keep an open mind. Question situations and stay curious. You will have some people in your life tell you how their love for you is unconditional. But once your most private life has been revealed, you quickly find out just how conditional their love actually was. Choose the people you hold close to your heart wisely. And always be the friend that walks into somebody's life when everyone else chooses to walk out. Always remember, the only people you owe your loyalty to are those people who never made you question theirs. Every day you wake up, you get a second chance at life. To do whatever you want. Be whoever you want. To succeed in all your dreams. Take the day and run with it. It's a blessing. Don't take it for granted. Sometimes you'll have hard days when all you want to do is count all the ways things are going wrong or have gone wrong in your life. In that moment, stop, take a minute, take a step back, take a breath, and switch your thinking to count all the ways that it has gone right. All the good that has come to you, boys. All the grace, the blessings, and the love. Remember that anyone can give up on something. That's the easy way out. True strength comes when everyone is expecting you to fall apart, but you hold it together, persevering through the hardest of times. Always persevere. Always prove them wrong. because you boys don't give up and you boys will never quit. There's always going to be someone out there ready to tear you down, misrepresent you, lie about you, tell half-truths, and judge you. They will judge you on decisions you do or don't make, what you did or didn't do, what you did or didn't say. They will take out of context and twist your words. They will judge you on your emotions or the way you grieve. You may show too much emotion, you may not show enough. They will tell you you're not grieving correctly, you're too angry, you're too...
Sorry, I'm interrupting. She's transparent as fuck. She's saying all these things to the kids that she wants to say people did to her, and it's transparent as fuck.
sad. You're holding it together too well or not well enough, or maybe you're too ambitious. They will judge you on your demeanor. If you cry, if you don't cry, if you don't do anything at all. And all of this will get misinterpreted into something that it's not, formed by the opinions of who's ever creating it. And then silence is also too often misinterpreted and misjudged. But when people behave that way, it has much more to do with them personally than it does you. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. It doesn't make it true. Remember who you are and what you stand for, the truth, and ignore the noise. Ignore their noise. Ignore their egos, their entitlement, and their biased judgment. Those who abuse the power and the positions they hold will have a higher power to report to one day, and that higher power holds the final truth, their final truth. Don't ever let someone tell you how to show emotion, how you're supposed to react to any given situation. Don't care what others think about you, what others say about you, just let them talk. Just be you, be yourself, be authentic, be genuine. Because those who truly know you, who truly love you, is all you need. Forgive those who turn their back on you, but never forget. Don't hold hate in your heart toward others. It only brings you down more than it does them. Apologize when you're wrong, even if that apology is long overdue. You can't change what you can't change, and you can't change the past. But you can take accountability when you mess up. Admit when you make a mistake, even when it's embarrassing or humiliating, even when it can ruin relationships, careers, or your integrity. Be honest with yourself and those you need to. But never apologize for something you didn't do. Never admit to something you didn't do. And never beg for mercy for something you didn't do. Don't take the easy way out. Always stand up for what's right, even if you find yourself standing alone or with a small group of people that love you. Believe in yourself and be brave. Never give up on your fight, no matter how long it takes, months, even years. Never give up on truth, justice, and the fight of corruption. When something is broken, fix it. When something doesn't make sense, question it. If money is paying for it, follow the money.
Yana, I need to go to.
Your brothers are your best friends. Your dad and I raised you boys that if you cared about nothing else in this world, you care about each other. Your brothers will always be there for you. They will always be your brothers. You love them, you protect them, you take care of each other. You support each other, you help each other, and you trust one another. You be loyal to one another, and you keep each other safe and healthy and happy. And you stay together no matter what. You have each other's backs. Be patient with one another. Don't keep track of wrongdoings. Let them go. Forgive. Move on. Show compassion. empathy toward each other. And never go a day without telling one another you love each other. Because you are never too old or too cool or too busy to love each other.
Is you high, bitch?
Don't ever settle for just good. Go for great. In school, in your career, in hunting, in fishing, in your relationships, in your goals. Exceed expectations. Be like your dad. Be generous. Be charitable. Stay humble. Give when you have too much. Give more than you take. Help when others are in need. Serve your community. Be like your dad. Never stop learning through education, through people, through travel and culture, through business and friends, from your success and achievements, from your mistakes and failures. Be like your dad. Love the outdoors. Find your peace, your therapy, your heart and soul on the top of a mountain somewhere where it's quiet, where it's calm, where you will be able to feel the spirits of those that you love and miss the most. Be like your dad. Laugh. Laugh often. Laugh loud. Laugh when you want to cry. Laugh when you're mad. Have that laugh that everyone recognizes and no one will ever forget. Even when you're gone. Be like your dad. Love your family through the good, the bad, the disagreements, the back and forth arguments. Choose forgiveness. Choose love. Choose happiness. Be a loyal brother. Be a noble son. Be like your dad.
Gross.
Have the hobbies that bring you excitement and joy, that give you a break from life, but build your life full of people and family who you love and that love you. Build a family that makes you happy to come home to every day, with a career that makes you hold your head high. Be the friend everyone wants to be friends with. The dad that everyone wishes they had. Be like your dad. As your parents, your dad and I wanted to give you every opportunity or choice that we didn't have. We would do anything for you boys, or break our backs falling over obstacles and finding our way to be sure you had the best of the best. Even if we didn't always do it well or have the right answers or the words, we would give you everything that we had. But the one thing I can't give you boys are the answers that you want the most. Because I can't give you something that I don't have. An explanation that I just don't know. I've never lost a son. I've never lost one of my brothers, a nephew, or a best friend. But I did grow up with a single mother, and I have lost my father. I do know what it's like to wonder, what if Dad could have watched me graduate college, walk me down the aisle, be there for the birth of one of you boys? If only Dad were here. I do know what that's like. The lifetime of pain that brings.
I
The
would
sadness
never
and the anger.
do that to you boys.
I would never wish that upon anyone. Especially you boys. My own sweet babies. It's a lifetime of what ifs and if onlys. An empty hole in your heart where your dad's supposed to be. He's supposed to fill. He's supposed to walk through life with you, with us, with our family. I do know what that's like. So murder, an attempted murder, 4 years later, and it's still hard for me to say those words out loud. They get caught in my throat. I turn my stomach, and I try to avoid them as much as possible. Because it makes me physically sick to think about. But still to this day, I can't believe this is real sometimes. That this is our life. That this is my life. Convicted of taking one of the people out of my life that filled it the most. My husband, the father of my children, still in shock and still in disbelief. Accused and now convicted of such a heinous crime. Potentially costing me to never see you boys again. I just lost both of their parents. And there's no textbook answer on how or what we're supposed to do. How I'm supposed to react or move forward. And I'm so sorry you boys are being pulled through the middle of this. This absolute chaos. Between two families fighting that both love you so very much. Trust and assets, our home, none of it matters. You boys are what matter. Your safety, your health, mentally, emotionally, all of that should be being prioritized. I will and have always prioritized your safety. I am your mother, and that is my job. And for anyone to scare you otherwise is just cruel and heartless. I'm sorry that 8 people from a jury who have never met you or me or our family had the right to determine our future. And they did that in less than 3 hours. In a perfect world, there might be justice. But in a perfect world, nothing ever goes wrong. Tragedies don't happen. Some think a verdict or the sentencing will be the answer that they seek or that they need, but it won't. It will only give them something else to think about for a while. It may help to disperse some of their hurt or their resentment, but it won't relieve it. This grief will outlive us all. The hundreds of lives that this has affected. The lifelong trauma you boys have suffered this last 4 years will outlive us all. You haven't had to just endure losing one parent, but losing two. And no child should ever have to go through that, especially when one was an unforeseen tragedy and the other based on injustice and a system we're supposed to trust.
She went there.
Your dad's memory will always be the kind that's a physical hurt. The tightening in your chest when you think of him. Particularly on days like today, his birthday. Because he was so loved that no verdict or sentence will ever be able to release that kind of suffering. I'm broken. I'm broken without your dad. Broken without you boys. God did not put me in this world to take a life. God put me in this world to give life. Your lives. And I don't know who or what I'm supposed to be if it's not a mother. Your mother. And as much as you've been influenced into thinking that Dad was murdered, that I took your dad from you, that is completely wrong and an absolute lie. And the thought of that is still as absurd today as it was 4 years ago. And just because someone may not be perfect, that's a far reach for them to be capable of murder. To kill someone, our someone. Your dad was in physical pain. A lot of physical pain. And just because some people didn't know or didn't want to see certain things doesn't mean they weren't happening or they weren't true. He would have never left us intentionally. And I would have never taken him from you, from us. He was the glue that held us all together, that made us, us.
Time to wrap it up, lady.
Every little boy needs their father. Because he's supposed to teach you the things that I could never explain. He's supposed to teach you and do things with you that only a dad can do. And only he could give you those life lessons between a father and a son. I would have never taken that from you boys. I know how much you need him, how much you love him. How much you aspire to be just like him. And I would have never taken that from you. And I'm so sorry that I can't bring him back. For you, for me, for our family. I can beat myself up all day about how I could have been a better person or made better personal choices. And I can understand and accept you boys being upset about those things. But murder? No, absolutely not. I will not accept that. And I will not be blamed for something I did not do. I will appeal and fight these charges no matter how long it takes. Not because I have anything to prove to this court, to the state, to the Richins family, or to the world. But I do have something to prove to you three. I do care what you boys think, and I need you boys to know the truth. And because of that, I will never quit or give up on this fight for justice, the truth, and coming home to you. So please, I know that right now you may not believe me, that you believe I took Dad from you, and that's okay. I still and will always love you, and I'm asking that you please just don't give up on me. I'm coming home, not today, not this year, but we're going to make this right. Our justice system will get this right, although this courtroom can't seem to. We have a long road ahead, but I will never quit fighting my way home to you boys.
Man, they really let
I
it
love
go
you
there.
more than these words could ever express. I loved you before I ever met you.
Is you high, bitch?
And I will love you long after I'm not here to say it. And every minute of every day, I miss you boys more and more. And I think about how much I wish I could be with you, that this nightmare would go away, and we could have our family back. This entire situation isn't fair to anyone, but it's especially not fair to you three. And you boys are all that matters.
After I did it.
I want to remind you just how strong you are, that you are loved by so many, and I am beyond proud of you, of everything you have overcome, everything you have achieved, and how much you bring into this world. You boys have been through so much, and I wish I could take away all your sadness and all your pain. Tell you how much Dad and I love you, and that everything's going to be okay. I wish I could count the freckles in your little cheeks. Read you books before bed. And help you with all your homework. Wish I could help you through your toughest nights. And hear your laugh through your happiest days. But for now, that's just not the way it is. We have to be strong. We have to remember that our strength grows in these moments when we don't think we can go on.
Okay, Michael.
But we keep going on anyway, because we have to push through these hard days. Because in the end, at the end of this war, it will be so worth it. But I need you boys to always keep pushing through these hard days, because this will come to an end. I just need you to hang in there. Listen to your little hearts. Listen to your little bellies for the truth. Before you were told who to be and what to believe, remember who you are. Remember who we are. Remember our family. I will continue to call you every day, even if my calls are blocked. Just so you know that I'm here. I've always been here. And I will always be here. My cards, my letters, they will never stop. I will never stop. I love you forever, Mom.
That's all you.
I couldn't listen to the sniffling. It's certainly.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, a fair reminder. While inside the courtroom, everyone involved in this
Better be
process
headed my
must
way.
be treated with respect. We cannot have any outward reactions inside the courtroom. If any of you feel overcome with emotion, frustration, anger, whatever, of any kind, please remember just to look down. Keep your hands folded in your lap. The court has considered the following information: the evidence, information, arguments, and recommendations provided by counsel on the record today, the victim impact statements and other statements made on the record today regarding the appropriate sentence, and the pre-sentence investigation report as corrected on the record today, including the numerous statements attached to it. In addition, the court has considered each of the factors set forth in Utah Code 76-3-201 subsection 2B and has prioritized those factors as required by section 201-2C. Having considered the gravity and circumstances of the offenses for which Ms. Richins has been convicted, the number of victims, and available information regarding the history, character, and rehabilitative needs of the defendant, the court hereby orders that the sentences on counts 2 through 5 shall run consecutively to each other and to the sentence imposed on count 1. Moreover, the court exercises its discretion and chooses to impose no fines related to any sentence in this case. The court addresses the 5 counts on which Ms. Richins was convicted in reverse order. Ms. Richins, based on your conviction on count 5, third-degree felony forgery, the court hereby sentences you to an indeterminate prison term not to exceed 5 years. Based on your conviction on count 4, second-degree felony insurance fraud, the court hereby sentences you to an indeterminate prison term of not less than 1 and not more than 15 years.
Wow.
Based on your conviction on count 3, second-degree felony insurance fraud, the court hereby sentences you to an indeterminate prison term of not less than 1 and not more than 15 years. Based on your conviction on count 2, first-degree felony attempted aggravated murder, the court hereby sentences you to an indeterminate prison term of not less than 5 years, and that may be for life. Which brings us to the final issue, the appropriate sentence for count 1. Under Utah Code 76-3-207.7, there are only 2 options: an indeterminate prison term of not less than 25 years, and that may be for life, or life in prison without parole. And the law requires that the court consider each option. Under a sentence of 25 to life, and considering the effect of the 4 consecutive sentences, the time that Ms. Richins has spent in custody, and the current practices of the Board of Pardons and Parole, Ms. Richins would likely serve approximately 30 years in the Utah State Prison before receiving her first parole hearing. By that time, she would be 66 years old. Under a sentence of life in prison without parole, Ms. Richins would be in prison for the rest of her natural life, unless the Board of Pardons and Parole determines by clear and convincing evidence at some future point that she is permanently incapable of being a threat to the safety of society, at which time the board would have the authority to release her. Under either scenario, Ms. Richins will be incapacitated, meaning structurally prevented from harming anyone outside the Utah State prison system for at least the next 3 decades, and perhaps much longer. But the potential impact on the survivors of the tragedy created by Kouri Richins, most importantly, Eric Richins' 3 sons, is more difficult to predict. On one hand, if the court sentences Ms. Richins to life without parole, one or more of those young men may come to resent that the court eliminated any opportunity they might have in the future, decades into the future, to express an opinion as adults with substantial life experience about whether their mother should, for example, be allowed to die with dignity. On the other hand, if the court sentences Ms. Richins to 25 to life, one or more of those young men may spend the next 30 years questioning why the court failed to protect them from the prospect of the person who murdered their father being released from prison at some time in the distant future, perhaps when they have families and children of their own. The court's contemplation of how those young men may come to feel about today's decision some 30 years from now comes from a place of genuine concern for them and humility regarding the court's inability to predict the future. Sitting here today, it is simply not possible for anyone, not even those young men, to know how their view of this case may evolve over the next several decades. My hope is that every person affected by Eric Richins' death will, over time, find their way to a state of peace. As for today, the court's duty is to make a decision, a weighty, long-lasting decision based on the best information available today. And the bottom line is this: Kouri Richins was convicted unanimously and beyond a reasonable doubt of attempting to murder Eric Richins, her husband, and the father of their 3 children. And then, having failed in her first effort of spending the next 17 days, not changing course, but doubling down, preparing to try again, and ultimately completing the act through the administration of poison. And for what?
No parole.
Money. All for pecuniary gain. A person convicted of committing that sequence of acts in that way and for that reason,
It's irredeemable.
and who causes the absolute tragedy that has befallen Eric Richins' sons and family.
It's irredeemable.
A person convicted of those things is simply too dangerous to ever be free.
Wow.
Wow. There it
Accordingly, Ms. Richins, based on your conviction on count 1, first-degree felony aggravated murder, the court hereby sentences you to life without parole. You have the right to an appeal. You must file a notice of appeal within 30 days. You have the right to be represented by counsel on appeal. Mr. Bloodworth, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nester.
Your Honor, we anticipate filing a motion for new trial and would like a date set. We have a substantial record in this case. We will file a notice of appeal of the conviction and the sentence. and ask that everything be stayed pending the motion for new trial as we're entitled to do under Rule 4B. Excuse me, but we think we need sufficient time to file a motion for new trial based on the substantial record that exists in this case, longer than the typical 14 days, because this is not only the trial itself, but the years of litigation and motion practice that preceded the trial. We were hoping that we could get an agreed deadline of 90 days to file a motion for new trial, mainly because for half of June I'm out of the country, and for half of July Lewis is out of the country. Normally we would ask for 60, but there's going to be a month in there where both of us aren't available. So we're asking for 90 days.
All right, Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, the state objects. The rule provides for 14 days. You can't imagine this is a decision that was made today. I think council's had the last 53 days to prepare the motion, 14 days pursuant to the rule. I appreciate that it's a lengthy record in this case, but the issues available for the trial are fairly narrow. The state recommends the 14-day time period as provided by.
There is one other thing, Your Honor, on that as to why we need the extra time. So we have asked the county to retain an expert to assist to do a declaration attached to our motion for new trial. And it's going to require us to go before a separate entity to decide whether that funding is approved, and that just takes time. So that's another issue we need.
Got to give it to him, Your Honor.
I feel like there's more that I need to know in order to make this decision. And so I can also appreciate why defendant is concerned about the 14-day deadline so they do not lose that opportunity. Sitting here today with very little information and the state having very little opportunity to respond to this idea, I'll extend your deadline to 28 days. But within that time, if you want to file a motion to extend it, Ms. Nester, with more detail, you have 14 days to file that motion.
Now, I ask for clarification. So the court.
14 days from now, they have an opportunity. They have a deadline to file a motion to extend the 28-day deadline. If they don't, it's 28 days.
Gotcha.
I acknowledge that that 28-day deadline may cause practical difficulties for the state's team, and if I need to extend the state's response deadline, I will certainly give that fair consideration.
Understood.
Ms. Nester, Ms. Lewis, anything else today?
No, sir.
Ms. Richins, you are hereby committed to the Utah State Prison and remanded to the custody of the Department of Corrections. This court is in recess. Please follow the deputy's instructions. We're off the record.
There you go. There you go. Nailed it.
I started to think maybe he was really going to give her.
Nah, he did what
Somebody
they
said
do.
due diligence, and that is what he was doing, his due diligence. So he
That's
could
right.
make
You
the
know how they do.
pronouncements each way.
You know how they do.
Yep.
All I have to say is nailed it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you
it was
go
weird.
over all the chats while we were on the break?
Not really.
Oh,
Oh
jeez.
yeah. Oh
Really?
yeah.
You really shit the bed there.
So
And I apologize, people. I go back and forth. Like I'm convinced that she's guilty. And so if she had been, like saying I'm sorry I did this and saying all that shit to her kids, then I think I would have felt a different way about it. And I think there's a difference between, because Psychosaurus Rex, if that's what it is, or like I think she's a psychologist, had said when I said that she was, like saying what she wants to say about herself, but doing it on the guise of the kids. She was like, well, that's projection. And I'm like thinking, no, because projection, I think, is something you do like subconsciously, like you're projecting, like this. I just think she was literally just under the guise of pretending she's saying it to her kids, saying all the shit that she wanted to say about herself. Like,
well, I think, yeah.
never ask for mercy for something you didn't do.
A certain part, yeah, a certain part of it, portions of it definitely were that. But the way I looked at it is this is a woman who, you know, love her or hate her, she's maintaining her innocence, and she was cut off from any communication with her children. She's looking at it like, okay, well, I haven't been able to say my piece to my kids, and they're getting all their information filtered in from Eric's family. I'm going to take this opportunity to basically parent my children for the next 15 years of their
But
lives.
I don't think she really did that, babe.
Yeah, dude, like, what are you talking
Maybe
about?
in parts
It
of
was
it, but
exactly like, have you ever seen My Life with Michael Keaton, where he gets the cancer diagnosis and his infant child is never going to get to know him, and he proceeds to, you know, while he's dying, he makes a video where he's going, like, that's what the whole thing was. I mean, it was in
I
a
know.
series of Hallmark greeting type phrases, but it was, you know, and she wanted to have.
And how would you bring in the
You know, she wanted to have the opportunity to be able to say her piece to her kids, because like there's no other way that it's going to happen. Like, she can't write a letter that'll get intercepted.
I just
But
don't
she's
think it
not
was
going to
a
be able to
lot.
make a call.
I think there was so much of it that wasn't really for the kids. Like, it didn't seem like.
Well, I think
don't
that there
know.
were things that applied to her in terms of her martyrism or martyrdom. You know, like, oh, never cop to something that you didn't do, like all those kind of things. Clearly, she was speaking of herself, but also, I mean, it was what it was. It was strange. And I'm not surprised the state didn't object. I think in their estimation, they're like, well, but like I said, the judge knew what he was doing coming in. Like, he knew what he was doing coming in. Whatever he heard didn't impact him. Whatever she said didn't
No, he
impact
had his
him.
shit ready
Yeah,
to read.
he had it on lock.
So,
He knew what he was going to, which is usual. I mean, and that's frankly what you want. You don't want, like, I don't want a judge shooting from the hip on the bench, like,
no.
based on, what he's heard at a sentencing hearing. You want him doing the work ahead of time. So, hey, look, for Eric, happy heavenly birthday. Justice was served. I mean, that
That's the other thing.
to me, doing that to your children is unforgivable. Unforgivable. Especially like the pecuniary side of it is just repugnant. Like it's like literally for money. She destroyed her children's lives. And I hope against all hope that the children are able to move past it. I mean, like their life has been indelibly changed forever and in such a profound way that it's become their reality, I mean, and they're still young enough. I mean, one of them I think is 6 or 7, one's 12 going on 13. I mean, that obviously the oldest one has a pretty good idea. We know they know from their letters.
Right.
So
and how did everybody let this sentencing get set on the man's birthday?
Oh, you don't think that was
No, I'm
by
just saying, like,
accident,
if I was wrongfully accused of, if I'm somebody else, because I don't even want to say that. If someone is wrongfully accused of their spouse's murder,
convicted, you mean?
Convicted, right? Yeah, and they set the sentencing on his birthday. You're immediately thinking that's horrible for the kids to have his birthday now tied to my sentencing. Like, can you push it a day or two? Like, I don't know. And the family being like, could you guys reset it? Like, we don't want his birthday being, I don't know. I guess it's a stupid little thing, but I thought it was weird that she didn't lean over to her lawyers and say that's not a good day.
Yeah, I mean, for those of you that think that you've heard the last of Kouri Richins, you have not. She will 100% be filing an appeal, and it'll be I mean, they're gonna continue the fight. I
And
mean,
her poor brother's
she's
gonna
like,
probably spend every dollar for the rest of his life trying to help her. If she didn't do it, then good, but
today is his birthday. Yeah, today is Eric Richins' birthday. So, I
We
mean,
gotta
all
go
right, let's
through
get
these.
through these supers. I might
Yeah.
have to dip, like, if we don't do it quick, because Scout's got hitting practice or hitting lesson. We've got Mozzie, 66, member for 10 months. Awful for the kids. Hi from down under. Well,
Thanks
you.
for your continued support.
Good day. Virtual, the virtual juror, $2. Could the pending
Financial cases impact
Financial-
what he says. We answered that, but
Yeah.
it was a good question.
It was a good question. And thank you so much, virtual. Sarah Be Creative, member for 7 months. She is all the deadly sins.
Thanks for your
Yeah.
continued support.
Yes, indeed.
I answered Cody. Thanks for your continued support.
Yes, sir.
Friday, we'll be streaming court for Austin Drummond.
Yep. And then NJ Kathy, Kouri is truly the face of evil. There is not an ounce of accountability or remorse regarding the actions she took. Thanks for all your hard work covering this trial along with many others. You are the best. Well, thank you, New Jersey Kathy.
Thank
You're
you.
wonderful. Cuddly, but violent. Member for 11 months. What do y'all think about Brent? It's Brent Turvey. Justice for Eric. We've got thoughts. We hired him for the Garcia case, and he was interesting. Let me put it that way in terms of his testimony. Pre-trial. It was pre-trial. We ended up not engaging his services for trial for reasons that we won't get into here. Allie always yells at me when I start popping off about that. But yeah, I mean, he's opinionated. It's for certain. He's got a certain technique that's unusual. I don't know. But
thank you
for being a member. Little
The
C
kid-
Star.
Oh,
What
I
did she
didn't.
do, babe?
What?
Never mind. She gifted 5 DD podcast memberships. Oh,
I was looking at the Sutrix. This one wasn't highlighted.
Oh yeah.
Thanks, little C Star.
I mean, Chicago. Yeah, thank you so much, little
We
C.
talked about that.
Yeah, it's not. It shouldn't be unpopular because it was you cannot have the clerk of court, the elected clerk of court, running around during a trial and unduly influencing jurors so she can sell a book. That's
Or for any reason.
for any
obviously.
reason.
Right. It was the
It's
only.
not allowed.
It was the
Supreme
only
Court,
outcome.
They had no choice.
No choice.
Zero choice.
The appellate court on that they had their heads up their asses is what they did.
Yeah, I mean, it's like that was.
Wait, did it go to an appellate court first, or did it go right to the Supreme because it was?
I think it went right to the Supreme.
Oh,
if I remember correctly. Aaron gifted 1 DD podcast membership. Thank
and
you so
then
much.
she followed that up with 5 more. Thank you,
Aw,
Aaron.
Family hugs to all the noobs. We love you. Not so Zen Jen. Finally get to see y'all again. Missed you. We missed you too. Where you been, girl?
And thanks for your continued support. 15 months.
Living Story Worlds, also known as Kraken. We love you. Thank you for becoming a member again. We love you so much. Family hug. The virtual comes back with 5 life without the possibility plus 5 life consecutive. All others, 3 others concurrent as my guest. Nailed it. Good job.
No, they were consecutive.
Yeah, isn't that what she's saying? Plus 5.
No, that says concurrent.
Wait.
Oh,
the
that
3 others are concurrent.
They were all consecutive,
The
but
one that
still,
matters is the
very
life
good
without the
guess. Very good guess.
Yes. Cupcake Diaries. Family hug. You sweet little cupcake. I just want to eat that little cupcake up right there. It's so delicious. Thank you. The virtual juror is back. Alec, old Scottish Alec. SC mandatory retirement, 72. Oh, so that's Judge Newman had hit that magic number, huh? It's good. Just spend the rest of his life fishing, relaxing, not having to sit on the second trial for Alec Murdoch.
Yeah, plus when you're that old, you're
Yeah.
out of touch. You're out of touch.
Thanks, virtual. History and Homicide member for 14 months. Banna.
We fixed it.
Go Hearts tonight. Yes, thank you. Thank you.
And thanks for your continued support.
Always. And your modding. We love you. Jaded for Justice, Bob, when did you get the Bloodworth bathroom quote clip? DB clipped it for us. Trying to find when he said it for creative responses. I have no idea. It was
Hopefully
late in the
DB
trial. DB knows.
He's got to know.
DB knows. Plus, I don't want other people using my shit.
No, she wants to go look at it, and she's going to get
Trying
creator
to find when he
responses.
said it for creator responses. What does that
Right,
mean?
how people responded when he said it.
Oh yeah. Okay. Thank you, Jaded. Ask DB. He'll know. He'll know exactly where I was. He wasn't in chat today, but he'll be here. Boris, member for 12 months. Are her lawyers okay? This can't help her sentencing. Look, I mean, her lawyers are clear.
And
about
happy
their
birthday.
position. And happy
Happy
birthday.
1 year anniversary. I mean.
Oh yeah. Happy 1 year. I mean, her lawyers believe she's innocent.
Yeah, but the point was,
they were supporting her in the best way that they saw fit, you know, and if that means all of them gave basically a statement and then they stood behind her as a collective while she gave her statement in allocution.
What was that?
Weird. It was unusual. Look, Utah's different, you know, they're a little different out there. Jaded for justice. But thank you so much, Jared Boris. Best to not let Kouri work in the prison kitchen.
Press the thing.
I know
so
you
people
know.
can see it. Because I don't.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
If you know, you know.
I mean, I'm skipping like if she's working like some kind of slop, you know, like the gruel. I'm skipping
right.
the station.
Emily
gruel today. I'm good. Kouri.
Emily Gottwick says, late to the party. Let's talk Murdaugh after. We don't have time. We've tossed it
We're
in a
gonna do
couple
a whole
times.
live on it.
Oh yeah, we're gonna get to it.
Supreme Court opinion is, I think, only 15 pages. So we're definitely gonna cover it. But thank you so much. Amanda, member 17 months. Listen, Bob, I learned how to hype on your last RA.
Richard Allen video.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And thanks for
Appreciate
continued
you.
support.
Yes. D Nice to me. Gifted 5 DD podcast memberships. Thank you, D Nice. We love you.
Thank you.
Groove is in the heart. Oh yeah. And I'm sure all those that were the beneficiaries of your incredible generosity are very thankful as well. Jaded for Justice, Canadian 6 Solid. I asked Chat GPT to write a letter to Kouri's boys, and this matches up. I mean, yeah. I mean, you think she's got the old chat on her tablet? I don't know. I doubt it. Be getting all kinds of chat briefs from prisoners. Oh, I need my appellate brief drafted. Thank you. Getting all kinds of fucking hallucinated cases. Yeah. Let's see. Kelsey, the forensic nurse 66, member for 2 months. Oh, hey guys. Love to come on today. Wait, are you overdue? Kelsey, are you like our late? Oh, are you our winner? Our wheel winner? 309, she sent that. Today would have been a great day.
Yeah,
Today would
it's
have
too
been
late
a
now.
great,
Though.
great day. Well,
We'll get you, Kelsey.
We'll
We're the
get you.
worst. We're
Kelsey,
the worst.
at the beginning. At the
You
very
probably
beginning.
did do this at the beginning.
It's with 309, not the beginning. That was like 4 hours in.
Oh
yeah. Kelsey, you're coming on. You can't stop us from dragging you on here. Just hit us up. Let us know in advance. If you see a live and you're like, oh, I'm available that way.
All right. So Sarah says, I'm behind. Has she said yet? Dance like nobody's watching.
Ooh. No.
She pretty much, though.
I mean, basically.
Right. Essentially.
Kelsey came back. Another $2.
Thank
Appreciate
you for generosity.
Thank you. Jaded for justice. Anyone who hurts goats shouldn't ever get parole. Exactly. AG Kearley, did we
get member for 29 months?
You should have your OG medal, not the physical ones, which
that's what she's asking about. Oh yeah. Where's my physical medal?
It's probably.
Thank you for your continued support, though.
The beautiful and talented Brooklyn Pasola, member for 20 months. OG.
Thanks for your continued
mod
support.
extraordinaire. Share us out. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Truth. Thank you, Brooklyn. We love you. And the Danish lady, member for 17 months. Thank you. What's that? Amazing as always. Hugs. Well, thank you. the Danish lady. We love
Wait,
you.
I thought you started to give her a family hug and then you stopped.
Aw, family hugs. There you go. Oh, and then we got, let's see. Got a couple of Venmos. Just want to shout those out
And I
real
think
quick.
you put up like a PayPal or a Cash App too. I think.
Stephanie had sent a lovely $50 Venmo. And
Thank you very
she
much
had
for your
said,
generosity.
hello. This is my token of appreciation for all the hard work you and Mrs. Motta put into your amazing YouTube channel. My name is Stephanie. I'm a new subscriber and absolutely love the content. Thanks for all you do. Now let's abolish Kouri to the bottom of the jail. Thank you so much.
What happened? Thank
That's
you
what-
for
that's
your
exactly what happened.
for your
And then
comments.
Kim, our daily Venmo angel. Another
Thank you so
25.
much, Kim. You're
Floated
just
down.
so generous.
She's so wonderful.
It's almost too generous. We appreciate you so much.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. All right, you guys. An amazing day. Justice served for Eric on his birthday, his heavenly birthday. And you know, now we'll
Hopefully.
be able to watch a whole bunch of clips of people clipping Kouri's facial contortions and her ultra bizarre statement in allocution. We'll see that all over the reels and the Twitter.
Yeah, I hope she's not. I hope she's guilty.
I mean,
I'm starting to wonder.
well, you know, Michael
Oh,
comes
Lord.
in. Well, if I was innocent, this is exactly what I'd be saying. I mean,
And
if
our
you were
lawyers all
innocent, that's
standing
exactly
up
what you'd be
and
saying. All right, you guys, remember, I've portaled you. So you're going to get portaled
to
which you'll
nothing.
probably dip on since you'll be watching other YouTube tonight. But don't forget tomorrow, 1 p.m., right here, the incredible story of Lucy Studi. Don
Yes, when you get
Studi.
portaled, like it and hit the little notification button so that you get an extra notice because
Oh, yeah.
that's going to be amazing.
Oh, yeah. And mods, we thank you so much. We love you, love you, love you 100 times over. And make sure you like, share, subscribe. If you're on replay, please leave a comment. That really helps get it in the algo. And you guys, all you new and old, we love you so very much because without you, I would literally just be an old man
sitting around talking to his wife.
Boop. Bye.
Hot